This is Audible.
Audible Incorporated presents John Wayne Gacy, Defending a Monster. Written by Judge Sam L. Amarante and Danny Broderick. Narrated by Robin Bloodworth. Prologue. In 1770, when this country was in its birth throes, the most hated man in America was a man named Captain Thomas Preston. He was the commander of a small cadre of British soldiers who fired upon a gathering of disgruntled colonists, killing 5. This event came to be known as the Boston Massacre. The 5 men who died as a result of this event are considered by most historians to be the first casualties of the Revolutionary War. As is always the case, there were 2 sides to the story as to why this tragedy occurred. The colonists, led primarily by Sam Adams, one of the most outspoken writers and revolutionaries of that day, claimed that the British fired upon a peaceful crowd and killed 5 patriots without just cause. The British soldiers claimed that they had fired upon an angry mob in self-defense. There are 2 reasons that will cause good men to abandon their long-standing, dearly held morals, values, and principles and revert to more primitive, barbaric practices to resolve conflict. That is when their hearts are filled with anger or when their hearts are filled with fear. Because the colonists were angry over taxes imposed by the British without representation, along with other perceived injustices, and because they were fearful of the sheer might of the British Crown in general, and of the soldiers that were now being billeted in their town to quell potential uprisings, in particular, their hearts were filled with both. They wanted revenge against the British captain and the British soldiers under his command. Evidence be damned, facts be damned. They wanted revenge that was swift and sure. They wanted the heads of the captain and his men on a spit. One man came forth and said loud and clear, "I stand for the law." The man that took the soldiers' case when no other man would stand in their defense was John Adams. John Adams, one of our nation's true founding fathers, a signer of the Declaration of Independence, our first vice president, our second president of the United States, a man of principle. He was also Sam Adams' cousin and friend. His response was said to be this: "Counsel is the last thing an accused person should lack in a free country." He agreed to defend these men in spite of what it might do to his reputation, to his law practice, or to his future plans. He took the case because he believed that free men had certain rights. These were among the heartfelt principles on which he built his life. Those principles are woven into the fabric of our Constitution. Those principles represent our principles as Americans. Every person accused of a crime shall have the right to a speedy and public trial by an impartial jury of his peers. Every person so accused shall have the right to face his accuser in a court of law. Every person so accused shall have the right to counsel. Many men and women have fought and died to preserve those principles, those rights. So keep that in mind when you hear someone say that this crime is too gruesome, or this person is too dangerous, or this issue is too complicated to allow those principles to stand. This includes the frightened flock that today seeks to exclude terrorists from those principles. Keep in mind that the very men that John Adams defended were uniformed members of an army of a foreign power that would soon become an enemy. Still, they had their day in court. There is no just cause or justification to usurp the Constitution. Remember the words of Judge Louis Garippo when he said, through tears of pride, "What we do for the John Gacys, we'll do for everyone." I will serve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. That is the oath we ask our president to take, together with every other person in public service. Every member of our military takes that oath. Every lawyer takes that oath. Every American citizen lives by that oath. It does not say, I will serve, protect, and defend the popularity polls or the will of the people or the frightened masses. It does not say, I will serve, protect, and defend the Constitution unless there are no conditions or qualifications. When harried and nervous people jump in front of microphones and scream and rail that we should suddenly do something in direct contravention to that upon which we have based our very system of justice, when they tell you that we should abandon that which men have fought and died for, and which has worked so well since the beginning of this beautiful experiment that we call America, in favor of that which we have always criticized about lesser countries, kindly invite them to pound sand. In all criminal prosecutions, the accused shall enjoy the right to a speedy and public trial, and by an impartial jury of the state and district wherein the crime shall have been committed, which district shall have been previously ascertained by law, and to be informed of the nature and cause of the accusation, to be confronted with the witnesses against him, to have compulsory process for obtaining witnesses in his favor, and to have the assistance of counsel for his defense. The Sixth Amendment to the Constitution of the United States of America. Chapter 1. Sam, could you do me a favor? A telephone call. 7 short words. A simple enough request. That's how it all began. I knew the guy on the other end of the line. Everyone on the Northwest Side did. He was a political wannabe, one of those guys that was always around, talking about all the big shots he knew, hoping that the importance of others would rub off on him. A nice enough guy, maybe a little pushy, bit of a blowhard, telling tall tales, but still a nice enough guy. He was a precinct captain for the Norwood Park Township Regular Democratic Organization. And so was I. He was actually one of the best precinct captains they ever had. Better than me, some might tell you. He really brought in the votes for that tiny organization. I had met him at one function or another. He always bought a full table at all the fundraisers, 10 tickets, which translated into a sizable contribution to the party. And then he'd fill the 10 seats with kids that looked like they really didn't wear business suits very often. Unsophisticated. That would be a kind way to put it. They were usually his employees, young kids that worked for his contracting business. Plus, he was on the Norwood Park Township Street Lighting District as a trustee, the secretary-treasurer. And I did some volunteer work on the side for the district. I was their lawyer, so I knew him. What's the problem, John? You know all of the coppers over in Des Plaines, don't you, Sam? Sure, John. I know most of them. We all used to work on different sides of the same building. I've worked on cases with most of them. Why? Well, the Des Plaines police are following me around wherever I go. I have no idea why, but they're starting to cause problems for my business. It's really beginning to annoy me, Sam. It's getting nuts. Could you ask around and try to find out what the fuck they want? What they think I did? Why the hell they are harassing me like this? He seemed genuinely upset. Livid, one might say. What do you mean, following you around wherever you go? How do you know? Maybe he was just paranoid, imagining things, I thought. There was a disgusted chuckle at the other end of the line. If I'm at a restaurant having breakfast in a booth, they are in the booth next to me. If I stop at a gas station to get gas, they are waiting across the street for me to finish. Wherever I go, they follow. No matter how fast I drive or how slow I drive, they are always right behind me. They sit outside of my house all night long until I leave in the morning. Then we all leave together. My neighbors are starting to complain. Maybe this wasn't just paranoia. I sat there wondering why in the world the Des Plaines police would have any interest whatsoever, but especially such an intense interest, in this rather overblown, self-important hanger-on. How long has this been going on, John? A few days, I think. And you have no idea why they are interested in you? One of them said something about a missing teenager. I don't know. I sure as hell don't know anything about any missing kid. Let me see what I can find out. I will look into it. I'll owe you one, Sam. I really appreciate this. Call me tomorrow. Thanks, Sam. I hung up the phone and thought for a second about how John Gacy had once been to my house in his capacity as a contractor. My wife and I were planning an addition to our home to accommodate our expanding family. Our second son, Jimmy, had been born, and we wanted to add a new room, a nursery. That's what my wife, Mary, called it anyway. I called it a bedroom. We did not end up hiring him, but we seriously considered it. So, like I said, I knew him. I thought I knew him pretty well. What I didn't know, however, what he didn't mention during our short telephone conversation, was this. On Monday, December 11th, 1978, just 3 short days previous, John Wayne Gacy had an appointment at Nissen Pharmacy, a busy drug and sundry store located at 1920 East Touhy Avenue in Des Plaines, Illinois. He had done some remodeling work at that establishment in the past, and when brothers Phil and Larry Torf, the owners of the store, decided to add some shelving and make some other changes, Phil called John. Mr. Gacy arrived in his brand-new black 4-door 1979 Oldsmobile 98 promptly at 5:30 p.m., as agreed, and parked in front of the store just off Touhy. There was snow and slush left over from a typical Chicagoland December snowfall, which would melt some during the day and freeze up solid during the night. John negotiated the puddles left over from the day's thaw and thought about offering to return with his snowplow to clear the parking area completely, thereby alleviating the puddle problem. He did plowing as a side business. But once inside the store, he was distracted by other things and never made the offer. He shivered as he unzipped his black leather bomber jacket, stamped his feet on the matting just inside the door, and shook off the damp chill from the outdoors. He immediately saw Phil Torf coming from the rear of the store to meet him, and he lumbered his rather cumbersome 200-plus pound 5-foot 9-inch frame down the aisle, big fleshy hand extended in greeting. As he passed the cash register, he smiled at the young cashier, Kim Byers, bundled up in an ill-fitting, oversized light blue nylon-down parka because she was exposed to the Arctic blasts from the open doors every time a customer came in or went out. He made a mental note to attempt to sell the Torf brothers on a revolving door system to replace the simple double doors that presently existed and were the only thing blocking out the crisp December air. They are heating the outdoors and exposing their poor little cashier to the elements in the process, he thought. She might catch her death from a cold or flu. He wasn't sure if he remembered Kim from his last extended visit to the store when he did the previous remodeling job. Back then, he was an employee of PE Systems, a firm that specialized in remodeling and design for the pharmacy industry. He had learned a lot from his time spent with that company, and now he was returning as the proud owner and proprietor of PDM Contractors, painting, decorating, and maintenance, the company he had founded after he left PE Systems. John and Phil shot the shit for quite a while before the contractor got down to business, taking measurements and figuring out a quote. During his time at the store, he was introduced, or in some cases reintroduced, to many of the employees. Most of them were young kids working part-time after high school to make some extra spending money, save for college, or save for a car. One such part-timer was Rob Piest, a 15-year-old sophomore and budding star gymnast at Maine West High School in Des Plaines. Rob fell into the save for a car category, and he was becoming increasingly frustrated at the seemingly insurmountable task of saving enough money to purchase a reliable car on his $2.85 an hour wage at the pharmacy. He had looked at a Jeep and was getting close to his goal. He had $900, but it seemed to him to be taking forever. He wanted to make more money. He was fuming a bit because his employers had rebuffed his previous requests for a raise. Rob had not been introduced to John Gacy. He was much too busy working. But he thought he had overheard the contractor talking to Linda Mertes, a longtime employee at the pharmacy, about his policy to pay his young workers $5 per hour to start. Couldn't believe that a high school kid working part-time could make that much money. Linda later confirmed this fact to Rob, and he was intrigued, to say the least. Imagine making nearly twice as much money each and every hour. Rob was fast approaching his 16th birthday, and he, like every other teen his age, wanted to be ready when that magical age arrived. 16 years old, the age when he could finally get his driver's license. At 7:15 p.m., when Mr. Gacy finished his business at the pharmacy and left the store in his shiny new car, Rob was slightly disappointed. He hadn't had the opportunity to approach the man with an offer to work for him. He had, however, noticed that while the contractor was taking measurements and walking off the store, writing up his proposal and speaking with Mr. Torf, the guy seemed to be looking at Rob, watching him work. This happened more than once during the time the man was in the store. Rob was sure that the fat guy with the fancy new black luxury cruiser was impressed with his hard-working style, his attention to the task at hand, the overall way he worked so hard at his job. Maybe if he approached him later, called him on the phone or something, Mr. Gacy would give him a job that paid $5 per hour. If that happened, Rob would be driving his own brand new Jeep before he knew it. Meanwhile, John Gacy was speeding south on Interstate 294 on his way home from what he was sure was yet another successful bid for a new remodeling job. He had become adept at schmoozing the potential customer. He had long ago realized that he wasn't just selling the job, the work itself. He was selling himself. There were hundreds of guys that could do that job as well as he could, although he did pride himself in his attention to detail. He considered himself a perfectionist. Lots of contractors did good work, but they didn't have his stories, his jokes, and his knack for befriending the customer. The $1,600 proposal that he had left with Phil Torf was money in the bank as far as he was concerned. As John negotiated the ramp that led to the Kennedy Expressway and moved to the right lane where he would exit south at Cumberland Avenue, he looked at the seat next to him, then all around the interior of the car. "Fuck," he muttered to himself. "I left my damn appointment book at Torf's place." John was close to his home at 8213 West Summerdale. It was just east of Cumberland, so he decided to continue home to check his answering machine before he made the trek back to Des Plaines. He also figured he might as well take his black Chevy pickup with the snowplow attached on his return. Maybe he would pick up some further business while he was there. Perhaps it would not be a totally wasted trip. When Gacy checked his answering machine, he was reminded that he was late for another appointment that he had made with Richard Raphael, a business associate who lived in Glenview, Illinois. John knew he had to hurry, but he figured Des Plaines was on the way to Glenview. It would all work out. Had he not forgotten his address book, he would not have gone back to the pharmacy that evening. He would have driven straight to Glenview. That evening, when John Wayne Gacy pulled up in front of Nissan Pharmacy for the second time, it was just past 8 p.m. He had made record time traveling back because he rarely paid any attention to speed limits. He thought of himself as someone far above those poor little souls that had to bother themselves with such mundane rules. He was much too important a figure to have to worry about speeding tickets. He would simply have them fixed. He knew all the right people in all the right places. As his pickup truck squeaked to a stop in front of the drugstore, with its second set of headlights blazing above the snowplow, he noticed the kid that he had seen stocking shelves earlier carrying some trash out to the dumpster in the alley. He watched as a young girl threw a snowball at him and ran away to join her friends, giggling and laughing. She was obviously someone he knew from school or from the neighborhood. The kid was wearing the same blue nylon parka that he had seen on the cashier earlier that evening. It was Rob Piest. "You're a hard worker," Gacy said through the side window of his truck. Rob looked up, squinting into the bright lights over the plow. John switched them off, allowing Rob to see who was talking to him. "Oh, hi, Mr. Gacy," he pointed to the pickup truck. "Different ride. How did you know my name?" "Linda told me. She said something about you looking for help or something." I could use a hard worker like you. I bet I pay better than your boss Phil does, too. You interested?" "Yeah. Yes, I am, sir. But I gotta get back inside right now. I can't let Mr. Torf see me talking to you about a job. You know what I mean? Plus, I'm on the clock." "Loyalty. I like that. It's one of the qualities I like most. If I hang around till you get off, could we talk then?" "Sure, but my mom is coming to pick me up at 9 o'clock. "I'll hang around. I have some more measurements that I have to take anyway." Casey lied. "Then we can talk. It won't take long to exchange information, right? Would that be okay?" "That would be great, Mr. Casey." Rob ran into the store. He was giddy. He could already see himself driving his brand new Jeep. John watched Rob enter the store and throw his jacket on some boxes near the cash register. Then he sauntered into the store as if nothing had happened, where he immediately saw Phil holding his appointment book. "Did you forget something?" Phil asked, smiling, taunting him. About 5 minutes before 9 o'clock, John, while he futzed around pretending to remeasure the shelves in the store, saw a woman, who was obviously Rob's mother, enter the pharmacy. She spoke to some of the other kids and to her son, and then meandered toward the greeting card section to wait for her son to finish up. John went outside to his truck. He surreptitiously eyed Rob and nodded toward the door as he left, all in keeping with their plan to meet without alerting Phil Toff. Minutes later, Rob grabbed his coat, mumbled something to his mother about what he was planning, and ran out the door. Rob Piest was never seen alive again. "What's your name? What do your friends call you?" Casey asked this as soon as he saw Rob bound enthusiastically out of the pharmacy. John had the engine running, and the cab of the truck was beginning to warm up. Rob Piest." "Hop in, Rob." Mr. Casey, my mom is inside the store. She's here to pick me up." "Don't worry, Rob. I'll take you home. She will understand, won't she?" "But, sir, it's her birthday. My family is waiting at home for me, so we can cut the cake and sing happy birthday, all of that. I really have to be quick about this." Everyone who ever knew John Gacy knew one thing about him. He was a master manipulator. He could sell ice cubes to Eskimos. He had the Polish version of the gift of gab. John had already decided that this young man was coming home with him. He was not taking no for an answer. "You love your mother?" He asked the question in the form of a statement of foregone conclusion. "Well, yeah, of course I do," Rob promptly answered. "Imagine coming home with the news that you have landed a new job that pays $5 per hour to start. A job with perks and a future. She would be happy for you, wouldn't she? That would make her happy, wouldn't it?" "Sure it would." "And what better present could you give to your mom on her birthday than to make her happy? Isn't that the purpose of a present?" "I guess so. I have been watching you work, Rob. You have a great work ethic. I'm also impressed by your devotion to your mom. Hell, I love my mom too. All true men should love their mothers. But I need for you to fill out some forms if you are going to work for me. And those forms are in my office at my house, which is about 20 minutes from here. I can have you back in about 40 or 45 minutes, an hour tops. Only in an hour from now, when you walk into the house, you will be able to tell that wonderful mother of yours that you have a new, well-paying job, that you have doubled your salary. What do you say? I have an appointment myself that I must get to after I drop you. You do want the job, don't you?" "Are you saying I have the job, Mr. Gacy?" Rob was bubbling over with excitement. $5 per hour. He could easily make $100 per week. He would have enough for his Jeep well before his birthday in March. This was a dream come true. "You will when you finish filling out those forms. We have to comply with all of the legal stuff, after all, right? No employer can afford to play fast and loose with the goddamn IRS." Rob glanced back at the door of the pharmacy, thought for a second about how happy his mom would be when he told her about his new job. Then he put his hand on the passenger side door handle of the truck, opened the door, and jumped up into the pickup. He looked at his new boss. Mr. Gacy had a big, toothy grin peeking out from below the bushy mustache that he wore, creasing the flabby jowls hanging off his beard-stubbled face. "Welcome aboard," he said through his ear-to-ear smile. He was pleased with himself, and then they drove off. "I have a good feeling about this. I think this might just work out well for both of us," John said as he drove at breakneck speed. "Don't you worry about getting a ticket, Mr. Gacy?" "First, call me John or Colonel. I'm an official Tennessee colonel. All my guys call me Colonel or John. Mr. Gacy was my father. Second, you will come to know that you are about to start working for a very important guy. I know people. I know some of the most important people in this city. I'm a personal friend of Mayor Belandix. Plus, I'm connected. Syndicate connected. You will learn a lot working with me, kid. Wait and see." Judging by the way Mr. Gacy drove, Rob tended to believe what he was being told. Nobody would drive like this unless he was pretty sure he was not going to get in trouble for it. Plus, you'll find that working for PDM is fun. We work hard, don't get me wrong, but when work is done, we play hard too. You do like to party, don't you? Sure, I guess. Do you have a girlfriend? I date, I guess. I go out with girls that are a few years older than me, usually. Rob blushed, but he was also a little proud. I do all right. They both laughed. It was unnecessary to say more. Well, I'm very liberal-minded when it comes to all that. The guys that work for me often use my house as a place to party. I have a well-stocked party house. No parents allowed. Again, the big, toothy grin. Well, I'm looking forward to it. I really need the money. I want to buy this car that I have my eye on. It's a Jeep, actually. So I will work really hard, Mr. Gacy. John. I promise, you won't regret this. You seemed hungry, eager to work, to do a good job. At least, that is what I saw back at the pharmacy. You never even took a break. Everybody else seemed to be using my visit as a chance to slack off, but you just kept working. I like that. Well, I need money right now. I would do almost anything for money. This statement elicited a new, kind of creepy version of the same smile. Gacy chuckled low. That's what I like to hear. You're going to do fine. Just fine. When the truck careened into Gacy's driveway at his Summerdale address, splashing and sliding, Rob was glad to be in one piece. It had been quite a ride. However, John was right. They had arrived in just over 20 minutes. John pulled the truck past the circular drive in front of the house and along the side. The house was completely set off from the neighbor's house by a huge hedgerow along the side of the driveway. It had to be at least 8 feet high and was a bit of an eyesore. I guess this guy really likes his privacy, Rob thought. He also saw the brand new Olds 98 parked in front. The car had spotlights on both sides of the windshield and a CB antenna sticking into the air. The passenger side spotlight was red. This supported some of the stories that John had told to Rob on the drive there. He must really be an important guy. His car was like a cop car, or even a mayor's car. It looked important. Gacy ushered Rob into his house through the back door, which opened into a large recreation room, obviously in addition to the original structure. The room had a large black recliner opposite the TV, a pool table, a well-stocked bar with bar stools in front, next to a refrigerator, and then a corridor that led to the rest of the house. A little yapping dog was making a bit of a racket and jumping up and down. So, John led him out into the backyard. "Check it out. Make yourself at home," Gacy said as he pointed the way to the rest of the house. He took off his black leather jacket and dropped his car keys on a table. "You will probably be spending a lot of time here." In the front of the house, a newly constructed temporary wall divided the original living room. The smaller living room, left by this division, was full of plants and pictures of clowns. Very little furniture. As Rob looked around, he saw more clown portraits and clown knickknacks. John's office was also in the front of the house, as well as a couple of bedrooms. Rob didn't venture that way, but returned to the rec room. "What's with all the clowns?" Rob asked casually. "I'm a clown." Rob laughed. "No, really, no joke. I'm a registered clown. I'm Pogo. I entertain kids in hospitals and seniors at old folks' homes. I do tricks for the kids, tell jokes for the old fogies. I march in parades. It's a hobby. I'll show you some of my tricks. Hey, you want a beer or something?" John was bending down, head into the refrigerator. "I'm having one," he said over his shoulder. Thank you, Mr. Gacy. John. I'm not saying I would never have one, but I have to think about my mom's birthday. Remember?" "Oh, lighten up, Rob. This is your interview. Don't disappoint your future boss during your first job interview. That's not a good idea, is it? We can be at your parents' house in 20 minutes. Sit down. Have one beer. Let's talk." John was now standing in front of the refrigerator, holding 2 beers. Still sporting that same creepy smile, Rob was torn. On the one hand, he could picture his very close-knit family at home. By now, almost a half hour after he should have been pulling into the driveway in his mother's car, they were all beginning to wonder where the heck he was. His mother worried, his father starting to get a little pissed, his brother and his sister perplexed, the birthday cake waiting. He had never done anything like this in the past. On the other hand, here was this unusual man offering him the job of his dreams, a pathway to the car of his dreams. He sure as hell had never had an adult offer him a beer before. That, he thought, was a little strange. But what could it hurt? If having a beer with his future boss would solidify the job offer, close the deal, so to speak, why not? If spending 15 or 20 minutes with this doofus would get him this job, he felt he had to do it. His parents would not be mad at him once he explained that he had secured a great new $5 an hour job. He had been to high school parties before. It was not the first time he had accepted a beer from someone. He took the beer from John Wayne Gacy's fat, stubby fingers. Tragically, it would be his last. He took a sip and sat down on one of the bar stools. He watched John sit in his recliner. Then he asked, "So, you have some papers for me to fill out?" John looked annoyed. "You are really all business, aren't you? You have to learn how to relax, Rob." John rose out of his recliner and stomped off toward his office in the front of the house, shaking his head. "I'll get the papers," he said, sounding exasperated. "But I want to get to know you a little bit before we make this final. I don't hire just anybody. My guys have to be a good fit for the way we work. I told you, we work hard, but we also play hard," and his voice trailed off as he got farther into the front part of the house. Rob could not hear the rest of what John was saying, but he had heard enough. He had no intention of blowing his chances to get this job. He tried to relax. He tried to ignore the alarm bells that were already starting to clang in his head. In his office, Gacy was smiling. He knew he had just set the hook. Any further attempts by this fish to get off the line would be futile. When Gacy returned from his office, he was holding some items of paperwork that looked like official IRS forms and a job application. But he was also carrying something else that made the hairs on the back of Rob's neck stand. He was holding a set of handcuffs. "Okay, we are going to fill these out," Gacy said, raising the papers above his head, shaking them. "But first, I have to show you something cool. Watch this." John put the papers down on the bar. He twirled the handcuffs around on his index finger. He began to make moves like a showman. He was doing his clown act. He was smiling, not threatening. He overacted his big, sweeping moves like a magician. He began humming some kind of stupid show tune. He showed Rob the handcuffs. Abruptly, he yanked them taut, demonstrating that they were quite real, quite strong. Then he slapped them on his own wrists, first one, then the other. Again, he showed them to Rob. Again, he yanked them taut. They clinked. Clearly, John was in handcuffs. He yanked them taut again, harder. He turned around, facing away from Rob, and in seconds, he turned back. When he did, He was twirling the handcuffs on his index finger. Two things happened. The fear that had first gripped Rob when he saw the handcuffs drained away completely. He was fully disarmed. Plus, he was actually astonished. This was a real, professional, well-executed trick. "How did you do that?" Rob asked, completely befuddled. "That's nothing," John said. "Watch this." He handed Rob the handcuffs. "You put them on me, only this time." John turned around, placing his hands behind his back. "You cuff my hands behind my back." Rob was actually intrigued. He was totally taken in. He slapped the cuffs on his new boss's wrists. Then he inspected them, checking them for trick latches. There were none. "Okay, are you satisfied that I am clearly handcuffed, unable to escape?" Gacy had a flair for the dramatic. Rob could hear the drum roll. Gacy turned around, facing Rob, then in seconds, he was standing there, twirling the handcuffs on his index finger once again, with a big, gawking smile on his face. "What the fuck?" Rob exclaimed. "How the heck did you do that?" "I'll show you. It's easy. Give me your right hand." Rob didn't think. He simply slid off the bar stool and raised his right hand and held it out in front of him. Gacy took his right hand, slapped a cuff on it, spun Rob around, and handcuffed his left hand into the handcuffs behind his back. The two of them had walked into that house less than 15 minutes before this moment. And suddenly, Robert Jerome Piest, age 15, was standing face to face with John Wayne Gacy, age 36, with his hands locked in handcuffs behind his back, unable to free himself. "Okay, John, what's the trick?" Rob was smiling, innocent, waiting to learn the trick that his boss was going to show him. "The trick," John Wayne Gacy sneered, "is not being dumb and stupid." He was holding a shiny, tiny silver key. "Everyone knows that the only way to free yourself from locked handcuffs is to have the key. Do you have the key, Rob? Or are you dumb and stupid?" Rob looked at John. He couldn't believe it. It was as if he was looking at a different person. Gone was the goofy, creepy, familiar ear-to-ear smile. It had been replaced by a grave, stern, dead stare. But it wasn't just the minor change that had caused the transformation. Everybody stops smiling from time to time. It wasn't that. Gacy's eyes had gone lifeless. They had lost life's twinkle. There seemed to be nothing behind them. No personality, no person. Rob thought he detected a brief flutter in the eyelid. The transformation struck a level of fear into Rob's heart that wasn't fear, it was terror. Rob felt his mouth dry up and his heart start to pump. A single tear welled up and streaked his cheek. The moment lasted a lifetime. Then, like in a terrible B horror film, the telephone shrieked. Gacy looked toward the front of the house. When he looked back at Rob, he was John again. Just like that. "I'll let the machine get it." John was so offhanded as he said this, Rob couldn't believe his ears. It was as though nothing had happened. Rob actually began to question whether anything had happened. Maybe it was all in his head, this silly fear. Gacy walked a few steps toward the corridor that led to the front of the house, leaving Rob standing there in handcuffs. He raised a finger and listened. He was listening to the answering machine. Rob couldn't make out what was being said or who was talking. "That was your boss. Your other boss, Phil Torf. Your parents must have called him. We have to get you home. They must be looking for you already." John Gacy was holding that small silver key between his fingertips. "Let's get those cuffs off of you." Rob thought he was losing his mind. Had he simply imagined the whole terrifying interaction that had just occurred between them? Did he just scare himself half to death? Or was there something unearthly sinister about this guy? As John was about to remove the handcuffs from Rob's wrists, Rob recognized that John was talking and that he had not heard a word. He was too busy reliving his terror, questioning it. "So the trick is to learn how to palm the key so perfectly that no one ever even suspects you have it." Rob heard the tail end of Gacy's lecture. John was showing him how to hide the key between his fingers in such a way that he could still show his audience both of his palms. It was a pretty good trick. It sure as hell fooled him. But what about those feelings? That fear? Was it real? Again, the phone rang. Gacy again walked to the corridor so he could hear the answering machine. Rob stood there, still in handcuffs. "Is your father's name Harold?" John asked when he returned to the rec room. "Yes, that's my dad. What did he say?" The machine answered. "I just heard him on the tape. He knows you're here, though, so you don't have to be in such a rush." He didn't sound pissed. Well, he wouldn't sound pissed when he's talking to you. Or leaving a message, but that doesn't mean they're not worried or angry that I'm missing my mom's birthday. Rob was concerned. We should probably start heading towards home. Before I remove those cuffs, I want to ask you a question. You told me that you would do almost anything for money, right? Yeah, John, I'm a hard worker, a very hard worker. I'll do anything you ask. You cannot work me too hard. Yeah, we already talked about that. I know that you're a hard worker, but I was thinking about something else. Remember that I told you about how I was very liberal-minded about sex? Well, I am. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm no fruit picker. I ain't a fag or anything like that. But a long time ago, this guy and I were out trying to pick up girls, and he said something interesting to me. He said that I had maybe a 50-50 shot at getting laid that night, or of even picking up a broad at all, for that matter. But he had a 100% chance. I thought he was full of shit, of course. But he said it was true, because if he struck out trying to pick up a girl, he just went out and picked up a guy. He said that it feels just as good to get a blowjob from a guy as it does to get one from a girl. All you do is close your eyes. As Gacy rambled on with his story, which Rob found repulsive, Rob felt the fear growing inside him again. Something seems too good to be true. It usually is, he thought. This guy was some kind of weirdo. Rob realized he was in some stranger's house, an old, weird man's house, locked in handcuffs. He began to feel that he was going to cry. He didn't want to. He wanted to be strong. He felt that he had to hold it together. Gacy was continuing his story. So I tried it. I let him do it to me, and believe it or not, he was right. A blowjob is a blowjob. No shit. Now I say it again. I am no fruit picker. I ain't gay. You can't be gay if you are thinking about girls when you're doing it, right? To Rob, it felt as though the walls of the room were closing in on him. He had no deep-set prejudice against gay people. That was not the problem. If Gacy had said that he was gay and came onto him, he could have sidestepped that without an uncomfortable incident. He had done it before. Most people had. But he was in handcuffs. This was different. He tried not to insult his captor. "John, that type of activity is just not in me," he offered meekly. "It's just not me." Gacy looked at him. At first, he looked surprised, as though he had not expected that reaction, as though he just assumed Rob would go along. Then it looked like he was getting angry. "I have a lot of money. I could help you get that Jeep," he said. "No," was all Rob could muster. "Suppose I just fucking rape you, you little fucking liar," Gacy growled. "You said that you would do anything for money. You led me on. You lied to me." Gacy moved toward Rob, reaching out at Rob's pants, at his fly. He grabbed Rob by the waistband of his jeans and pulled him closer. Rob was unable to resist. He yanked at the handcuffs. They would not give. Gacy unzipped Rob's zipper. He reached inside and touched him, grabbed at him. John tugged down on Rob's jeans. Rob could feel his buttocks and thighs being exposed. No matter how hard he struggled, the handcuffs made it impossible to fight off this crazed man twice his size. Rob was now past terror. Was this a nightmare, or was it real? Why couldn't he just wake up? At this point, Rob started to break down. He began to sob uncontrollably. "Stop this! Please don't do this!" he screamed. He looked at Gacy, whose face immediately began to soften. Then, to Rob's amazement, he began to apologize profusely, over and over again. What the fuck is this, Rob thought. Goddamn roller coaster ride? 1 minute this fucking nut is scaring the shit out of me, and the next minute he's Mr. Nice Guy. His heart was returning to its normal beating. John removed the handcuffs, and as Rob rubbed his wrists a bit to restore his blood flow, he said, "I hope you understand, Mr. Gacy." He didn't want to set him off again. He chose his words carefully. "I would do it if I could, but I can't. I'm just not that way. Don't say anything. It was a dumb idea," John said. "Dumb and stupid. I'm really sorry if I made you feel uncomfortable or scared. I ain't no fag, Rob. You have to believe me. I am no kind of fruit picker. You had me going there. Forget about it. Let's never talk about it again, okay? You still want the job, right?" Yes, I do. I really need the money." At this point, Rob would say anything that he thought John wanted to hear. Wild horses could not have dragged him back to that house, but he had to say something. "Okay then, we start from scratch. This never happened, right? And it will never happen again, okay? Okay, John, but I really have to get home. Is that all right?" Suddenly, John was all for the idea. He began moving around as though he was getting ready to leave, mumbling, making sure he had everything, patting his pockets. Rob was somewhat relieved, but still frightened. It had been an interesting first meeting, to say the least. That was the understatement of all time. "Make sure you bring those papers. We can fill them out in the car," John said offhandedly, pointing at the bar. Rob grabbed the papers from the bar as he watched John Gacy walk around his house preparing to leave. He thought it ironic that, after all that had occurred, the papers were an afterthought. That was ostensibly the main reason they had to go to John's house in the first place. Unbeknownst to Rob, he was about to learn another reason that he was there, the real reason. Rob had his hand on the doorknob. "I thought you were going to kill me, John. I thought you were some kind of crazy person." Rob looked back at John Wayne Gacy, who was standing behind him. "1 second. I'll show you one quick trick for the road. Put down your coat for a second. You'll love this." Gacy had a length of rope in his hands and the handle of a hammer without a hammerhead on it. He was tying knots in the rope very meticulously. He had done this before. He was practiced. He slid the handle of the hammer between the knots. "Now, watch this," he said. Gacy slid the rope over Rob's head. It was loose, not threatening. "Why are you putting it over my head?" Rob asked, nervously laughing. "Just watch," Gacy whispered. Those were Rob Piest's last words. In a split second, Gacy had twisted the hammer handle twice, instantly tightening the rope around Rob's neck. To struggle was a mistake, because that made the rope tighter. To panic was fatal. Unfortunately, Rob panicked. The hammer handle was lodged tightly, permanently, against Rob's back. Gacy no longer had to hold on to it. The rope would not unwind. It would not loosen. Rob's eyes bulged as he gasped for air and clawed at the rope. He was free to scramble and struggle as Gacy passively watched, thumbs in his waistband. The more he struggled, the tighter the rope got. Gacy whispered again, "Dumb and stupid." He shook his head as though he was looking at the proverbial 2-year-old caught with his hand in the cookie jar. "Dumb and stupid." Rob fell to the floor. He thrashed, he struggled, he fought valiantly, but, as stated, Gacy had done this before. He was practiced. The last thing Rob Piest heard out of the velvet blackness of approaching death was Gacy's telephone ringing. John Wayne Gacy left Robert Jerome Piest lying on the floor, gagging, surrendering, sucking in his final breaths of oxygen as he went to answer his telephone. "You think you can fool me, you fucking little lying homo," Gacy spat out as he lumbered off. It was just past 10. Rob and John had been in John's house a little over a half hour. On the phone, Richard Raphael was angry. John never showed up for their meeting. Gacy made several disjointed excuses. His uncle was sick. His uncle might die. He might have to go to the hospital. He was too tired. He forgot. They would meet at John's house tomorrow at 7 a.m. "Don't be late." Gacy was completely unaffected by the night's tragic, morbid occurrence. Richard Raphael noticed nothing whatsoever wrong or different about Gacy's voice when they spoke. Same old John. Gacy closed Rob's eyes and manipulated his face in an effort to soften the grotesquely contorted frozen facial features of the strangled boy, and stuffed a wad or two of paper into Rob's mouth, because he didn't want him to leak fluids all over the place. He lifted the limp corpse of Rob Piest, carried it down the hall, and placed it onto his own bed in his bedroom. Again, the telephone rang. "Now what?" Gacy mumbled. He answered the phone while Rob Piest's body lay quiet. On the line was Gacy's aunt, Leona Scow, his mother's sister. "Uncle Harold has taken a turn for the worse," she said. "They don't think he will make it through the night." Gacy looked at his silent houseguest. "I have a few things to attend to, but I will be at the hospital as soon as I can get there, within the hour." "Hurry, John," Aunt Leona said, through stifled tears. "It's time." It seemed that John Gacy was surrounded by death, a death merchant that drew death toward him. Now he had to go and perhaps watch some other poor schmuck gasp his last breath, unless he kicked it before John arrived. "Fuck, this is bullshit," he grumbled as he lumbered grudgingly down the hall back toward the rec room. He surveyed the room. There were 2 half-empty bottles of beer, one on the small table next to his chair and one on the bar, some IRS forms and an application for employment, which had floated to the floor when Rob involuntarily released his grasp on them, and a light blue parka draped over a bar stool. Otherwise, the room was in its normal, meticulously kept condition. Gacy was a fastidious housekeeper, a Felix. A place for everything, and everything in its place. He emptied the beer bottles into the kitchen sink and pitched the empties into the garbage. He groaned as he bent down to pick up the papers off the floor and groused silently about how he was getting older. "I can't even touch my toes anymore," he thought. He put the papers back in his office, in the filing cabinet where they belonged, passing Rob's corpse on the bed in his room as he wandered about as if it wasn't even there. He picked up the parka and checked the pockets. He pulled a piece of paper from the right one. It was a receipt from Nissan Pharmacy for photograph development. "I guess the kid won't be picking up those pictures," Gacy was muttering to himself. He wasn't crazy about the fact that he had to go out into the cold winter night to Northwest Hospital to tend to his Aunt Leona and his Uncle Harold and any gathering relatives. But he had become the go-to guy in the family, the strong shoulder. He had no choice in the matter. The women needed him. He absent-mindedly dropped the photograph receipt into the garbage can in the kitchen and put the blue parka by the back door. He would dispose of that later when he went out. How incongruous a sight. Here was this frumpy, middle-aged community leader wandering back and forth from room to room in his stocking feet, shirt untucked from bending over, scratching his belly from time to time, doing light housework, straightening up his little home, and all the while, the dead body of a young boy was getting cold on his own bed. Gacy let the dog in, went to his bedroom, and stripped Rob's clothes off of him, folded them, and stacked them into a neat pile. The underwear had been soiled, so he put them in a separate plastic bag. He picked up the pile and added it to the parka, waiting by the back door for ultimate disposal. He got into the shower and scrubbed off the evening's events and watched them circle the drain, shaved and dressed in slacks and a shirt suitable for the impending hospital visit. The telephone rang again. It was just past 10:30 p.m. The voice of one of his valued employees, David Cram, came over the line, saying something about Christmas trees. Gacy explained that he was going out and would call him tomorrow. His uncle was dying. On his way out the door, he picked up the neat stack of Rob's clothes. He looked at the blue parka. "Why would I throw this away? It's a nice coat. Someone I know might want it. Maybe Dave or Mike." He brought the coat into the utility room of his house and left it there. En route to the hospital, John dropped the rest of Rob's clothes into a Salvation Army donation box in a strip mall not far from the house. He tossed the plastic bag into a nearby trash can, then continued on to Northwest Hospital. Rob Piest's naked young body remained where John had placed it, in the stark, cold bedroom of a madman. Chapter 2. John Gacy woke the next morning at 6 a.m. He had a busy morning ahead. The naked, deceased form that was once Robert Piest was lying on the bed next to him. Gacy lay there, momentarily thinking about his situation. He had arrived at Northwest Hospital at around 11 p.m. the previous evening, but when he entered his Uncle Harold's room, it was empty. Nobody was there, not even Uncle Harold. He had passed away during the hour that John had spent tidying up and rushing to the hospital. His corpse had been transferred to the morgue, and Aunt Leona and any other visitors had left the hospital. Now they were mourners, not visitors. John decided to drive over to Aunt Leona's house at 7304 West Cullum Street. But when he arrived there, it was clear that no one was home. The house was dark, doors locked tight. John looked down the block to 7300 West Cullum, the home of Aunt Leona's brother. There the lights were blazing, including the Christmas lights. Everybody must be over there, John thought. So he parked and went to the door. John spent the requisite time consoling his Aunt Leona and her daughter, Joyce Konikowski. He offered appropriate condolences to all, patted hands, hugged relatives, had a beer with them, but at about 11:50 p.m., he begged off, saying that he had an early morning. He promised that he would call his mother and his sister in Arkansas first thing after he woke and break the sad news. Now, with less than 6 hours of sleep, he was going to be hard-pressed to accomplish all the things that he had to do. Plus, he had the meeting scheduled in an hour at his house with Richard Raphael, the business associate and friend he had blown off the night before. That fucker will be right on time, too, the punctual prick, he said out loud to no one. He looked at the corpse lying next to him and thought, you can't be here when we start the meeting. That would be a distraction. But what to do? There wasn't a lot of time. John was naked, but for dingy white underwear. No time to waste, though, so he stood up, stretched, shook off sleep, and reached for his bedmate's arm and pulled the body close to the edge of the bed. He bent down and got under as much of Rob's corpse as he could. He lifted with his legs and shifted and adjusted until he could hoist the 150-pound body over his shoulder, fireman style. It had been 8 hours since life had coursed through Rob Piest, and rigor mortis was nearly complete. The sounds of snapping and cracking that emanated from the stiffened body, together with the gurgling of transferring fluids and the release of air from the lungs that would have made the average pro linebacker pass right out. Gacy simply considered this whole matter one big necessary pain in the ass, like he considered most physical chores. Grunting and sputtering like a sumo wrestler, he trudged to the hall where the trap door to the attic was. He balanced his load, then reached for the tiny rope loop on the trap door. The door was enhanced by a spring mechanism, and it opened easily. A telescoping ladder unfolded and came to rest on the floor in front of him. Gacy was strong, but he was flabby and noticing his age. Beads of perspiration exploded off his face and neck and dripped to the carpet. He took each step of the ladder as though he was working with free weights. But soon he had Rob's remains stored just to the right of the trapdoor in the attic. That is good enough, he groaned, letting out a huge breath and wiping sweat from his brow with his forearm. He raised the ladder and the trapdoor, and it closed. Nothing looked out of place. John dragged his sweaty, naked, fleshy, and overweight white body back down the hall toward the bathroom, picking his underwear out of his butt crack and bitching and moaning about what a pain in the ass that was. Why the fuck did I make a stupid appointment at 7 fucking o'clock in the motherfucking morning at my own goddamn house? Jeez. John remembered that it was his duty to call his mother and tell her about the death of Uncle Harold. He had volunteered to be the one to notify her the night before. He was worried, however, about how long his mother would keep him on the goddamn telephone. He had shit to do. He decided that she would just have to understand that he had business to attend to and would have to cut the phone call short. When Richard Raphael arrived at John Gacy's house with another business associate and friend, Gordon Nebel, at 7 a.m. sharp, Gacy had shit, showered, and shaved, let the dog out, called his mom, made coffee, and put out a coffee cake. He greeted them with his standard-issue ear-to-ear smile. There was absolutely no hint that anything was amiss. The fact that John had failed to make the appointment the night before was quickly forgotten, especially when his guests heard about poor Uncle Harold. The Chicago Bears had lost coach Jack Pardee to the Washington Redskins at the end of the 1977 season, and the new coach, Neil Armstrong, was leading the team to a dismal losing season in 1978. This became the topic of discussion between the men for the first part of the meeting. Fucking Bears, they all agreed. The one bright spot, the Bears had beaten the hated Green Bay Packers 14-0 on Sunday and were looking forward to a grudge match against Pardee's Redskins next weekend. Soon the conversation turned to business, however. Just as the men began to get to the crux of the intended issues for discussion, a shopping center job, the phone rang. John considered letting the answering machine get it, but thought better of that. He went ahead and answered the telephone while Raphael and Nabel continued to discuss the job. As it turned out, the phone call would prove to be somewhat important, at least to John. Mr. Gacy, my name is Officer Adams with the Des Plaines Police Department. We are investigating the disappearance of a teenage boy that worked at Nissan Pharmacy. We understand that you were at the pharmacy last night. We were wondering if you could help us out. The blood drained from Gacy's face, and his heart jumped into his mouth. But outwardly, he appeared quite calm. How can I help you? John asked tentatively. What could I possibly do? Well, the parents of the boy are very concerned, as you might imagine. They are here at the station with me right now, and we were wondering if you could shed any light on this matter. The boy's name is Robert Piest. There is some indication that he was going to ask you for a job. Did he do that, Mr. Gacy? Did you meet or talk to him last night? I met several kids at the pharmacy. Most of them were girls. I saw boys working there. Was this kid tall or short? I did not talk to any of the boys, or at least not to get their names. I talked to Linda with the brown hair and glasses. I might have asked one boy if there was any more shelving in the back. I don't know. Does that help? Did any young man ask you for a job, or did you offer a job to any of the young men? Oh, absolutely not. No, I did not. No job offer. Did you see or talk to any of the employees outside of the pharmacy after you left the pharmacy? There was a kid taking out trash. Did you speak to him? No, why would I? No, of course I didn't. I just got into my truck and left. Did you see anything at all that seemed unusual, sir? I'll be honest with you, officer. I just got into my truck and left. I wasn't paying a lot of attention to the pharmacy at that time. I was finished there. I see. Well, let me give you a number to call in case you think of something that might help us. Would that be okay? Do you have a pen, sir? Yeah, sure. John scratched out a number on a piece of paper and hung up the phone. John Gacy downplayed the hell out of the importance of the call when his business associates asked him what it was all about. It was nothing. Some kid is missing, and he worked at a place where I was bidding a job last night. They wondered if I saw anything. No big deal. Cops, what the fuck do they know? The men were back to business without much hesitation. When the meeting broke up later that day, and John was once again alone in his house, he busied himself with paperwork and mundane chores. Of course, he knew that he had a pressing task ahead of him, but it was broad daylight, not the best time of day to dispose of a body. He called Nissan Pharmacy at approximately 5 p.m. Larry Torf answered, and John asked if Phil was around. Phil and John were closer friends than John and Larry were, and John thought he might be able to pry information about the police investigation out of Phil without making him suspicious. To John's dismay, Phil was not in. Therefore, John spoke to Larry about the job, asking if the glass company had communicated with him, if delivery had been set up, perfunctory nonsense to justify the call. John had made plans to take his Aunt Leona and her daughter, Joyce, out to dinner, and he believed that his best course of action was to go about his normal business. To that end, he was in front of Leona's house at 6 p.m., as planned. He had no idea whether or not unknown forces were gathering against him, but he figured that he might as well not worry about things that had not happened. There would be plenty of time to worry about such things once they happened, if they happened. He was a bit concerned about the call from Officer Adams. However, what could he do about it? He decided to put it out of his mind. After all, what did the cops know? He took Leona and Joyce to the Sizzler restaurant on Harlem Avenue, near the Harlem Irving Plaza, and had a nice dinner. where he further consoled his loved ones and reminisced about good old Uncle Harold. When John returned home, he called his employee and friend, Michael Rossi. They had previously spoken about going out to procure a Christmas tree for Gacy's house. Rossi said he would come over around 9 p.m., or a little after that. What John Gacy did not know was that forces were, in fact, conspiring against him, so to speak. And perhaps he should have been worried. Very worried. When Rob Piest did not return home the previous evening, his parents sprang into action. They did not wait. They did not dally. They knew their son. His two siblings knew their brother. Rob would not have just disappeared without a word. He was not a troubled kid. He was not a runaway. He was a good, responsible, conscientious young man who had a great relationship with a loving, caring, attentive family. After calling all of Rob's closest friends and acquaintances, calling Nissan Pharmacy and speaking with Phil Torf and obtaining John Gacy's home number, after personally calling John Gacy's house and talking to an answering machine, Harold Piest, together with his wife, Elizabeth, and their children, Ken and Carrie, decided it was time to go to the police. The family did not want to admit it, but they all knew something was very wrong. Missing person reports had always been considered routine by police departments all across the country. In many cases, it was stated policy to wait 24 hours before even beginning the concerted process that went into a lengthy and expensive search. This was not because the police departments and their collective numbers did not care deeply about each missing person reported. It was because, so often, frankly, in most cases, the reported missing person would turn up in short order with some lame or embarrassing excuse concerning where they were, or, particularly, in the case of teenagers, the missing person had voluntarily, purposefully left home. The typical runaway. Therefore, it was often a tall hurdle for the family of a missing person to impress upon a specific desk sergeant or watch commander that their missing person was somehow different from all of the other missing persons. This was not a problem for the members of the Piest family, however. When the 4 remaining members of the Harold Piest family walked into the Des Plaines Police Department sometime just before 11 p.m., united in their purpose and solidified in their resolve, they were a force of nature. They first spoke to the watch officer, George Konieczny. Although Officer Konieczny explained that at that hour, all he could do was take down the information regarding Rob's disappearance and move it through the system. And he advised the Piest family that they should go home and wait for a call from the detective in charge of the case. He was inspired by the obvious concern that was evident on the part of the family. He finished his report at 11:50 p.m. and added a personal note to the report, which emphasized the concern and believability of the family with whom he had met. He had his watch commander sign off on the report and immediately transmitted the pertinent information contained therein to the radio room. The statistical information contained in the City of Des Plaines Police Department Case Report number 78-35203 concerning Robert Jerome Piest, male, Caucasian, age 15, slender to medium build, brown hair, brown eyes, tan Levi's jeans, white t-shirt, brown suede shoes, light blue nylon parka, last seen in the area of 1920 Touhy Avenue, Des Plaines, was sent out to every Illinois jurisdiction over Leeds, law enforcement agency's data system, within 2 hours. The Piest family left the police station and drove the short distance to the family home. They had no intention of waiting for word for some unnamed, yet to be assigned to the case detective. They immediately split up into a makeshift search party, using the 2 family German shepherds to assist them. Harold, Ken, and Carrie spent the entire night searching every dark corner of the city of Des Plaines and the immediate surrounding area, while Elizabeth stared at the silent telephone, waiting for it to ring, and wept. If Rob was hurt in some bushes or in a forest preserve somewhere, they were going to find him. They could not sit idly by while the wheels of the government bureaucracy slowly churned. At 8:30 a.m., the exhausted, sleep-deprived troop trudged back into the Des Plaines Police Department. They asked the officer at the front desk if they could see the youth officer assigned to the case. At least, they could put a name and a face to the person that would be helping them find Rob. They were led past bustling uniformed officers attending to this and that, the organized chaos of the inner offices of a busy police department. Finally, they were shown into a conference room where Officer Ronald Adams joined them, holding a copy of Officer Koesny's report. Officer Adams perused the report and eyed the personal post-it note attached. He looked at the determined family in front of him, and he too was immediately convinced that this was no typical runaway case. He had been in the youth division for 6 years and had handled many claims of missing teens. Experience told him that this claim was real. He suspected foul play but did not tell the family that. He asked the PSs to remain in the conference room while he went to his office and began making telephone calls. When Officer Adams returned to the conference room about a half hour later, he did not have good news. I spoke to Phil Torf. He has not seen or heard from Rob. I asked him about Mr. Gacy. He confirms that Mr. Gacy was at the store twice last night, once to discuss a remodeling job and again because he forgot his appointment book. He does confirm that Mr. Gacy had mentioned that he, too, hired high school boys to work for his contracting business. This was in the context of a conversation concerning Mr. Torf's many young high school-aged employees. Mr. Torf never saw Rob talking to Mr. Gacy. He said that after you called him last night, he called Mr. Gacy but spoke only to the answering machine. Mr. Gacy has not yet returned the call. Officer Adams was looking at an array of disappointed and dejected faces. I also talked to Mr. Gacy. These words elicited an immediate response. You talked to him? Was the chorus from the momentarily hopeful family. Yes, I talked to him. He confirms that he was at the pharmacy last night, but insists that he did not meet Rob or speak to him. He says he did not offer anyone a job. After all faces fell, Officer Adams went on to explain that at Phil Torf's suggestion, he had also talked to Kim Byers, another young employee at the pharmacy. She specifically stated that at around 9 p.m., Rob had told her that contractor guy wants to talk to me, just before he ran out the door. However, she had not actually seen Rob talking to Mr. Gacy, either inside or outside the pharmacy. Then Officer Adams launched into an all-too-practiced soliloquy about the necessity for the family to allow the police to do their job. It was a bad idea and quite improper for family members to intrude into an ongoing missing person investigation, and at times it could be dangerous. It was best if the family went home and waited for developments. They would be the first persons contacted, of course, as soon as there was any update in the search. The family thanked the officer and left the station, dejected and broken, their hopes for a quick resolution to their nightmare dashed. Officer Adams later discussed the matter with his lieutenant, Joseph Kozenzak. He was not in any way giving up on the case. Lieutenant Kozenzak, after having read Koesny's report with a personal note attached and having discussed the facts with Adams, was easily convinced that the matter was urgent. He gave the go-ahead to pursue the matter, post-haste, with an emphasis on their suspect and the last person reported to have seen Rob Piest, one John Wayne Gacy. And he assigned another officer, James Pickle, to help out. At 3 p.m., a fourth member of the force joined the team working on the case. A young detective, Mike Olson, came in early to help the others. He and Adams used a copy of the Maine West High School student directory, which had been given to them by the Piest family, to contact all of Rob's friends from school. The other officers used police channels and shoe leather to check to see if Mr. Gacy had a criminal record of any kind and for any other pertinent information about the case. By the evening of December 12th, the Des Plaines police knew the following about case number 78-35203 and the suspect, John Wayne Gacy. The black 1979 Oldsmobile that John Gacy drove, bearing license plate number PDM42, was registered to PDM Contractors Corporation, as was the Chevrolet pickup with the snowplow attached. Not a single friend or relative of Robert Jerome Piest had seen or heard from him since 9 o'clock the previous evening. Not a single friend or relative of Robert Jerome Piest considered him a likely candidate to run away from home. He had no recent troubles, no problems at school, no fights with girlfriends, friends, or family. He was a good student, an athlete, a hard worker, and a responsible young adult. Linda Mertes confirmed that she had spoken to Robert Jerome Piest about the fact that John Wayne Gacy said that he hired his new employees at a starting pay of $5 per hour. She had specifically, although jokingly, mentioned that Rob should get a job with Gacy. Kim Byers confirmed that Robert Jerome Piest had told her that he was going to talk to some contractor about a job just before he left Nissen Pharmacy at approximately 9 o'clock the previous evening. Elizabeth Piest confirmed that Robert Jerome Piest had told her that he was going to talk to a contractor about a new job just before he left Nissen Pharmacy at approximately 9 o'clock the previous evening. John Wayne Gacy had been arrested and convicted for the crime of sodomy in Waterloo, Iowa, and had been sentenced to 10 years in the Iowa Men's Reformatory at Anamosa on May 20th, 1968. He had been granted early release and had been paroled to Chicago, Illinois on June 19th, 1970. John Wayne Gacy had been arrested and charged with aggravated battery and reckless conduct on June 22nd, 1972, in Northbrook, Illinois. This case had been dismissed. John Wayne Gacy had been arrested and charged with battery on July 15, 1978, in Chicago, Illinois, 16th District, and said charge was pending and unresolved. Needless to say, John Wayne Gacy became the primary suspect in the disappearance of Robert Jerome Piest. There was evidence of both deviant and violent behavior in his past. As far as anyone knew, Gacy was the last person to see Rob. It was time to pay this guy a visit. It was time for Mr. Gacy to go on the record. After a 12-hour day, Officer Adams had family matters to attend to at home. However, he was replaced by Detective David Summershield, who was brought up to speed by the other officers. Somebody said it. No one remembers who, but it got said, and unfortunately, all agreed. We have to get this motherfucker. This son of a bitch is either holding, or more likely, has done something much worse to Rob Piest. No fucking question about it. Sometime around 9 p.m., exactly 24 hours since the last time anyone had seen Rob Piest, the 4 police officers piled into 2 unmarked squads. Kozenzak and Pickle in one, Olson and Summershield in the other, and screeched out of the dark garage of the Des Plaines Police Headquarters, headed for the home of John Wayne Gacy. They had no clue what to expect when they arrived. Rob Piest's body remained resting silently in the attic above the hallway in Gacy's house. Michael Rossi had worked for PDM Contractors for about 2 years and, along with David Cram, had become a trusted and essential member of John Gacy's contracting business and one of Gacy's best friends, in spite of the nearly 20 years that separated their ages. Rossi had learned enough about the business to run jobs on his own, thereby freeing Gacy to take in more work. He had begun his employment as a green 16-year-old kid, but had matured into an integral cog in the success of PDM Contractors. As one of the perks of his job, Rossi was allowed to use the company van, with the name of the company painted on the doors, as one of his personal vehicles. Rossi also drove a white 1971 Plymouth Satellite, which he had purchased from John. It was in the PDM van, however, with the tunes cranked up and cigarette smoke billowing from the slightly open driver's window, that Rossi arrived at Gacy's house at about 9:20 p.m. as planned. When he bounced into the circular drive in front of the house and the headlights of the van swept across the front yard, he noticed two men standing at the front door of the house. One of the men had his hands cupped on the sides of his face and was looking in the small, diamond-shaped window in the otherwise solid front entrance door. He also saw two matching unmarked Ford sedans parked in front on the narrow city street lined on both sides with parked cars. The two cars stood out. Rossi, like everybody else on the planet, had often thought that if the police wanted some of their vehicles to be unmarked, to be undercover, they might want to throw a set of hubcaps on them or allow the manufacturer to put a piece of chrome here or there on the damn things. The two vehicles parked in front of Gacy's house might just as well have said police vehicle painted in neon on the side doors. Rossi swallowed hard and wondered why two plainclothes policemen were standing on his boss's front stoop. Not for any particular reason. He wasn't doing anything wrong, not just then anyway. But Rossi just didn't like cops. A lone, old-fashioned, decorative streetlight burning on the front lawn of the house cast long shadows across the small yard as Rossi opened the creaking door of the van, exited the vehicle with a jump, crunched through the snow that blanketed the cold ground, and approached the two men. Christmas lights blazed on houses and in yards up and down the block. Gacy had yet to decorate. His house was noticeably dark. "If you're looking for John, he won't hear you. He's probably watching TV in the back room." Puffs of condensing breath accompanied his words like tiny clouds due to the crisp, wet December air. "Are you friends with Mr. Gacy?" Lieutenant Kozenzak asked. "Who's asking?" "My name is Lieutenant Kozenzak. This is Officer Pickle from the Des Plaines Police." Kozenzak showed a badge. "I work with John, and we're friends." "What is your name, sir?" "Michael Rossi." Just then, Detective Summershield appeared. He and Olson had been checking out the rear of the house. The detective signaled that Gacy was in the rear of the house. He had seen him through a window in the back. "Mr. Rossi, I'm going to ask you to wait here with these officers." Kozenzak pointed to Olson and Summershield. "Keep him here," he said to them. "Jim, come with me." "Is John in trouble?" Rossi asked. "We just want to ask him some questions." "You guys have a warrant?" Rossi sounded a bit like a brat, like he had watched way too many cop shows. This brought light chuckles from the officers. Then he was ignored. What Mr. Rossi didn't know or didn't understand when he asked the question was this: the police can walk up to any person's door anytime they want to, without a warrant, without probable cause, without an apparent reason of any kind, just like a Jehovah's Witness or a door-to-door roof repair salesman can. They simply knock on the door and proceed to ask questions as they investigate a case, and they can ask for the citizens' cooperation in their investigation. Often, they are doing this to exclude or eliminate a person from their investigation. Sometimes, they are hoping that a suspect will in some way slip up or give himself or herself away. However, when the police do act without a warrant, when they are at the early stages of their investigation, the cooperation by the citizen is voluntary. Therefore, the citizen can refuse to cooperate. When the two officers identified themselves, Mr. Gacy flashed his patented ear-to-ear smile and invited them in. "How can I help you guys?" Gacy asked, without concern. "I heard you at the front door, but I had to take a piss. What's up?" Thus began the first of what would later prove to be many, many face-to-face conversations between officers of the Des Plaines Police Department and John Wayne Gacy. This particular conversation, at times, got slightly contentious. Mr. Gacy continued to state with conviction that he had no idea who Rob Piest was, that he had not offered anyone a job, had not spoken to any employee of Nissan Pharmacy about a job, that he had been in the pharmacy on business, and when that business was completed, he left, alone. He admitted that he might have asked a male employee if there was more shelving in the back room of the store, but he did not know the name of the employee, nor did he talk to him or anyone else outside the store. He was sorry that he could not be of more help, but that was all he knew. When he arrived home after he left the pharmacy, he was informed by telephone that his uncle was near death. Later, his uncle died. That was what his attention was directed to for the remainder of the previous evening, and that was his primary concern at that moment. Kozenzak and Piquel were not so easily convinced. They had statements from at least two persons indicating that the man sitting in front of them so comfortably in his big black recliner was the last person to talk with their missing kid. They also now knew Gacy's criminal record. The conversation went around and around until Kozenzak began to suggest that Mr. Gacy accompany them back to the station to make a formal written statement. At this point, Gacy became emphatic. "I have a goddamn funeral to plan, grieving relatives to attend to. I am waiting for a long-distance call from my mother in Arkansas at this very moment. Arrangements have to be made. I can't leave." "Call her now," Kozenzak prompted. "Call her right now. We'll wait." Gacy, completely exasperated, feigned a call to his mother, knowing that she would not answer. "I have to wait for her call," he said. "I'll come down to give a statement later tonight if it means that much to you." "When can we expect you at the station, Mr. Gacy?" Kozenzak was not letting up. "I don't know, maybe in an hour or so." "We'll be waiting, sir. We need a statement from you. We have a job to do, Mr. Gacy." "Look, you guys can check out everything that I've told you. I was at Northwest Hospital last night. Then I was with my aunt, who just lost her husband, and her daughter, who just lost her goddamn father. Don't you guys have any respect for the dead?" As Officers Kozenzak and Piquel grudgingly left the house, they had absolutely no way of knowing that at times during their short visit to the home of John Wayne Gacy, as they walked around the house, they were standing just 2.5 short feet below the body of the very boy that they sought, and just 2.5 short feet above the most gruesome makeshift graveyard that has ever been recorded in the annals of crime. When only one unmarked squad car slowly pulled away and splashed through melting snow and ice on the unplowed, ice-rutted city street, and one repositioned itself and parked on an intersecting side street, headlights off, Michael Rossi went to the back door and confronted his friend. "What the fuck is all this shit about, John? One of those fucking cop cars is still sitting out there." Rossi had been slightly grilled about John by the other two detectives while they all waited out front on the circular driveway. "What do these son of a bitchin' cops want? Did you do something?" "Hell no. They're just looking for some fucking kid, probably a runaway. I don't know shit about it. They can't find the fucking kid. And they were asking for my help. Fucking cops. What did they know?" "Well, they were asking me a lot of weird-ass questions, John." "They're cops. What the fuck do you expect? Wannabe suburban cops. Don't pay them any attention. I'm going to make some calls about this. They are going to hear about this from their superiors. Motherfuckers." Rossi looked at his boss. He wasn't sure what to think. Being friends with John Wayne Gacy was never all that easy. He told so many stories. It was always hard to tell the truth from the bullshit. If you believed everything he said, you would have to be an asshole. How could any one person be all of the things that he said he was? One day he was a special auxiliary cop on some secret assignment. The next day a mob guy with ties to the highest levels of the family. It would be impossible. Rossi had learned to take his tall tales with a grain of salt. Rossi decided that he wasn't going to worry about that at the moment, though, at least for now. It seemed that the commotion was over. "Well, are we going to look for a tree?" Rossi said, trying to put the events of the evening behind him. It's too late now. But I'm going to get the ornaments down from the attic. We'll go tomorrow. Then Gacy smiled. Let's fuck with him. What do you mean? Fuck with who? You said one of their stupid unmarked squads is still parked out there. Let's fuck with them. Minutes later, as Officers Olson and Summershield looked on, Rossi walked out to his van, got in, fired up the engine, and slowly pulled up along the side of the house, out of their view. Then, he slowly backed up again and stopped. The two officers could not see what was happening on the other side of the van. Suddenly, both vehicles, the van and Gacy's big black Oldsmobile, took off out of the circular drive and tore off heading east down Summersdale, spitting snow and ice and fishtailing as they went. It all happened so fast that the two police officers had no time to follow, and by the time they did shoot down Summerdale in pursuit, both the van and the Oldsmobile had disappeared into traffic on Cumberland Avenue and were gone. Gacy aimlessly drove through neighborhoods without apparent purpose, and when he was sure that he was not being followed, he returned home and got started. He had promised to be at the Des Plaines Police Department in about an hour. There was no question that he was going to be late. But how late? That would determine if the sons of bitches would be back sniffing around, being cops, making nuisances out of themselves. John was committed to go and give them their damn written statement, but he had some things to do first. Once he was alone again, Gacy went out to his garage and picked up an old rolled-up orange rug that he had not thrown away, even though it had not been used for months and was worn and soiled beyond its usefulness. He lugged it into the house and unrolled it out on the floor underneath the attic trapdoor in the hall. He pulled down the trapdoor and climbed the telescoping stairs. He yanked and pulled at the inert object that had once been Rob Piest and positioned the body at the top of the stairs so that he could simply let it slide down by guiding it along the rails of the ladder. He certainly had no intention of lifting the fucking thing down. That had really been a pain in the ass when he was putting the kid up there. He certainly didn't look that heavy. He was a wiry little kid, for Christ's sake. I guess muscle really does weigh more than fat, he thought as he guided the body down to the floor and onto the rug, grunting and groaning, spitting and perspiring as he did it, while his little dog looked on with his head cocked, quite perplexed. Gacy left the body while he let the dog out into the backyard. He went to his car and popped the trunk. He returned, rolled the body of Rob Piest in the old rug, picked it up with one final colossal grunt, and waddled out to the trunk of his car. Once the body was safely in the trunk, Gacy relaxed. He let the dog back in and locked up the house. He drove out of his driveway, constantly checking his rearview mirror for sedans without chrome. There were none. He headed south on Interstate 294 to where it connected with Interstate 55 and drove south on 55 toward Joliet. The huge suspension bridge that spans the muddy brown Des Plaines River, where it intersects and churns 150 feet below Interstate 55, is bleak, unlit, and foreboding at night, especially when the traffic is light. It looms out of the darkness and suddenly fills the windshield when approached at high speed. The area surrounding the bridge is mostly forested and pitch black. The only lights in view are a mile away and just to the east, where a huge Exxon oil refinery, with thousands of small twinkling lights on the various odd-shaped structures and pipelines, glistens like a miniature emerald city in the distance. As Gacy approached the bridge, he began to slow well below the minimum speed limit of 45 on the interstate. A Peterbilt semi hauling cross-country grew in his rearview mirror, then thundered by with a windstorm in its wake, shaking the big Oldsmobile like a toy. He was just about to stop on the bridge when he heard a warning of a Smoky in the vicinity of the bridge over the CB. He immediately hit the gas and sped up. He exited at Arsenal Road a short distance ahead and maneuvered the long, dark cloverleaf, crossed over I-55, and returned to the highway in the northbound lanes, heading back toward the bridge. He searched ahead. Where was this trooper? Gacy then proceeded past the bridge again to the exit for Bluff Road. He again did a turnaround by crossing over the interstate. While on the Bluff Road bridge, he stopped. He looked both ways, north and south, and saw only the distant taillights of a truck getting smaller as he watched. There was no trooper, no Smokey as far as the eye could see in any direction. It was only then that Gacy realized that the Smokey in question was him. His car had the spotlights and antenna. His car looked like an unmarked cop car. He had designed it that way. It was approaching midnight and it was cold. December was taking hold in a big way, especially out there in the fucking sticks. Cops were waiting for him in the Des Plaines police station. He was late. If he didn't hurry, they would probably be back at his door, pestering him. Gacy was annoyed. He was sick of this whole exercise. It was becoming a bother. What a pain in the ass. What was he so worried about? He had done this before. He got into his car and floored it. He screeched around the cloverleaf and entered the southbound lanes again. He shot over the bridge at a dangerous speed and screamed back down to the Arsenal Road exit. He repeated his turnaround maneuver, only this time he accomplished it in half the time. He wanted to be heading north. He wanted to be headed home. Gacy screeched to a stop on the big suspension bridge at approximately the midway point. He popped the trunk and got out, grumbling and bitching like this whole matter was an enormous imposition on his time. He wrestled the contents out of his trunk and, with a gross, guttural yell that echoed through the night, flung it over his shoulder. He again waddled under the weight, and when he reached the railing, puffing and gasping, he hoisted his load up onto the top rail. John Wayne Gacy released the body of Robert Jerome Piest into the blackness below. The only sound was the howling of the December wind through the massive iron girders of the bridge. Then, seconds later, a distant splash. On his way back to the city, Gacy rarely let the speedometer dip below 90 miles per hour. The drive back was normally at least an hour without traffic, and he was trying to improve on that time. He wanted this business with the damn Des Plaines police to be over. He would give his goddamn statement and be done with it. He was very late, but Gacy intended to get to the police department come hell or high water. Interstate 294, also called the Tri-State Tollway, is actually a bypass. It allows truckers and travelers that are passing through Chicago to avoid using I-94, the actual interstate route, which slices right through the heart of downtown Chicago. The Tri-State skirts around the city to the west through dozens of densely populated suburbs. The area is much too populated to have the common style of rest stops along the roadway. So the state of Illinois has constructed Oasis-style rest stops, which are built over the tollway like a bridge, but with restaurants and gas stations and public restrooms. As Gacy screamed under the Hinsdale Oasis, pedal to the metal, a truck was exiting the Oasis and entering the highway, but had not picked up full speed. Gacy had to change lanes, normally a simple maneuver. However, black ice had formed on the pavement due to the midday thaw and the nighttime hard freeze. The big Oldsmobile began to fishtail. Gacy overcompensated. Suddenly, he was in a free skid. The car hit a snowbank, and it exploded all around him. The car continued to slide fully off the road and landed completely askew in snow, ice, and mud 10 feet from the highway. "What the fuck else is going to happen tonight?" Gacy screamed at the windshield. "What?" He wasn't hurt. He was pissed. Totally pissed. Here he was, trying to do the right thing, following through on this asshole cop's requirement that he show up and tell him the same fucking thing that he had already told him. And now this. What next? He took a deep breath got out of the car, and surveyed his predicament. As he walked around the car, with each step he took, his shoes poked through the thin layer of ice atop the snow and plunged into the sloppy mud underneath. What a fucking mess. He was stuck, no question about it. Good and stuck. Gacy went into the trunk and hoisted his spare tire out and put it on the ground in front of the rear drive wheel. He was trying to use this little Chicagoland trick to get traction, but it was futile. The clock was ticking, and his opportunity to get to Des Plaines was slipping away when at about 2 a.m., a tollway employee, Dennis Johnson, noticed the disabled vehicle. He pulled up and asked Gacy if he needed a tow truck. At first, Gacy resisted this. It cost big bucks, and he thought he could get the car out eventually. But upon reflection, he finally agreed, and a tow truck was called. It came 20 minutes later, and the car was winched free from the mud, ice, and snow. A report of the incident was filed with the Illinois Tollway Authority. It stated that at 2:30 a.m. on December 13, 1978, a 1979 Oldsmobile 98, bearing Illinois plate number PDM 42, was tended to and freed from a spinout at mile marker 29 in the northbound lanes of Interstate 294. At 3:20 a.m., Gacy presented himself, caked in mud and totally disheveled, at the front desk of the Des Plaines Police Headquarters and asked for Lieutenant Kozenzak. He was told that the lieutenant had waited as long as he thought was reasonable, but then had to leave. Mr. Gacy would have to return in the morning. Chapter 3. So there's no question about it. It's true. Mr. John Wayne Gacy left out a few pieces of pertinent information when he called me the first time. What I didn't know about my new client vastly outweighed what I did know about him. However, and I haven't mentioned this yet, John Gacy was my first client. He was actually my one and only client. Plus, I was intrigued by the puzzle he presented. Needless to say, I took his call quite seriously. Don't get me wrong, he wasn't the very first client that I had ever had in my life. It's not like I had never seen the inside of a courtroom before. I had. It's not like I had never represented a person in court before. I had. In fact, I had been living in courtrooms for the past 5 years. That's what you do when you work for the Office of the Public Defender of the County of Cook, State of Illinois. You live in courtrooms. You live there, you eat there, and often enough, you sleep there. Doesn't that title sound impressive? The Office of the Public Defender. Then, you have the really impressive part, the County of Cook, State of Illinois part. Sounds pretty important, huh? What the office is, in reality, is a conglomeration of disparate, harried individuals, most of them very new to the profession, scurrying here and running there like chickens with their heads cut off, overworked and underpaid, many of whom are asking themselves daily, whose friggin' idea was this? Men and women of all stripes that had finally come to the conclusion that perhaps they should have listened to that parent, that mom or that dad, who told them time and time again to become a doctor or a stockbroker, maybe a banker, anything but a lawyer. Son, or princess, they would say. The jokes they tell about lawyers are true. Don't you know that? People don't make those things up. They are true stories. Sharks, professional courtesy. You have heard the shark jokes, right? That is exactly what lawyers are. They are sharks. Is that what you want? To be a shark? But of course, we didn't listen. No one seems to listen to their parents at that age. And me, I was their boss. Sam L. Amarante, Supervisor, 3rd District Office, the boss of the entire disparate and harried troop. I had already done my years of harried scurrying, and I had been promoted, so I was their boss, At least I was until the day that I submitted my resignation. I had, in fact, submitted that resignation only a few days before I received the fateful call from Mr. Gacy. I had finally decided it was time to strike out on my own, to hang up the proverbial shingle, to become a private criminal defense attorney. I had done my internship. I had worked in the mill that was the PD's office. I had been trying cases for 5 years. Lots of misdemeanors, lots of felonies, a couple of murders, and it was time. So I leased an office in a building in Park Ridge with several other lawyers, friends of mine. I moved in a few sticks of second-hand office furniture that I picked up, including my first desk, which, if you've ever had a first desk, then you know, is a great feeling. I tacked up my diploma, license, and other lawyerly documents and mementos on my freshly painted wall. I put my wife and kids' pictures on the credenza, and presto, I was a criminal defense attorney for hire. When John Gacy called me, I was in jeans and a sweatshirt. I didn't have any clients to see because I didn't have any clients. So why get dressed up? I was so new at being a private criminal defense attorney, I still had a check or two coming from the PD's office for vacation that I had never taken. Therefore, when I say that Mr. John Wayne Gacy was my first real client, that would be true. Mr. Gacy called the right guy, though. I say that without blushing because I was absolutely dedicated to my job, passionate, immersed. In spite of the fact that my dad was one of those parents that wanted me to be a doctor, and that some people look down their noses at lawyers until they need one, that is. Then everybody loves their lawyer. In spite of the fact that being a lawyer is a 24/7 job that sometimes precludes what most people would call a normal life, I loved being a lawyer. Still do. It suits me. I'm not sure why Gacy called me. There was a lot of wild speculation by others about that. Did I chase the case? Did I steal it from the PD's office? Who was this young upstart, and why was he representing this guy? Why was he in front of all those cameras? Well, during my time at the public defender's office, I had met a lot of people. By coincidence, the Des Plaines Police Headquarters was in the same building as the 3rd District Office of the Public Defender. And I'm a likable, amiable sort, I guess. So, I kinda knew everyone, and everyone kinda knew me. That could explain why Gacy chose me to represent him. I was connected. I had clout. People might think that, I suppose. However, I choose to assume that it was because of my stellar reputation as an up-and-coming young trial attorney, together with my rugged movie star good looks and my winning, ebullient personality. Actually, I'm just over 5 feet tall and come from a long line of short, stocky, proud Italian men with gruff voices and easy smiles. If I shave too early in the morning, by 5 or 6 o'clock in the evening, I tend to look a little like Nixon did when he debated Kennedy. I've actually been mistaken for the defendant once or twice in the courtroom after a long day, so I don't know why he picked me. I guess I'll never know. He never told me, unless, of course, it was because he knew that I was an authentic, true believer. One of the last of the breed, and proud to be. I was also very active in Cook County politics, so I got to know many of the local politicians through political channels. Gacy was always impressed with that. I knew nearly all of the prosecutors. I had tried cases against most of them. The others I had met at political fundraisers or bar association meetings. In spite of the huge size of Cook County and the greater Chicagoland area, the legal community is comparatively small and quite tight-knit. Everybody's reputation precedes them. I had a good reputation, if I do say so myself. Gacy knew that. Maybe that was it. Suffice it to say, he called me. I was now his lawyer. In keeping with my promise to my new client, I started making some calls. At this point, I was doing him a favor just like he had asked. I had not been officially retained, but I was understandably curious as to why this guy, this pudgy, unassuming, glad-handing, small-time politician, was being followed around 24 hours a day by the Des Plaines police. This was an unusual amount of attention to pay to anyone except the most serious of suspects. The more I checked into it, with clerks and others, the more curious I became. Nobody, but nobody, was talking. If they knew anything, they were not saying. There was, however, a bit of a buzz about the case. Even the local press had become marginally interested in the missing teen from the northwest suburbs. Ra Piest. I finally called Assistant State's Attorney Terry Sullivan. Terry was the supervisor of the office of the state's attorney in the 3rd District. Essentially, he was my counterpart. He was the chief prosecutor in that district. I was the chief public defender. We had worked on several cases together and had become friends. Terry's a great guy, a big, tall, lanky guy with a head of thick, wavy, reddish blonde hair, a great smile, very disarming, lots of Irish charm. However, if you made the mistake of underestimating Terry in a courtroom, he would crush you like a bug. I had seen him do it. It was fun to watch some hotshot defense attorney who thought his shit didn't stink get his hat handed to him by Terry. He was a tough prosecutor and a good lawyer. After making a few preliminary calls, I heard that Sullivan was becoming involved with the Gacy case and was conversant with the facts. I figured he could help me. At first, we exchanged small talk. He asked me how I liked private practice so far, general chit-chat. He immediately clammed up, however, the moment he knew that I was calling about the Gacy matter. "Your guy is dirty, Sam. We are on him for this, and he's going down." Terry was not kidding around. "Terry, this guy is involved in Democratic politics. He's a damn precinct captain in Norwood Park, for Christ's sakes. He is a successful businessman. Everybody knows this guy. You're making him out to be some sort of hide-in-the-shadows kind of pedophile creep." "That's exactly what I am making him out to be, Sam. He's a bad guy. A real bad guy. I can't tell you much, but I can tell you that." Sullivan was adamant. "Look, if it turns out that you guys are right, it will all come out. But in the meantime, you guys are ruining his reputation. You are ruining his business. And all of this is based upon mere suspicion, because he happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. All we are asking is that you back off on the surveillance a bit, at least until you know more." "We know plenty now, Sam." "But you can't tell me what it is, right?" I was quite sure that Terry was using an old prosecution trick. Pretend that you know more than you do, and perhaps your opponent will let his guard down and give up information by accident. "That's right. You know how this shit works, Sam. I can't jeopardize my investigation. It's nothing personal." We volleyed back and forth without any kind of progress. Now I was truly curious and determined to figure out what was going on. "You do realize that you're probably forcing me to file a lawsuit against Des Plaines and all of the coppers involved. This is harassment, Terry, plain and simple. We will get a TRO. I cannot speak for my client without discussing it with him first, but I can tell you that I will be recommending it. I have no choice, Terry. You are leaving me no choice." "You do what you have to do, Sam." Terry Sullivan knew I would not make such a claim unless I meant it. Still, he was not talking. We were running out of things to say to each other. I had determined one thing for sure. Something serious was brewing concerning my new client, Mr. Gacy. "Keep me in the loop as much as you can, okay, Terry? I'll send you a courtesy copy of the lawsuit when we file it." "You know I will, Sam." Herb Valberding was the mayor of Des Plaines. I knew him through my work with the Democratic Party in the northwest suburbs. He took my call. When I was done talking with the mayor, one thing was clear. Gacy needed a lawyer. For whatever reason, there were forces that were targeting him for the disappearance of this teenager, and they were quite unmoved by arguments to the contrary. When I spoke to him by phone, Mr. Gacy was very upset. He told me that his house had been searched, that he had been kept in the Des Plaines police station for a period of time very much against his will, and that the police had seized 2 of his vehicles. Funny, Sullivan must have forgotten to mention all of that. I told Mr. Gacy to come into my new office at 222 South Prospect in Park Ridge. When he walked into my office on Friday, December 15th, 1978, at 11:30 a.m., Gacy was no longer just the political wannabe that told his tall tales and hung around the fringes of the Democratic Party in Cook County. He wasn't just the semi-successful contractor and founder of PDM Contractors. He wasn't just the precinct captain that had brought in more votes for the Democratic Party organization of Norwood Park Township than any other precinct captain. He wasn't just the registered clown, Pogo, that marched in parades and made little sick children laugh. And he wasn't just the primary suspect in the disappearance of a local teenager, one Rob Piest, who, for the record, I still believed was a victim of circumstances. Now he was something very different. Now he was only one thing to me. Now he was my client, my first. Gacy appeared in my office with that ear-to-ear smile of his, as if he didn't have a care in the world. He was upset and indignant that he had been subjected to what he considered mistreatment by the Des Plaines police, but he seemed unconcerned about the potential consequences of these activities. What all this might ultimately mean to him, not unlike what one might expect from an innocent man. We quickly caught up regarding mutual acquaintances and routine jibber-jabber concerning local politics and politicians. This part of the conversation, the small talk part, was over very quickly because we both knew why he was there. I got the impression that he knew this matter was serious, even though he was trying his best not to act like it. So, John, I don't know of a more pleasant way to put this. I am not going to try to sugarcoat what I'm about to tell you. It is clear, after having talked to several people regarding your concerns about being followed, that you are, without a doubt, a target. Let me rephrase that. You are the target of an investigation being conducted by the Des Plaines police regarding the disappearance of a local teenager, Rob Piest. Now, why don't we start by you telling me why they might think that you have something to do with this? This is bullshit, Sam. I know, John. I know it is bullshit, but there has to be a reason why these coppers, and at least one very persistent, very capable assistant state's attorney, have locked onto you the way they have, and I need to know what that is. Why don't you just start at the beginning and tell me exactly what happened? Gacy muttered and grumbled something about how he was an important man and this was a travesty and outrage. He wasn't talking to me. He wasn't talking to anyone. He was simply bitching out loud. He couldn't sit still, he was so angry. Finally, he began. Well, on last Monday, I had an appointment at Nissan Pharmacy to bid a job. Gacy calmed down as he continued to tell his story. We stayed in my office for 6 hours. I happened to have the time available. I also felt that under the circumstances, it was important to learn everything there was to know about Mr. John Wayne Gacy. Chapter 4. Procurement of a search warrant is not a simple matter. The Constitution of the United States requires that a showing of probable cause must come first. This is not always easy. The citizens of the United States do not take kindly to persons coming onto their property without a good reason. They sure as hell do not want police officers looking through their underwear drawers or the secret compartments and hiding places in their homes, reading their mail, and invading their space. Unless they have a pretty goddamn good reason. A search warrant allows the police to do just that, by the way. They may search anywhere that the delineated items in the warrant might be found. So, if the police officers are looking for something small, which could be hidden in any small place within the home, a warrant allows them to literally look anywhere they damn well please during the search. Therefore, a showing of probable cause can be quite a high bar. Even the most state-minded of judges takes this requirement seriously. For this reason, the drafting of a complaint for warrant has become a bit of an art form. For example, if the police are looking for a stolen car, and they have reason or probable cause to suspect that the said car is in a particular garage attached to a particular house, they couldn't very well justify the search of the house, or certainly not the drawers in that house, if they are looking for a car. However, if the keys to the car or the registration documentation are included in the items delineated as targets of the search, they can search anywhere that a set of keys or a set of documents might be hidden. Which, of course, means that they can turn the whole damn house upside down. Then, if they happen to stumble across a pound of marijuana or a bag of illegal pills while carrying out a legal search for the keys, well, so be it. Therefore, the officers investigating a crime and the prosecuting attorneys assigned to a case take great care in the preparation of a complaint for search warrant. When Lieutenant Kozenzak approached Terry Sullivan with a request that a warrant granting permission to search John Gacy's home be issued, of course, Terry agreed. Kozenzak did not have a good feeling upon leaving Gacy's house, and he was not shy in sharing his thoughts on the matter. By now, all the police officers working on the case and the assistant state's attorney were on the same page. They all believed that Gacy was involved with the disappearance of Rob Piest and that either he was holding Rob against his will or, and this was the nagging fear that concerned each and every investigator working the case, he had done something much worse to him. Assistant State's Attorney Terry Sullivan had assigned most of his day-to-day responsibilities to members of his very competent staff and had literally moved into the offices of the Des Plaines Police Department, lock, stock, and coffee pot, in order to devote his full attention to the Piest Gacy matter. And he brought with him one of his lead investigators, Greg Bedeau of the Cook County Sheriff's Police. Bedeau was immediately accepted to the team of Des Plaines police officers that were assigned to the case. Sullivan told Kozenzak to draft up a complaint for search warrant and submit it to him for approval. Kozenzak had to admit that he had never had occasion to draft one before. That is when Bedeau was dispatched by Sullivan to help out. As the days progressed, a cohesive team began to emerge out of the rather random group of investigating officers, many of whom had never worked together before, never even met. Of course, there were the standard clashes of ego and interdepartmental squabbles. These were tough cops from different divisions and different departments. That is to be expected. Standard pecking orders were being disrupted. Who outranked whom was sometimes in question. However, there seemed to be a higher purpose at stake that transcended the normal boundaries between individuals, the different divisions of the department, and between those various divisions and the outside help that was occasionally required. A unity of purpose began to overshadow all other elements. The city also had a group of young undercover investigators known as the Delta Unit that drove old beater cars, allowed their hair to grow out, wore mustaches and grungy facial hair, and jeans and ratty t-shirts, all in an effort to infiltrate the drug scene in that suburb, what the kids called narcs. This unit, made up of 3 officers, Ron Robinson, Bob Schultz, and Dave Hackmeister, together with their sergeant, Wally Lang, volunteered and was ultimately assigned to the 24-hour surveillance of Mr. Gacy and his associates. Mike Albrecht, who had previous dealings with Mr. Gacy and had been involved with the investigation from the beginning, soon joined them in their efforts. The help of Delta Unit was enlisted following the first visit to Gacy's house by Kozenzak, Pickle, Olson, and Summershield. Those men left that house with the nagging belief that something was wrong there. Something was very wrong. Therefore, a team was forming, a dedicated team with a single purpose: get Gacy. When Bedeau and Kozenzak put their heads together to draft the complaint for search warrant, they paid particular attention to the evidence that existed at the time. They called on the others for help. They wanted to include everything they had on this guy. They wanted to have the leeway to search every square inch of that house. They had a report about Gacy's arrest in Waterloo, Iowa, but they did not have the specifics. They wanted to know more. Let's face it, sodomy? They had to know more. This was a case about a missing kid. What they, together with the other members of the team, unearthed was not good news. Sodomy has always been a catch-all charge. It could denote any number of lewd offenses, things that lawmakers just didn't want people to do, plain and simple. In Gacy's case, however, it was quite specific. It seems that upon moving to Waterloo, Iowa, Gacy joined the local chapter of the JCs. He thought of himself as civic-minded and had been a member of the JCs in every town that he had ever lived. He met a man named Donald Voorhees, a state senator and local businessman. Mr. Voorhees had a 15-year-old son, Donald Jr. Gacy heard that Donald the Younger was known around town to be homosexual. Gacy approached this youngster and offered to pay him for sex. An unusual relationship grew between the boy and Mr. Gacy, which resulted in threats of blackmail and potential violence. Ultimately, it ended with charges being filed against Gacy. 10 counts ranging from sodomy to unlawful restraint and extortion. In spite of a pre-sentence investigation and report that recommended probation, Judge Peter Van Mitra in Black Hawk County, Iowa, sentenced Mr. Gacy to the maximum sentence of 10 years at the Iowa State Penitentiary in Fort Madison. A sentence that was converted to 10 years at the Iowa Reformatory for Men in Anamosa, which he didn't fully serve because, as stated prior, he was paroled to Chicago in June 1970. That was enough for Kozenzak and Bedeau. Gacy had an unsavory history with young boys. He had been to prison for committing sodomy on a young boy. Their missing person was a young boy. They scribbled up a complaint for search warrant and brought it to Sullivan. They took great care to make the delineated search items vague and generic so that they could search with abandon. They now knew, at least for their purposes, that they had the right guy. Gacy was a predator, a creep that had targeted victims just like the Piest boy in the past. He fit a profile. He was the guy. Chapter 5. Gacy sat across from me, well back in his chair, ankle on a knee, casually recounting the events of the past few days as if he thought all of this was a huge inconvenience, an imposition on his busy day. He certainly didn't come off as a person with a guilty conscience. I had interviewed hundreds of individuals that were suspects of a crime during my years at the PD's office. Maybe thousands when you think about it, several a day for 5 years. Often, the guilty ones lean forward on the desk with a sense of urgency, practically begging you to believe them. Their eyes often dart around as though someone is about to break in and grab them. Gacy, on the other hand, had relaxed. He and I could have just as easily been discussing last weekend's football game, or the state of the economy, or rather what was, in point of fact, the closing of a net around him, from which he would never be freed. There was something, though, something that gnawed at me. The guy just couldn't seem to get through a sentence without mentioning how this was all related in some way to how he knew that big-shot politician or another rich and famous guy. It seemed such a non sequitur, as if he really did not understand the gravity of the situation. He was detached, disconnected. There he sat, implicated in the disappearance of a human being, under suspicion for perhaps kidnapping, abduction, or worse, and he was nonchalantly going on and on about his political connections. He wondered aloud more than once why Chief Alfano, the chief of police in Des Plaines, had let this go on as long as it had. He knew the chief well, according to him. They had met at some function or one of the many fundraisers he attended. Eventually, the chief would surely put a stop to all this nonsense. It was as if he thought he was insulated from all potential harm because he had once shaken the hand of the chief of police of the city of Des Plaines, Illinois. He mustn't have read the papers too closely. In the state of Illinois, governors routinely wind up doing time. He recounted with great specificity the entire tale regarding his 2 visits to Nissan Pharmacy and his visit to Northwest Hospital to attend to his dying Uncle Harold. He gave me the addresses and the life histories of his Aunt Leonie, her daughter, and her brother. Told me how he went to comfort them on Monday night, all of it very plausible and very much verifiable. He mentioned Phil Torf and his brother Larry. He told me about Linda with the dark hair and glasses at the pharmacy and the short kid that he had asked about shelving in the back. He even told me that he had failed to meet with his business associate, Richard Raphael, and that he agreed to meet him and Gordon Nebel, whom he called Uncle Gordon, at 7 a.m. the following day. He left out the events that took place between 9:30 and 10 p.m. He also told me that he left the pharmacy alone. Gacy mentioned that he thought that the interest the police had in him might be related to drugs. He said that he did have a conversation with Phil Torf about the fact that Phil claimed to have grown some good pot on the roof of a building that he owned at Devon Street and California Avenue in the city. He was worried that some of Torf's employees had heard this discussion. However, he had spoken to the coppers on the phone, and they had been to his house twice now, and this had never come up. "Speaking of the cops having been to your house," I chimed in, "why don't you tell me about that?" "Which time?" Gacy asked blandly, as if the police go to everyone's house. "Both. Start with the first time," I said. Okay, I was sitting in my rec room watching TV when I hear a knock on the front door. I was expecting one of my guys, one of my foremen, Mike Rossi, and he would not normally go to the front door, but I still thought it must be him. So I didn't answer the door. I knew he would eventually figure it out to come to the back. I had to take a piss, so I did. When I finished, there was a knock on the back door. I did wonder what the fuck was up, because Rossi would normally just let himself in. I answered the door, and it was 2 cops. One says his name is Kozenzak. I let them in. No big deal. They say they are looking for some kid. I told them everything that I just told you. That's not good enough for them. So we argue a little bit. Nothing to get upset about. They say they want me to come to the station to give a statement. I told them I was waiting for a call from my mom in Arkansas. It's a long-distance call, I say. She's gonna call collect. Her fucking brother-in-law just died. Her sister's fucking husband, and I can't go. Did they say they were going to arrest you? I asked. Hell no. They were just being cops, trying to intimidate me. Fuck them. I would have called Bob Martwick or Chief Alfano before I would have left with those 2 assholes. They didn't know who they were talking to. I know people. It was okay, though. They were just doing their job. I told them that I would come down to the station later, and that seemed to satisfy them, so they left. Then a few minutes later, Rossi walks in. I didn't know it. but they had Mike cooling his heels out front the whole time, with 2 other coppers. They sent 4 cops to your house? 4 detectives? I interrupted a bit incredulously. Yeah, why? Well, that would be a little unusual, John. Not that it means anything necessarily, but it's a little bit unusual to send out 4 police officers, especially 4 ranking police officers, to take a simple statement from a potential witness. I was taking notes, wondering. This was a bit strange. Yeah, well, that was the first night they put a car outside the house. The fucking thing stood out like a sore thumb. They had a car parked just down the block. Rossi and I saw it. I see. Did they stay there all night? No, they left after a while. Did you go into the station to give a statement? Yes, but, well, Rossi had some pot with him, and after all the commotion, we decided to get high. Plus, I had a few drinks and a Valium or 2, so I didn't make it to the station until about 3:30 a.m. or so. By that time, no one was around to take the damn statement, so they told me to come back in the morning. Hell, I thought cops worked all night. That was smart, I said sarcastically. Did you go in the next day? Yeah, I woke up early, made some calls for work and some regarding the funeral arrangements. I went to get a haircut, but there was a line. 2 people were in front of me. I don't like to wait around, so I went over to Democratic headquarters to use the phone over there. I called the Des Plaines police and got connected to Kozenzak. I asked him if he still wanted me to come in. He said that he did. Why, I don't know. But I went right over there. I got there about 11:30 or so. I thought this was all a total waste of time. What else could I tell them? I had already told them everything I knew. They like to get you on the record. They like to get a statement in writing, I guess. Anyway, they put me in a conference room with a cop named Jim, the same one that was with Kozenzak the night before at the house. I told them everything that I have told you. The whole story, step by step. Now it was getting late. I had been there for over 2 fucking hours. I was starting to get pissed. I had a meeting at the funeral home. I had jobs going on that had to be checked. I had shit to do. They let me use the phone. I guess they thought that was enough. But sometimes they would all leave, and I was locked inside this room. Locked in. Did you feel like you were under arrest? Fucking A, wouldn't you? Did you ask to leave? Did you tell them that you had pressing matters to attend to? Sam, after a while, I was screaming at these guys. I'm not some kind of pussy. I'm not a fruit picker. I know my fucking rights. At one point, an assistant state's attorney, Terry Sullivan, came into the room and grabbed me by the arm. He said something about how they were not done taking my statement and that it wouldn't be much longer, that I should be patient. Patient? Patient? It was going on 3 goddamn hours. Okay. What happened next? I called Leroy Stevens. He's a lawyer that has represented me on my corporate matters, a few other things too. Nothing big. Then what? Leroy called Sullivan and told him to let me leave. I take it that this didn't work. I knew that a call from a lawyer would not have rattled Terry in any way. As I said, he was a tough prosecutor. Right. This time it was Gacy that dripped sarcasm. Then he went on. They had me locked in a room. No fucking bathroom in there, I might add, for so goddamn long that I finally laid down on the floor. I was going to take a fucking nap. Then a couple of hours later, Stevens gets there. By then, they had me in another room, where they were telling me to sign my statement and a waiver of my rights. Did you sign those documents? I told them to get Stevens in there. That was smart. What happened next? Well, there was a bit of an argument about that, but finally, Stevens told me to go ahead and sign the fucking thing, and he did what? I interrupted. This surprised me. I tried not to let on. It was not my practice to second-guess other lawyers. I wasn't there. I wasn't in that room. First, he asked me if I knew anything about this whole matter. In anything at all about this missing kid, other than what I had already told them. I said no. Then he told me to sign that fucking thing so that we could be on our way. Why? You wouldn't have advised that? I have no idea what I would have done. I wasn't there. But normally, I would not recommend that a client give a voluntary statement or sign a waiver. I like to let the police and the prosecutors do their jobs themselves. Why do it for them? They are professionals, right? They don't need our help. What difference does it really make? Look, John, everybody has heard about the scheming, low-life criminal defense attorney using trickery and loopholes to get their dirty, rotten, bad guy clients off scot-free, thereby unleashing them into our society again to prey on the defenseless. All of the TV cop shows and Dirty Harry-style movies put forth that message. And, unfortunately, many people believe it. Now, don't get me wrong. I love those movies, and nobody wants the bad guys in those movies caught and punished more than I do. I root for those cops and those prosecuting attorneys. But I live in the real world. And in that real world, it's not so cut and dried. What nobody hears about is that sometimes the prosecution does the same goddamn thing. Don't forget, prosecutors are lawyers, and lawyers like to win. They have plenty of tricks and loopholes in their own repertoire. And one of those tricks is to get some poor, unsuspecting, innocent sap to give a written statement in the very early stages of the investigation, often under a great deal of duress and pressure. Have them sign their name to it and stick it in a file. Then, a year and a half later, during the trial, if that poor sap, now the defendant, changes one word of their story as written in that statement, they wave it in their face and call them a liar, right in front of a jury. My job is to make sure that does not happen to the people I represent. So, normally, I advise against giving any kind of statement. However, there are exceptions to every rule. Plus, and one cannot diminish this fact, not every lawyer represents his client in exactly the same way. Who's to say who is right or wrong in their approach? One thing is sure in this case, however. You already signed the fucking statement. So the point is moot, isn't it? Yeah, I guess so. At this point, Gacy sat up and put his hands on the other side of my desk. He seemed to fidget a bit, ever so slightly. He was starting to lean forward out of his chair. What else happened while you were in there? I asked. Well, they had taken all of my personal possessions, my wallet, my keys, everything that I had in my pockets. When they gave everything back to me, they did not give me my keys. That's when they told me and Stevens that they were searching my house, that they had a search warrant to do so. Did they show you or Mr. Stevens the warrant? No. And then the motherfuckers told me that they were going to hold my car, confiscate my fucking car. I asked them how the fuck I was supposed to get home, and they all just looked at Stevens. Then, when I get home, I find out that they grabbed my pickup, too. This shit is getting out of hand, don't you think, Sam? What are my options here? Do I have any? They are following up on what they believe to be leads regarding their case. However, the mere fact that they have not arrested you tells me they have nothing solid. It may be time for us to sue them, or to go on the offensive. This is harassment, plain and simple. Unless you are not telling me something. Have you left anything out, John? I have told you everything that I can recall, Sam. Everything. I looked at my new client for a very long minute and then said, Okay, John, let's try to figure out what is making these guys so sure that you have something to do with this kid's disappearance. I want to know everything about you, not just what happened in the last 3 or 4 days. I need prior arrests, prior employment, prior marriages, family life, everything. Over the next several hours, he went on and on about his life. I learned a lot about my new client. John Wayne Gacy was born to the union of John Stanley Gacy and Marion Elaine Scow Robinson on St. Patrick's Day, March 17th, 1942, at Edgewater Hospital in Chicago, Illinois. His parents remained married until the death of John Stanley on Christmas Day, December 25, 1969. He grew up under the thumb of a domineering father of Polish heritage, a hard-working, hard-drinking man with a Jekyll and Hyde personality, who was the dispenser of harsh, corporal discipline, sometimes for no known reason, and whom John Jr. spent his entire life trying to please without success. John was a sickly, flabby, uncoordinated kid who was unable to perform at sports, unable to bond with the kids his age, and unable to shake his own nagging, overwhelming belief that he was an outsider and a misfit. This low self-image was routinely and continuously reinforced by that domineering, uncompromising dad, a man who would routinely refer to his son as a dumb and stupid sissy, a fag, a fruit picker, or worse. He was a middle child. His sisters Joanne Gacy Casper, 18 months his senior, and Karen Gacy Kuzma, 18 months his junior, were a countervailing force to their father's scorn and seemingly continuous berating of their brother. Together with their mother, John's only true source of comfort at home were the female members of his family. It seemed that John could never do anything well enough to satisfy his overbearing father. John was a hard worker. He began working at various odd jobs at the age of 14. He always was considered the go-getter of the group on any job that he ever had. When he was 18 years old, he ran away from home. I found it unusual for a grown man to tell me that he ran away from home, considering he was 18 at the time and of legal age to do as he pleased. I saw this as an insight into his personality, although I didn't necessarily know what it meant. It seems that John had saved enough money to buy a car, and he intended to buy a used car on his own. His father convinced him to accept a loan from him to buy a better car. In doing so, John's father maintained a level of control over his son. When John did something that John Sr. didn't like, John Sr. would ban John from using his car, the car on which a debt still remained, in favor of John Sr. One night, his father was exercising the power that he had over his son, and John decided to leave rather than obey. John drove to Las Vegas, Nevada. He arrived there with $36 in his pocket. He did not like the heat, however, and was already homesick when he had a blackout episode. He passed out in his car on a side street and was taken to Southern Nevada County Hospital as a result. The bill for the ambulance ride was, coincidentally, $36. Gacy went into the ambulance service office to explain why he could not pay the bill, and instead of encountering a dispute, he walked out of the office with a job. John worked for the ambulance company until they found out he was only 18 years old, too young to drive an ambulance. That did not deter John. He had met a man, Bud Bishop, at the Palm Mortuary while working at the ambulance company, and he was hired there. In spite of the fact that he was employed and making it in Las Vegas, supporting himself, he missed his mom, his sisters, and even his dad. After 3 months, he left Las Vegas and headed home. He was back living under his father's roof. As he spoke, I began to realize that he was telling me about a life lived without a connection to anything or anybody. He was recounting a life that he lived without knowledge of how to do so. Like a pinball, he just bounced from setting to setting. After he returned home, he began his adult career. His first real job was at the Nunn Bush Shoe Company. He claimed that he tripled the sales of the store in which he first worked. He was promoted to manager and traveled for that company in 1963. He moved to Springfield, Illinois in 1964, where he met and married his first wife, Marilyn, in September of that year. He joined the Junior Chamber of Commerce, JC's, in Springfield and rose quickly through the ranks. He ran membership drives, organized parades, basically volunteered for everything. He was chosen outstanding first-year member in his Springfield local, and he was chosen third among all members honored as most outstanding first-year member of the Jaycees in the entire state of Illinois. It was a happy time for him. His local Jaycees chapter also honored him as Man of the Year in 1965. He ran the largest Christmas parade in central Illinois that year. He was riding high, proving to his father once and for all that he was not the failure that his dad had always predicted he would be. Plus, he loved the limelight, the pats on the back, the attaboys. He couldn't get enough of that stuff. His father-in-law owned 3 franchise locations of the Kentucky Fried Chicken food chain in Waterloo, Iowa. The newlyweds decided to move to Waterloo in 1966, and John was trained as a manager there. Again, he joined the Jaycees. Again, he soared through the ranks of its membership. John was living the life of a successful young married man on his way up. He told me that life was not all perfect in Iowa, however. He said he did not like working for his father-in-law, and he was experiencing sexual confusion. He and his wife practiced wife-swapping during this time, but even that did not satiate him. He knew one thing, though. He hated homosexuals, and he was no fruit picker. Then, in spite of what he had just said about homosexuals, he proceeded to explain that while his wife was in the hospital giving birth to their firstborn, their son, Michael John, he had his first sexual experience with a man. The man, Adam Johnson, was an employee at one of the Roberts Brothers stores, the Nunn Bush franchise where John worked in Springfield. The two decided to celebrate the blessed event, the birth of his son, by going out scouting for chicks. A questionable decision to begin with. But that aside, after several drinks, Adam suggested that Gacy's approach to getting laid was all wrong. He said that Gacy had at best a 50-50 chance of finding a girl and getting laid. But he, Adam, had a 100% chance of having sex that night. Gacy certainly did not believe him, and, of course, he asked how that was possible. Adam said that if he struck out finding a woman to have sex with, he simply found himself a man. He punctuated this theory with a statement that a blowjob is a blowjob, doesn't matter who it comes from, man or woman. Later that evening, to hear John tell it, he found himself magically transported to Adam's bedroom, where Adam was putting into practice that very theory of his. John says he has no memory of how he got there. He said something about going for coffee, but it turned into more drinks. But he does admit that he accepted the act of oral sex being offered by Mr. Johnson, adding, "That didn't make me a fag. That didn't make me a goddamn fruit picker. I was only bisexual." John went on to explain that his second sexual encounter with a man was in 1966 in Waterloo with Rick, a young employee of the Kentucky Fried Chicken stores that John managed. Of course, he reiterated his abiding hatred for homosexuals after telling me all about Rick. My client was clearly confused sexually, I thought. Then he told me about a series of events that helped greatly to explain why the Des Plaines police, Terry Sullivan, the mayor, Herb Volberding, and others were so convinced that Mr. Gacy was involved in the disappearance of Robert Piest. My client explained that he had done time for the crime of sodomy in the state of Iowa. At first, Mr. Gacy described the crime as sodomy of film. I believe that John was so accustomed to marginalizing this matter over the years to others that he thought he could do the same with me. This was a mistake for 2 reasons. 1, I was a lawyer, and I knew that no such charge exists in Iowa or anywhere else. At least, I'd never heard of such a charge. And 2, Mr. Gacy had brought with him a stack of papers. Most of those papers were evidence of his many accolades and awards. However, among those accolades and awards were some of the charging documents and pre-sentence reports that were generated by the state of Iowa regarding that very charge. A perfunctory review of these documents made it clear to me that the charge was simply sodomy, together with a plethora of ancillary charges. I asked him what sodomy of film meant. He seemed to realize that I wasn't buying that description of the charge, so he launched into his story. One of the reasons that he was so very successful at attracting new members to the Waterloo chapter of the JCs, he explained, was that he made it fun to be a member. He made it a lot of fun. The parties that he arranged in support of his membership drives included the showing of heterosexual stag films, the presentation of live girly shows, and, in many instances, the use of prostitutes to convince prospective members that it would be a great idea to join the JCs. This worked, by the way. It worked quite well. After one of these parties, 25 new members tripped over themselves to join up in a single night. John had caused the membership of his small chapter to swell to levels never before seen in its history. He was toasted and proclaimed a genius by his peers. Everybody loved John. Apparently, he was not the only man in Waterloo that liked to kiss his wife goodbye as he left for a JC's meeting that could have doubled as a Nevada bordello. Once again, John was Man of the Year. He was planning to run for president of the whole group, and he had the support among most of the membership. He enlisted the help of a local politician and fellow JC's member, Donald Voorhees, a businessman and an elected Iowa state senator, to run his campaign. He wanted to be on the side of a winner, the winning team, John proclaimed. That is when John's super-duper non-stop train to Happy Town derailed. Mr. Voorhees had a son, Donald Jr. There was a rumor that the son was a known homosexual and that he was amenable to having sex with men for money. Gacy could not resist. He approached this 15-year-old boy and, as he tells it, offered to pay him for sex. The two haggled over the price but eventually agreed on the payment of $5 for oral sex. Gacy reports that he could not reach a climax as a result of this encounter and that Donald Jr. owed him one, to which the young man agreed. A relationship grew between the two, and they had oral sex on at least 2 other occasions, according to John. John became a friend to the father and a friend to the son, unbeknownst to either. At some point, young Donald needed money. He wanted to buy an amplifier, and he went to Gacy to borrow money. When Gacy insisted on sex, the young man threatened to expose their relationship to his father and others. The situation exploded into a scandal. Ownership of certain stag films, which were in the possession of the senator, was attributed to John. This resulted in accusations being exchanged between both parties, ultimately resulting in John being charged with several felony counts. John Gacy was sentenced to the maximum sentence of 10 years in prison. A pre-sentence report classified him as an antisocial personality, but he was still recommended for probation. Gacy lost his wife, his children, his good standing in the community. He lost everything. Most importantly, while he languished in jail, he lost the man he could never please. His father died on Christmas Day, 1969, and, in keeping with his prediction, he would always remember his son as a dumb and stupid faggot and a failure. We then discussed Gacy's plan to turn his life around after he was paroled. He had started a new business, which was quite successful, and he had re-entered society. Once again, he was becoming a respected civic and community leader, a precinct captain, the leader of the Polish Constitution Day Parade in Chicago. Hell, he had just recently been rubbing elbows with the president's wife, Rosalind Carter, for Christ's sakes. She was the guest of the city for the parade. They had been pictured together. John presented himself as a guy with a past who was just trying to put it all behind him and make a new life. And now this. Based on what I knew at that time, I had to believe him. What a sincere face he put on. Poor John. Before he left my office nearly 6 hours after he had arrived, John Wayne Gacy wrote me a check in the amount of $3,000. I had been officially retained. Chapter 6. As tedious as it is to investigate and then draft the documents necessary for a warrant, that is also how much fun it can be to finally execute one, at least sometimes. Come on, imagine being able to invade someone's home, break the doors down if you have to, and snoop to your heart's content. For some, that's heaven. After having the warrant signed by Judge Marvin Peters at 3:10 p.m. December 13, 1978, a team was dispatched to the Gacy residence armed with keys to the doors and imbued with a sense of purpose. They were like a pack of dogs on the hunt, sniffing here, poking there, in drawers and under cabinets, searching for something that would tie this creep to their missing boy. Some of the younger guys actually hoped to find Rob Piest tied up and hungry, hoping against hope that he would be found. The more seasoned among them knew better. There was seldom any good news that resulted from situations such as this. They were usually just fact-finding, evidence-gathering missions. David Cram was at the Gacy house, quite coincidentally, when the search team arrived. He was there in a work capacity to pick up items that he needed for the job that he was on that day. He was shown a warrant and a badge by one of the officers, and he explained his presence there. He then beat feet as fast as he could, glad that the officers did not detain him for any reason. They all knew that the owner of the house would not bother them. Gacy was being allowed to spin his endless stories, tell his tallest tales, and in general go on and on about just how important of a guy he actually was. Eventually, even Gacy got sick of this routine, although he did so long after the poor officers had tired of his spiel. Finally, Gacy started barking about going to appointments that he had. He had to meet with a funeral director. He had business to attend to. At that point, the officers at the station simply put him in a room, gave him a can of pop, and locked the door. He wasn't under arrest. He wasn't in a cell. He was in limbo, a kind of land that time forgot, while the team did their job at his house. Most of the officers who took part in the search of the house noticed a slight odor that was unidentifiable. It was faint, but it was there. It became somewhat stronger when the thermostat turned on the fan for the heating system. Gacy also had a little dog that yapped incessantly during the search. But such were the trials of the job. At least it wasn't a big one. That could have caused a problem. When the search was over, the following report was filed, and the items recovered were categorized and logged into evidence. The following is a list of items recovered by reporting officer on a search warrant served on the 13th of December, 78, at 8213 West Summerdale in Norwood Park Township, the residence of John W. Gacy. Telephone 457-1614. Located in the bedroom on the northwest side of the residence, on top of a dresser, which was against the south wall next to the closet, were 2 adult paperback books. Taken from the first drawer in that dresser, from a plastic bag, was 1 switchblade knife. Also taken, from a cigar box which had the name Swisher Naturals, a name of cigar, located in the second drawer of that dresser, was a clear plastic bag containing a crushed green plant-like material. Also, cigarette papers were taken. Taken from the second drawer was also 2 paperback books about gay people. Found in the middle of the top of 3 cabinets in this dresser was a temporary Illinois driver's license to a Michael B. Baker. It had a DL number of B26054258212. and the number on the license was 0784008. This was located in a Folgers coffee can. Taken from the top shelf of the closet, in the northwest bedroom, located on the left side of the top of the closet, were 8 brown envelopes containing adult books. Taken from the second drawer of that same dresser on the south side of the northwest bedroom, from a shoebox were 2 pictures that appeared to be of the same male subject. Taken from a dresser located along the east wall of the bedroom on the northwest of the residence, second drawer, were 7 colored adult films. This was on the left-hand side of the dresser. Taken from the right-hand side of the dresser in the first drawer was 1 Marlboro cigarette box containing crushed green plant-like material. Taken from a jewelry box located on top of this dresser underneath a TV was a Maine West High School ring for the year 1975 with the initials JAS inscribed. Taken from the bottom of this jewelry box was an Illinois driver's license to a James G. O'Toole, DL number of 034044754295. Taken from the middle compartment of the 3 compartments of the dresser in the northwest bedroom along the south wall, located in a box, was 1 brown plastic bottle containing 7 unidentified pills, blue in color, 1 red and blue capsule. Suspected 2 in all. 10 yellow pills, suspected Valium, and 3 blue pills, suspected Valium. Located in the second drawer of this same dresser was 1 clear plastic bottle containing 3 blue pills of suspected Valium and 4 capsules of amyl nitrate. Also from the second drawer was obtained 1 glass clear cigar tube with 4 green pills. Suspected Tapes. Also taken from the same dresser, top drawer, left side, was 1 dark brown bottle of suspected atropine sulfate, prescription number 8080-453477, made by Lilly, and had number 15 on it. Also taken from the second drawer in this dresser was a clear plastic baggie containing possible starter pistol blanks, located in the bedroom of the southwest corner of the residence, and a dresser on the north side of the room. Situated between the closet and the doorway was 1 pair of handcuffs and keys, located in the top drawer, left side. In the same drawer, on the right side, was 1 box for an Edge Mark Pistola, model 1949, caliber MM6, made in Italy. On the very top of the dresser is another small compartment, located when this drawer was taken out. In the left-hand corner in the rear was a white plastic bottle containing 21 pink pills of suspected Preludin. Located in this bedroom, behind the bedroom door, was a 2x4, approximately 30 inches in length, with 2 holes drilled in each end. Taken from the bathroom in a top drawer located to the left of the sink and along the wall was a 1 cc hypodermic syringe. Also in this drawer was a Swedish erotica film book with adult pictures. Also located was 1 red address book. In a cabinet above the toilet was 2 adult books, paperback. Located in the office area of the residence in a desk, which is just to the south of the front window in the top right side drawer, was 1 Brevettata 1949 caliber 6mm starter pistol. Located in the garbage in the kitchen were 7 Polaroid colored pictures of what appears to be drugstores. Also was located one plastic tag with the name Charo Raphael, President. RAFCO Incorporated, 831 Eastlake Avenue in Glenview, Illinois, 60025. Located in an utility room in the garbage was an adult paperback book. This is the end of the items which were recovered and inventoried in the search of the residence. Also found but not listed on the original report was a receipt for photographs, which had been dropped off for development at Nissan Pharmacy. This item was recovered from the garbage bag in the kitchen of the Gacy home. A supplemental report was filed regarding that item. The implications attendant to the items found in Gacy's house during the search go without saying. The suspect was either gay or bisexual, had drugs, drug paraphernalia, and what were potentially items of torture, weapons, and potential weapons. The consensus was quite simple to reach. What more proof did a good cop need? This guy was going down. Everyone agreed. As for Mr. Gacy, he had been released without being charged from the Des Plaines police station. Upon his arrival home, he was greeted by the aftermath of the search of his residence. He was shaken by the experience. His normally tidy home was in complete disarray. Before he had a chance to assess the mess or even really check it out to see what the police had taken from the home, he received a welcome call from his trusted employee and friend, David Cram. Gacy was particularly happy to hear from David because he had no desire to stay in the house. He was worried that he was being watched, and he was uncomfortable with the mess. He also wanted help with the cleanup. Although his car and his snowplow truck had been confiscated, one of the PDM vans was available, and he used that to go pick up David Cram that night. Cram was still shaking in his boots from his chance meeting with the Des Plaines police earlier that day when they came to Mr. Gacy's home to execute the search warrant. Gacy grilled him about that. Mr. Cram later gave a statement to officers James Pickle and Ronald Adams regarding the activities of the evening following the search of Gacy's home and other matters. After spending some time at the Golden Bear restaurant on Forest Preserve Drive near Harlem Avenue, where he and Gacy feasted on cheeseburgers and coffee, and David listened to Gacy grouse on about the fucking cops, they returned to Gacy's house. Cram tells the police officers what happened next and about a variety of other things. Officer: Did he walk through the house? Cram: Yes, he did. Officer: Where did he go? Cram: Crawl space. Officer: Down under the house? Cram: Yes. Officer: Did you see him go down there? Cram: Yes, I did. Officer: When he went down there, what did he do while he was down there? Cram: Okay, he seen the mud on the floor, complained about that, went into the crawl space with a flashlight, and the lights were on also. Went down in there, walked about, didn't even take a full step. He just went around in a complete circle and came back out. Officer: Did he walk around at all down there? Cram: No, he went down into the crawl space, crouched down, 'cause there's not much clearance to stand up under there. He went around in a complete circle. All he did was check it out, then come back up into the house. Officer: Did he go anywhere else in the house? Cram: Attic, bedrooms, bathroom, laundry room, kitchen, back room, every space in the house. Officer: And did he indicate that he found anything else to be missing? Cram: Just what I said. And he'd have to stumble over it, if there's anything else. Officer: Okay, what time did you leave John's house? Cram: Oh, about, I'd say, 1:30, 1:45, 1:30, 1:45, somewhere in there. Officer: Would that be in the morning or... Cram: Yeah, that would be morning, early. Officer: On which date? Cram: Wednesday. Officer: So, are we talking about... The early morning hours, would that be Wednesday or Thursday? Cram. The early morning would be on Thursday morning. Officer. Did he ask you anything about while you were in his house and the police officers were there? Cram. Yes, he did. He said, what were they looking for? What did they take? And also, they had a few bags. There were probably other bags because they were like mailing envelopes of some sort, brown, and he said those were the books. He said, were there about 5 of them? And I said, yeah. And he goes, what have they done with the books? And I said, they might have taken them with. Officer. Did he say what kind of books they were? Cram. He said dirty books. Officer. Dirty books. Cram. Like, that would be Playboy, all the way down the line. Who knows? Officer. Okay. Do you recall what time you left John's house? Cram. Approximately 1:45. Officer. Okay. Where did you go? Cram. We took a ride past the police station to see if his truck was. His car was left in the lot. Officer. Did he tell you what his intention was? Cram. Yeah. If they were there, that he wanted to pick them up, the truck up, because he needed transportation on the jobs. If the car was there, he was going to take that, so that either a truck or a van would be supplied for the men to haul materials and so on and so forth. Officer. Do you recall what time you got to Des Plaines? Cram. I wasn't paying attention to the watch, but I arrived home at around 2:30, give or take a few, 10-15 minutes anyway. And it had to be between the time I left John's house and the time I arrived home. And I live in Chicago, and it's approximately a 20-minute drive. Officer. And you said you left John's house at what time? Cram. It was approximately 1:45. Officer. Okay. You said earlier, I believe, that you left about 2:30, or am I mistaken? Cram. No, I arrived home at 2:30 or so. Officer. Did you have any more conversation with John after you got home? Cram. After he dropped me off, the next time I talked to him was on the phone the next morning. Officer. That would have been Thursday morning. Cram. Yes, Thursday morning. Officer. What time did you have a conversation with him? Cram. It must have been around 10 o'clock? 9 o'clock, somewhere in there. I talked to him on a job site. He was at a job site. He carried a radio beeper with him, and I had him return the call, requesting another job. Officer. Okay. Where were you working on Thursday morning? Cram. Democratic Precinct Headquarters, which is on Montrose. Officer. Do you recall what time you finished working at the Democratic Police Headquarters, or the Democratic Precinct Headquarters? Cram. Yeah. About 5:25. I called in on his radio or his telephone answering service, left a message, timeout 4:35, and went back in the office. Knocked over paint, had to clean that up, so it was about 5:25 when I left. So I called a cab from there. I arrived at his house at 6 o'clock, because I stopped off at the Hunger Dog on Cumberland for a hot dog or Italian beef, and I arrived at the house at approximately 6 o'clock. From there, I met with the lieutenant and other police officers. Officer. And what date was that? Cram. That was on Thursday. Officer. Did you work for John on Thursday? Cram. Yes, I did. Wednesday is when the investigation was, right? Officer. Wednesday is when the police officers were at his house. Cram. That's when it was. Wednesday, not Thursday. It was Wednesday when I worked for him. Thursday, I worked for the Fox Valley Shopping Center with Rich and Raphael. Officer. Did you have any conversation with Mr. Gacy at that time? Cram. Once in the morning, when he picked me up so I could drop him off at his house. He originally wanted to get a rent car with him and go pick up his vehicles at the police station, and he said he couldn't get his vehicles back, so he'd have to do it himself. That Richard would meet me out at Fox Valley Shopping Center. Officer: And what happened? How did you get out there? Cram: I took the van. Officer: And how did you get the van? Cram: From John Gacy. Officer: And how did you get to his house? Cram: John Gacy picked me up at my house. Officer: Do you recall what time you finished working at Fox Valley? Cram: Yeah, 11 o'clock at night. Officer: And what night was that? Cram: Thursday. Officer: Did you have any conversation with Mr. Gacy after that? Cram: No, I didn't. Officer: Did you take the truck home? Cram: Yeah, from Fox Valley Shopping Center at 11 o'clock, I rolled into his house to pick up a wheelbarrow and unload headboards. I picked up the wheelbarrow and proceeded home. Officer: Did you work Friday morning? Cram: Yes, I did. 7:30 in the morning, I met Michael Rossi at his house. He drove his own vehicle, followed him to North Avenue job. He parked his car at the North Avenue job, which is at North Avenue and Pulaski. Both of us drove over to a lumber yard, Southern Land Lumber, which is about 4 or 5 blocks from the North Avenue job. Picked up materials on the job, went back to the job with those materials. I picked up extra materials that was on the job site, that I dropped off at John's garage for storage, stopped off before going back to the North Avenue job for the second load. Stopped off and got gasoline, delivered the material from Century Tile, and what material was in his garage, I delivered that also. Brought it back to the North Avenue job. Made one more stop at Southern Land Lumber to pick up something. From there, I left the city to go to Fox Valley Shopping Center. Officer: Did you have any conversation with Mr. Gacy when you met with him? Cram: I ran into him. He pulled up in the driveway on the first trip out to his house before I stopped and got gas, and I was loading up materials from his house. Officer: And did he say anything? Cram: Well, he just asked me, has the police got in contact with you and stuff like that. Officer: Did he discuss anything at all about the police being at his home or related to his activities? Cram: No. He said that he spent the night at his sister's house. Officer: Where is that? Cram: Approximately in Carpentersville, somewhere around Carpentersville. Officer: Can I ask you about your personal feelings about Mr. Gacy? Cram: Well, it's hard to explain him. Sometimes he's the nicest guy in the world, and sometimes he's evasive. Officer: Has he ever indicated to you that he was arrested? Cram: Yeah, he said he was arrested for sodomy. I believe the word is. It's something to do with dirty films and stuff like that. Yeah, dirty films, I believe it was. And prostitution, I think it was prostitution. Officer: Did he say where the arrest took place? Cram: I believe it was Ohio or Oregon or one of the southern states down south. Officer: Have you ever known Mr. Gacy to have an argument with anybody? Cram: Oh, I argue with him all the time. Officer: I'm talking about physically. Did he ever fight with a person? Cram: Oh yeah. He and Michael Rossi were at Ma's bar in Cicero. Little Joe and they were out bar hopping. Michael, his friend, and John. John was driving his own vehicle. Now, this is just a story between the two of them, okay? Now, one has one story and one has another. They both coincide pretty well, but I wasn't there, so I can't say. But the story that I got was from Michael. John wanted to shoot pool, and he felt like he was being teamed up on. They were exchanging words, goofing around like guys do, and John took it personal and said, "Hell with you," and walked out of the bar. And he walked out into the street. John's version, he walked out into the street, drove around the block once, came back in. He double parked out in front of the bar, which was across the street from Ma's bar, was going to walk back in, supposedly, to give Mike a ride back to his car, because his car was parked on the north side. Michael was mad because he's stranded in Cicero, Illinois, and they also previously exchanged words earlier that day, had an argument. John pushed Michael earlier that day at a restaurant, and they went outside and had a discussion and came back in, buddy-buddy. Well, anyway, Michael had a few drinks and walked across the street, met John halfway in the middle of the street, knocked away 2 guys. One knocked his mother and went at John, where he proceeded to fight with John. John didn't strike no blows. He tried to hold Michael back. Michael swung at him, and John said the other guy, Michael's friend, hit him 3 times. And with that, John went to the hospital for a couple of days. Officer, do you know the name of Michael's friends? Cram, no, I don't. Officer, do you know what hospital John went to? Cram, that I don't know neither, but it should be on the police report. Officer, well, what police department was called? Cram, Cicero Police, and the court was being held at 1st Avenue and Highway 65, right there at that court building, and they gave Michael a year's probation. Officer, Mr. Gacy signed a complaint against Michael. Cram, signed a complaint against Michael and was going to have Ma charged with Dram Shop Act for serving. For having that on and so forth. But after Michael, this went on for about 2 months, I guess. Michael didn't work for him. Just before his court date, John called Michael up and asked him if he would like his job back. John's reason for this is no matter whether there is personal conflict or not. There should be no reason why I should penalize myself because of my job, because Mike knows the system. Mike knows the carpentry. So Michael accepted a position with John at $10 an hour. His salary and so on and so forth would be recorded at his job. Officer, do you know anything about the investigation that we are working on? Do you know what it's about? Cram, yeah. I from what I think, it's about some guy from Less On Drugs or something like that, isn't it? Officer, okay now, is there any reason for you to think that perhaps Mr. Gacy could be involved in this? Cram, well, like I say, John is a funny person, I mean, in my past history from associating with people that don't put nothing past nobody. Officer, is there, in your knowledge, anything about Mr. Gacy that would cause you to believe that something similar to this might have happened before? Cram, well, he is a bit of a bragger, so on and so forth, and he lives in a fantasy world, I believe. Now, how much is fact and how much is fiction, that's left up to the individual to decide, but he claims that he does work for syndicate and so on and so forth, But that's neither here nor there. I don't have actual proof of the individuals, actual proof that I could come right out and stake my life on it. Officer, has he ever told you that he has been involved in something like this before? Cram, yeah, he said he was, Officer, what does he say? Cram, well, he said well, let's see if I can get this right. He said he set people up before, and he's just a few things, just basically like that. Officer, did John have any statement to make to you about whether or not he was involved in this? Cram, yeah. He said I did not have nothing to do. I swear to you that I had nothing to do with this guy. Officer, did he lead you to believe that perhaps he was involved with somebody else. Cram. Yeah. You could come to that assumption. Officer. Can you talk about that a little more? Cram. Well, just by the way, I don't know. Imagine an innocent man would he would get a little pissed off at the whole matter rather than being shaken by it. Okay, I realize that it is a serious charge and everything, but why would he be upset as far as nervous and drawn out and, go spend the night at his sister's house and be afraid of his own shadow, more or less? Like I said, it's a personal opinion. Officer. Have you ever found anything suspicious around his home or property? Cram. Well, okay. He's had a couple of wallets in the garage, with identification in it. The identification was a driver's license, library card, a military ID, maybe from the Army Reserve or something like that. That was a little while back. School ID, college ID. I believe it was from DeVry Tech. I believe that's where it was from. DeVry Tech School ID. Officer. Do you recall any names on this identification? Cram. I can't think of the names, no. Officer. Now, how many wallets did you find? Cram. About 3. Officer. Where were they? Cram. They were in the cabinet, garage, and the storage, where he keeps his nails and keeps his office supplies and just little junk, more or less. Officer. How long ago did you see these wallets? Cram. About 6 months after I was working with him. Officer. Did you mention finding these wallets to Mr. Gacy? Cram. Yeah, I asked him if I could use the ID. He said I was underage, so on and so forth, and to go out with my older partners to go drinking. He said, no, you don't want those. Officer. Did he say why? Cram. He said 'cause they were some people that were deceased. Officer. Would you repeat that? Cram. Deceased. No longer living. Okay. David Cram. Not a brain surgeon, and so on and so forth, But David provides significant insight into the personality of John Gacy. Who was this guy? What was he like? What did his friends say about him? If it were not for Mr. Cram, a sizable piece of that puzzle would be missing. Chapter 7. When the Delta Unit first began their 24-hour surveillance of Mr. Gacy, he would lose them pretty much at will. The team was trying to remain inconspicuous. This didn't work well at all. They would be parked in some inconspicuous place, hidden down the street from his house, and Gacy would hurry out of the front door, jump into his car, and tear off, fishtailing on the wet ice as he went, and disappear into traffic on Cumberland Avenue, before the guys could get their car out of park. The members of the team decided that they couldn't care less if Gacy spotted them or if he knew that he was being followed. Their job was to keep Gacy in sight, not to play private detective. This not only solved the problem, it gave rise to one of the most unusual surveillance scenarios in the history of modern police work. Before long, Gacy was having drinks with the members of his surveillance team, while they were surveilling him. Friday, December 15th, was one of the days that Gacy had completely eluded the surveillance team. Gacy could have been on the moon for all they knew. They had actually alerted the authorities at O'Hare Field in an effort to thwart any attempt by Gacy to leave the country. The team was determined to make this time the last time that they allowed this to happen. They had been embarrassed once too often. They each took an unmarked squad car and set out to find Mr. Gacy. At about 1 o'clock that afternoon, Wally Lang recognized Gacy's rental car parked outside of my office while my client was inside speaking with me, during those 6 long hours, and he, Lang, immediately alerted the others. They all converged on 222 South Prospect. The city of Park Ridge is approximately 5 miles due north of Gacy's neighborhood in unincorporated Cook County. At 5:30 p.m., when John left my office, the guys from the Delta unit were out in full force. 3 cars were waiting for him to leave. One with Wally Lang inside, one with Bob Schultz, and one driven by Ron Robinson. Gacy and I agreed that I would follow him too, or, in the event that we got separated, meet him at Uncle Gordon's, the home of Gordon Nebel, one of Gacy's closest friends and business associates. We were about to get separated. Mr. Nebel lived on Lawrence Avenue in the suburb of Norridge, very close to Gacy's house and not far from where I lived with my wife and kids. Therefore, it would stand to reason that Mr. Gacy would travel south on Cumberland Avenue to get to Uncle Gordon's. It was the easiest and most direct route. I was about to discover that my new client was sometimes a bit unpredictable, and that he had absolutely no aversion to fucking with the cops. When Gacy saw that 3 unmarked squads were glued to his rear bumper, he slammed on his brakes in the middle of Friday evening rush hour traffic and, with tires screeching, pulled a U-turn and tore off northbound, bouncing over a curb in the process and waving the middle finger salute at his tails as he roared by them in the other direction. Not to be outdone, Ron Robinson immediately cranked his steering wheel hard to the left, thereby blocking the considerable amount of traffic approaching in the northbound lanes of Cumberland Avenue and pissing off a slew of unsuspecting, homebound commuters. Tires screeched, horns blared, tempers flared. No more Mr. Nice Guy on the part of Robinson or the other Deltas. This maneuver allowed Lang and Schultz to clumsily turn around and tear off northbound in pursuit of Gacy. Robinson quickly followed, and now the whole caravan was northbound, speeding crazily in the wrong direction. Welcome to the private practice of criminal law, Sam. Gacy dragged his ragtag tail around the northwest suburbs of Chicago for a while, driving as though he was begging to get pulled over. The Deltas simply hugged his rear, clearly making the statement that Gacy was under surveillance and that, if there was any doubt left, it was in no way any kind of a secret anymore. There had previously been such standoffs between Gacy and his tails, but this was a line in the sand being drawn by the Delta unit. No longer would Gacy be able to shoot off on errant frolics of his own. Wherever he went, they would also be. It actually became a game that both sides played with relish. I took my sweet time. I wasn't going to be lulled into some kind of road race with this crew. When I arrived at the home of Gordon Nebel, I saw at least 2 unmarked squads, and I was pretty sure that a woman who was hanging around was also watching Gacy. I was wrong about that one. Gacy was inside Nebel's apartment. I walked up to Schultz, who was sitting in his car smoking a cigarette. "Hi," I said. "I'm Sam Amarante." "I know who you are, Sam. You left the PD's office, eh?" "Yeah, and I'm going to be representing Mr. Gacy. He knows that he is being followed." This elicited a long chuckle from Schultz. "Yeah, I would say that he does," he said through intermittent laughter. I had to chuckle too. I handed him one of my freshly printed business cards and asked that I be called if any kind of an arrest was made. He said he would see to it. When I arrived home that night, I took stock. I had my first client, and he seemed to be a doozy. He certainly had his problems, but, as it turned out, I had problems of my own. My oldest son, Sammy, was sick. Not just a case of the sniffles sick. He was go-to-the-hospital sick. He had a high fever, and he was lethargic. And as new parents, my wife and I were beside ourselves with worry. I thought that the PD's office was a pressure cooker. I was learning that private practice had its very own brand of stress. You cannot call in sick when you, alone, are the entire staff. My wife Mary and I took our Sammy to the nearby Resurrection Hospital, and we took our newborn, Jimmy, to my mother's. Thank God for her. Thus began a parent's worst nightmare, the waiting. We set up a schedule whereby my wife would spend each day sitting with our son, and I would spend the nights. I would catch a nap in a chair next to my son when I could. As I sat in an uncomfortable hospital chair during the wee hours of the morning on that first night of what would prove to be many long nights to come next to my infant son, I thought about the craziness of the day. I had nagging questions. How could my client be guilty of this? He was a well-liked, gregarious ham of a guy who certainly didn't hide in the shadows. He was a successful businessman. He had won awards and accolades from his peers everywhere he lived, everywhere he went. He was no angel, that was true. He sure as hell couldn't drive worth a shit. He was a menace behind the wheel. Plus, he did have a past. Sodomy, for Christ's sake. That nagged at me. However, Gacy's past could just as easily be the explanation for why the police and the prosecutors had made this honest mistake. If I were investigating this case, I would be drawn in the direction of this suspect, no question. He was there at the drugstore, and he had done time for this creepy fucking crime. I would be all over him. But when would he have had the time to be involved in some kind of elaborate abduction of this teenager? He was at Northwest Hospital with his relatives. If John was involved, where was this kid? The cops had been over his entire house with a fine-tooth comb, hadn't they? They followed him wherever he went. They knew his every move. When all was said and done, it didn't matter, really. A defense attorney doesn't have that luxury. If we waited for that client that was pure as the driven snow, we would be very lonely people. Police officers do make mistakes, but they don't make that many mistakes. 95% of the people that walk into a lawyer's office did exactly that with which they are charged. That's no secret. There are no Perry Masons. Lawyers sometimes represent guilty people. When your Uncle Charlie got that DUI last year, he was actually drunk as a skunk when he got it. When your sweet angel Susie, the apple of your eye, your one and only daughter, the one that looks just like your dear departed mother, was charged with possession of marijuana the other day, she was high as a fucking kite when it happened. Sorry. People make mistakes. People can do terrible things without being terrible people. My job is not to judge. My job is to make the state prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. That is our system, the absolute greatest system on earth. A system that is the envy of the civilized world. Let other countries lop off the fingers of suspected thieves without a fair trial. Let other countries stone alleged adulteresses to death in the street. Let other countries make their defendants prove their own innocence against the overwhelming power and presence of the state. I'll stick with this country, and I would gladly die in the defense of that system of justice. Hundreds of thousands of good men have. I was a Marine, and once a Marine, always a Marine. I had taken that oath. We as a nation don't do everything right. Our history is fraught with blunders. But we got that part right, the part about innocent until proven guilty. On that, we were right as rain. Right as right can be. Sometimes people don't fully understand that. That's okay. I understand it. And that was all that mattered then. I loved my father. He was my hero, simple as that. He didn't have an Ivy League education or a big fancy job in one of the towers of industry. He just worked hard every day, loved his wife, took care of his kid, put one foot in front of the other, day after day. But maybe my old man did make one tiny mistake. He didn't make many, but maybe he did make just this one. He wanted me to be a doctor because he didn't like lawyers. But maybe it wasn't so bad to be a lawyer. I didn't think so anyway. I was proud. I was an intricate cog in that very system that I would defend with my life. And I had my very first client. I looked at my own son and thought of the Piest family. What were those poor parents going through right now? My son was ill, but he was right there beside me, and he was receiving the constant care that he needed. What would it be like to not know where he was, not know whether he was alive or dead? I couldn't fathom it. The thought of it made me shudder. I had almost dozed off when Mary walked in with a nurse. "How's he doing?" she whispered. "At least he's sleeping," I said. I smiled at the nurse. "Did you get any sleep?" My wife was concerned. She was looking in my eyes. I could see it. "Some," I lied. "Well, you can go. Try to lay down before you go to the office." "I will," I lied again. I kissed my son, I kissed my wife, and I left the hospital, ready to do battle. The sun was just peeking over the blue water of Lake Michigan 9 miles to the east. It was dawn on the first full day of my representation of Mr. John Wayne Gacy. I was walking alone through the parking lot to my car, and I realized just how alone in the world I really was. If it was true that Gacy had done what they thought he did, then he was not going to have anyone on his side. I would be criticized for defending him, but I would be his one and only voice. I was just one guy. I felt the endless sprawl of the great city of Chicago all around me. I was a dot. I felt the miles of corn and the quaint little towns out there in the vast state of Illinois. I was a speck. I knew that the world would find it hard to appreciate my position. Perhaps many would not understand. That was okay with me, though. I knew my job. I had a job to do, and I knew what it was. If the people of the state of Illinois thought my client was guilty of these horrible charges, these accusations, then they were just going to have to damned well prove it. Chapter 8. I remember saying it when we were walking out of my office. I did say it. I had no way of knowing, however, that he was going to take me quite so literally. I said it, though, so I'm to blame. I said, "John, call me anytime." From that day forward, I talked to John Gacy more than I talked to my wife. I needed to find out everything that I could about the investigation of my client. I talked to John about Leroy Stevens. Stevens had represented Mr. Gacy's corporation, PDM Contractors. He had also worked with John on some relatively minor scrapes that John had gotten himself into. I determined that Mr. Stevens was on a weekend hunting trip, and I would have to wait until Monday to speak to him. I talked to everyone I could think of that might have information about the case. One thing that became clear as a result of this preliminary investigation: elements of the press were becoming interested in the story. One of the suburban papers, the Daily Herald, was running stories about Rob Piest as a missing person. They had also gotten wind of the Gacy angle. Although the Herald was a strong publication, it had regional editions that were specific to certain segments of Chicagoland, referring to the greater Chicago metropolitan area. Many of the stories were quite local in nature. Not every story that was reported in the south suburbs was reported in the north suburbs. Therefore, the story had not yet spread to all of their editions. However, I also determined that a reporter from Chicago's ABC affiliate, Channel 7 News, Sylvia Cisneros, had been speaking with Terry Sullivan about the case. Chicago is the third largest television market in the United States. If the press grabs hold of a story and slants it a certain way, the public believes it. If Channel 7 reported the story and named John Wayne Gacy as the primary suspect in a case concerning a missing teenager in the Chicago suburbs, it could then be reported nationally. If that happened, my client's thriving construction business would be history. And it would not matter one whit if he did it or not. Perception has a funny way of becoming fact in our society. I began to research the law regarding temporary restraining orders and police harassment. If a story concerning the harassment of a citizen by the police was reported instead of one about a missing teen, that could save my client's business. The Des Plaines Police, however, together with the entire prosecutorial arm of the state of Illinois, had other ideas. The items found as a result of the execution of the first search warrant of Mr. Gacy's home were bearing fruit, as were other items of information that the investigation had unearthed. The investigation of one Robert Jerome Piest, a missing teen from Des Plaines, Illinois, was about to take on a life of its own. And the participants in that investigation would never be the same again. A young man named Jeffrey D. Rignall had reported an incident that allegedly occurred on Chicago's near North Side. Mr. Rignall was a resident of the state of Florida, but he claimed that he was visiting a friend here in Chicago. He said he was walking alone at approximately 1:30 a.m. on March 22, 1978, when he was picked up by a man in a black Oldsmobile with spotlights on it. He and the driver drove around the side streets in the Lincoln Park neighborhood and shared a joint. According to Mr. Rignall, when the marijuana was gone, the driver suddenly covered Rignall's mouth and nose with a rag that was soaked with a substance that caused him to pass out. When he awoke at 4:30 a.m., he was lying behind a statue in Lincoln Park with burns and bruises to his face and pain and bleeding from his rectum. He felt that he had been raped, although he had no recollection of the experience. Rignall actually went so far as to take matters into his own hands. He rented a car and cruised the area where the incident took place. He finally saw the car that he was sure he had gotten into that night. It was a black 1979 Oldsmobile with spotlights on its doors, bearing the license plate number PDM 42. John Wayne Gacy was arrested for battery 4 months later on July 15, 1978. The case was still pending in court. During the first search of the Gacy house, the team recovered a Maine West High School class ring with the initials JAS engraved on it. By coincidence, Maine West High School was where Rob Piest was a student, and that intrigued the hell out of the boys in Des Plaines. Was there a connection between the Piest boy and the owner of that ring? John Wayne Gacy had no children living with him in the house, nor had he ever had a child or relative that attended Maine West High School. Where the hell did the ring come from? Through diligent detective work, actually it was a process of elimination, which students had the initials JAS and where were they? It was discovered that the ring belonged to a student named John Cizik. A quick investigation into the whereabouts of Mr. Cizik determined that John Cizik was last seen on January 20th, 1977. He was another missing person. Now, there were 2 missing young men connected to Gacy, and one that claimed that Mr. Gacy had raped him. What had started out as a simple missing person case was expanding into something much more sinister. Then Michael Rossi called the Des Plaines Police Department. He had been interviewed as part of the investigation, and it seems that he decided to cooperate more fully. Maybe he talked to a lawyer, or maybe he talked to his wife, who knows. However, he had information that made your skin crawl. Gregory Godzik, 17 years old when he disappeared, was last seen December 12, 1976. Young Mr. Godzik once worked for John Gacy. Finally, and perhaps the most frightening of all, James Mazzara, who once worked for Mr. Gacy, was found floating face down in the Des Plaines River, approximately 70 miles southwest of the city of Chicago. When the investigators talked to Mr. Gacy's former wife, Carol, she told them that a person that previously worked for John, a person whom she always liked, might be someone with information for them. The young man's name was John Butkovich. Only problem, nobody had seen him in quite some time. When asked, Gacy had said that Butkovich had left town. The eerie, frightening, nagging, undeniable truth was this. If you were a young man and you had a connection to John Wayne Gacy, chances were that you might turn up missing in short order. The investigation had turned from a search for an individual, a single missing person, to a full-on murder investigation centered on several cold case files from all over Cook County. However, the team remained tight-lipped about what they knew because they did not want to tip off Gacy before they had the necessary evidence to arrest him. They also did not want me to go running into court and get a restraining order that could cripple the investigation. They did not want this story to explode in the press or, in some other way, get back to Gacy, because they didn't want him to flee the jurisdiction. But the names Piest, Rignall, Cizik, Godzik, Butkovich, and especially Mazzara began to haunt the dreams of each and every member of the investigation team. Chapter 9. When the police investigate a crime or pick over a crime scene, they never know which tiny piece of evidence will be the piece that finally tips the scales, that cinches it once and for all for the prosecution and convicts the defendant. So they bag everything. They try to leave no stone unturned, no speck or hair or fiber uncollected. Such was the case with the execution of the search warrant on Gacy's home. The circumstantial evidence against John Wayne Gacy was mounting. Gacy had a past that involved untoward advances on a young boy. Missing employees and others with complaints connected to Mr. Gacy were turning up like bad pennies. Claims that Mr. Gacy had committed violence against others, sometimes with a sexual intent, had come to light. This information was quite sufficient for the team investigating him. They knew they had the right guy. Unfortunately, no item of evidence that had been discovered so far had tied Mr. Gacy to Rob Piest. And after all, at present, this was a missing person investigation. The team was supposed to be finding out what happened to Rob. During the search of Gacy's home, Lieutenant Kozenzak noticed a small piece of paper sticking out of the kitchen garbage bag. It was orange in color and had a serrated or perforated edge where it had been torn from the other side of a form. It was a receipt for photo development. When you drop off film to have it developed, you get a receipt. It was that kind of receipt, and it had a number on it, 36119, along with the name and address of Nissen Pharmacy stamped on it. Naturally, this begged the question. Did Gacy have his pictures developed at Nissen Pharmacy, a store that was nearly 10 miles from his house? This was an interesting question, because it seemed unlikely that anyone would travel that far just to have pictures developed. There were places to have pictures developed on nearly every corner, weren't there? Maybe Gacy simply wanted to do business with a potential customer of his. One hand washes the other, and all that. But if not, if that receipt was not Gacy's, then whose was it? It had certainly been recently discarded. It was lying on top of all of the other trash. Other questions plagued the nights of every person involved with this case. Many, many questions, very little time. When Terry Sullivan heard me say that I was considering, or more precisely, that I was recommending a petition for a TRO, he knew that he had a very specific time configuration. A TRO would seriously gum up the works for his investigation. Not only would he and his men lose the ability to follow Mr. Gacy wherever he went, it would, in some sense, shift the burden to the state to show that they were not harassing Gacy. Complaints for search warrants might come under a bit more scrutiny. The filing of any document or petition in court is by definition a public record, as are the hearings that flow from the filings. Once I filed documents in court, the press could discover all this information and report on his every move. Witnesses could be put on notice that they didn't necessarily have to talk to his investigators. Those witnesses might run out and get their own pain-in-the-ass attorneys. Nothing worse than a bunch of goddamn defense lawyers milling about, looking over your shoulder. Terry turned the intensity of the investigation up to 11. Members of the investigation team were running themselves ragged. Long hours and total dedication to what had become a cause, a mindset among the team. This was the norm. Wives and children temporarily lost Dad. Where was Dad? He was working. When would he be home? When the case he was working on was finally over. For the officers that had no families at home, the investigation became pretty much 24/7. They slept when they could. They would get a good night's sleep when this creep was behind bars. Investigators headed out in every direction to chase leads. Officer Adams went with an Officer Kautz to speak to the parents of John Cizik. They spoke to Mrs. Richard Cizik, his mom. She told them her son was last seen January 20th, 1977, almost 2 years prior. She explained that she and her husband had searched for their son to no avail. They had gone to his apartment and found that it was undisturbed, that no foul play was evident. But it was also clear to them that their son had no plans to leave town. The apartment had all of his things in it. There were even tax forms, which were half completed, laid out on a table. John was in the middle of filing his taxes for the year 1976. That was certainly not indicative of a person planning to leave town. The Ciziks paid the rent for the month of February on their son's apartment and left things as they were for their son, believing that he would return. However, they were told by the Chicago police officers that were assigned to the case that John had been seen since January at various places. These spottings are common in missing person cases. This erroneous information that had turned up during the Chicago police investigation did two things. It gave the Ciziks hope. They believed that John was somewhere and would someday be in touch. It also caused the investigation of John Cizik's disappearance to be dropped to a very low priority. Why would the police keep looking for a person that was alive, but obviously did not want to be found? The Ciziks waited through the month of February, but when no word came from their son, they moved his things back to their house to store. The Chicago police later contacted them and told them that their son had sold his car. There was some indication that the seller needed money to leave town. The police believed that the car was later used during the commission of a robbery. However, their son was not a suspect. The police believed that John had simply moved away. They did not close the file, but it was certainly placed on the back burner. The appearance of Officers Adams and Kautz gave Mrs. Cizik new hope. These were the first members of any police department that had shown any interest at all in their son's case, and she wanted to be as helpful as possible to the officers with this apparent new interest. She gave the officers all of her son's personal papers, which included the documentation on John Cizik's car. Before he disappeared, John Cizik drove a 1971 white Plymouth Satellite. When Adams and Kautz returned to Des Plaines, someone noticed that another person involved in their investigation drove a white 1971 Plymouth Satellite. Michael Rossi had the very same car. A quick check of the registration on Mr. Cizik's car and Mr. Rossi's car revealed some very interesting information. The VINs, vehicle identification number, on the two autos were the same, but for one number. Cizik's car had VIN RH23G1G239297. Rossi's car had VIN number RH23G1G73979297. Everyone in the room looked at each other with astonishment. Rossi was driving John Cizik's car. Of course, this would have to be confirmed with the records in Springfield, the state capital. But that was for court. That was for the lawyers and judges and juries. Everyone in that room knew that it was the same car. Whether the different VINs were the result of a change that was a mistake, or it was done on purpose, it didn't matter. No two VINs could be that close and both belong to a white 1971 Plymouth Satellite, and both be involved in the same investigation. Same car, same investigation. The odds were infinitesimal. There was no question in the officers' minds. Rossi was driving John Cizik's car. Then someone said it. Hey, didn't Rossi say that he had bought that car from his boss, John Gacy? After the expenditure of $5,000 on a private investigator, the parents of Gregory Godzik were no closer to finding out the whereabouts of their son, who had been reported missing December 12, 1976, to the Chicago police 2 years ago, almost to the day that Rob Piest was last seen. Gregory was last seen by his girlfriend at approximately 1:30 a.m. on that date. He left her saying he was thinking about going to a party in Niles, Illinois. His car was found in Niles, but no Gregory. Unfortunately, just like in the Cizik case, and so many other missing person cases, there had been reported sightings of Mr. Godzik following the date of his disappearance. This convinced the Chicago police that Mr. Godzik was a runaway and not a missing person. A file still existed, but it had not been touched in nearly 2 years. Prior to his disappearance, Gregory Godzik worked for a contracting firm, PDM Contractors. The Chicago police had interviewed the owner of the firm, one John W. Gacy, and were told that not only did Mr. Gacy not know where Gregory had gone, he had sent a few days' pay that was owed to Gregory to his parents. Although Gregory Godzik had worked for Mr. Gacy for only a short time, he was a good worker, and Mr. Gacy was also concerned about his well-being and his whereabouts. As clear could be. That was how sure the members of the investigation team were that John Wayne Gacy had something to do with the death or disappearance of these many missing boys. There was absolutely no doubt in any mind in the Des Plaines Police Headquarters. None. Yet, nothing that they had on him was concrete. Nothing that they had discovered tied Gacy to any one of these boys in any way that was not circumstantial. They had to keep searching, and they had to do it fast. They were all quite sure that I would walk in at any moment with a TRO, and that would be the end of it all. The clock was ticking. Chapter 10. As far as I knew, I was representing a man that was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. A man with a past, granted, but a man who was trying to put that part of his life behind him. A man who was a likely suspect due to that past record, but someone that was being mistakenly, albeit reasonably, targeted by a police force that was looking for answers. He had done what he had done back in Waterloo, but he was taking all appropriate steps to turn his life around. And now this incredible snag had arisen. From my perspective, I was representing a successful, hard-working businessman, a tireless political soldier and precinct captain, a volunteer that did the hard, behind-the-scenes work on behalf of ethnic causes, giant, elaborate parades, his local Democratic Party, and little sick kids. He was a clown, for crying out loud. How bad of a guy could he be? Okay, he did have a funny way about him. He was a bit of a braggart and a blowhard, but that didn't make him a kidnapper or a stalker or whatever the Des Plaines coppers and Sullivan thought he was. My job did not rely, however, on what I thought about John Gacy, or what Terry Sullivan, or Herb Volberding, or any of the guys over in Des Plaines thought about him. My job was to defend his interests, and that was what I intended to do. After my son's illness, it was my only focus. I began by cracking books. Lawyers turn to the law at times like these, and this was where you could find me, with my nose buried in law books concerning the issues of police harassment, temporary restraining orders, illegal search and seizure, and like topics. I split my time between the hospital and the law library. I had absolutely no clue as to what I had actually signed up for. It was the calm before the storm. Christmas was fast approaching, and I had 2 little kids. Little did I know what was about to happen to my life and the lives of everyone around me. As snow floated softly to the ground outside my lonely office window in quaint, affluent little Park Ridge, Illinois, where lights burned late into the night, a storm was brewing. Events were unfolding that would focus the attention of all of Chicago, all of Illinois, all of the nation, and eventually all of the world on that sleepy, quiet town and the surrounding northwest suburban area of our fair metropolis. As I worked the case, Gacy was in constant contact. He was calling both at my office and at my home. I guess he felt I should know every little thing that happened. He said he was making friends with the team of police officers that were assigned on his tail. At first, I thought he was kidding. He wasn't. He and the members of the surveillance team were now having drinks regularly. They had been out to dinner on a couple of occasions. Gacy had them over to his house. Usually, Gacy paid the bill. However, on at least one occasion, the officers sprung for dinner and quite often picked up the tab for the many, many rounds at the many, many bars that Gacy frequented. Gacy was a night owl, and he dragged the members of the Delta unit from bar to bar until the wee hours of the morning. It didn't matter what ridiculous time of the night or early morning it was. Gacy knew of a bar that was open. He would enter each watering hole like a conquering hero, working the crowd like an old-school politician, introducing the members of the Delta unit as his bodyguards. More often than not, Gacy and his bodyguards would arrive at Gacy's home after a night out on the town just before sunrise on the following morning. I was also still finalizing the decor and tenor of my new office. Of course, I wanted my first office to be perfect. I brought in pictures and knickknacks from home, together with boxes of law books that I had collected over the years. I was just settling into my office. It was becoming my home away from home. I was spending as much time as possible at the hospital where my son, although showing signs of improvement, was still not out of the woods. He was running a high fever, and it was evident that he was going to have a protracted stay at the Resurrection Hospital. I was getting very little sleep during this time because I was spending most nights with my son. Occasionally, because he knew he could find me there, Gacy would stop at the hospital to check in rather than call. He actually seemed concerned about my son's well-being and on one occasion brought in a little stuffed animal and gave it to Sammy. When Leroy Stevens returned from his hunting trip on Monday, John Gacy went to see him at his Jefferson Park office. I spoke to him by phone, and it became evident to both Mr. Gacy and me that Stevens was not interested in becoming immersed in what was shaping up to be a complicated and time-consuming criminal defense case. He had represented Gacy primarily on corporate matters, and he was content to have things remain that way. However, it was decided that he would file the civil case for harassment, including the matter of a petition for a temporary restraining order against the Des Plaines Police Department. Although I had already tendered my resignation from the public defender's office, I was still owed back pay for vacation time that I had not taken. We determined that we did not want any question to arise as to my status, which might serve as a defense to the lawsuit. I had a complaint drafted and a petition for TRO, and Stevens agreed to file it as the attorney of record. On Tuesday, December 19th, Gacy went to Stevens' office, and the two of them left together and went to the Jefferson Park Chicago Transit Authority station with the intention of taking the train downtown to the Chicago Loop. In Chicago, the CTA operates an elaborate electric train system, as well as the bus routes throughout the city. Much of the train system is on tracks that are elevated, and therefore the entire system is affectionately referred to as the L. Before they left, Leroy Stevens bought lunch for everyone at Gale Street Inn, one of Chicago's most famous rib joints. Then, after lunch, Gacy dutifully informed the present members of the Delta unit, Robinson and Schultz, of their destination and gave them time to park their car in a legal spot, considering they would all be downtown for quite a while. The relationship that existed between Gacy and his police tail was an unusual one, to say the least. Believe it or not, the entire motley crew, including Gacy, Stevens, Robinson, and Schultz, rode together on the train to the Daly Center, which was the city's main civic center filled with courtrooms and most of the main offices of the city and the county. Named in memory of the great Chicago mayor Richard J. Daley. Any important office that wasn't in that building was across the street at City Hall. Stevens stayed on the train when they reached the stop for the Daly Center, claiming that he had Christmas shopping to do while Gacy and crew disembarked and went into the Daly Center, where Gacy had permits to apply for and other business to transact. In reality, Stevens took the train a couple of extra stops to the Jackson Street station. That is where one would exit if one has a case to file in the federal district court. Stevens had such a case to file. The case, John W. Gacy versus the City of Des Plaines, et al. The case included among its pleadings a request for a temporary restraining order against the police force of said city. It was filed and scheduled for emergency hearing on the following Friday, December 22nd, 1978. The following day, I forwarded a copy of the file stamped Complaint at Law, the petition for TRO, together with the information and notice regarding court dates to all opposing parties as required by law, and I made sure that Terry Sullivan received a copy, as promised. When Gacy told me the story about how he, Robinson, Schultz, Stevens, and Stevens' secretary all had a pleasant lunch, including drinks, at the Gale Street Inn, all of it paid for by Stevens, and then rode the train downtown together, I had to laugh. This was such an unusual occurrence that I would have been surprised to hear that it had ever happened during any serious investigation of a suspect in all of history. This was a testament to the unusually gregarious nature of this man, whom I represented. I could see how he had been given all the various awards and accolades that he had. He was truly a man of the year type of guy. He would speak to the clerks and cashiers behind counters and at desks like they were old friends. He shook the hands of middle-level politicians with smiles and jokes all around. During his visit, a man who seemed to be a good friend approached Gacy, and handshakes and backslapping were exchanged. Robinson and Schultz could not help but be impressed. The friend was Illinois Attorney General Bill Scott. Gacy was clearly in his element among politicians and public servants. Frankly, that was because he was one of them. Gacy was a pitch-in-and-help-out kind of guy, and everybody knew that about him. The more I looked into this matter, the more this became evident. I couldn't help but be further convinced that the targeting of my client had to be a mistake. After all, John Gacy could have simply disappeared at any time. If he was as guilty of these charges as the members of the prosecution seemed to think he was, wouldn't he have just run away? Disappeared forever? Wouldn't anybody? He certainly had ample opportunity to do so. Instead of running away, Gacy was facilitating the surveillance. He would tell the Deltas where he was going in advance, just in case they somehow got separated. He bought drinks, bought dinner, and invited them into his home. He just did not act like a guilty person. His overall demeanor was that of someone without a care in the world. There is a song which won the old-time blues and jazz singer Dinah Washington a Grammy in 1959. It's a great song. Everybody's heard it. It's called What a Difference a Day Makes. No song could have been more apropos for me than that one on that Wednesday night. 24 little hours, the song goes on. If someone had a crystal ball and they told me what was going to happen to me in 24 hours, I wouldn't have believed them. Chapter 11. At the Des Plaines police station, there was serious concern about the fact that a court date for a hearing on a TRO had been set and was looming, staring the investigation straight in the face. The team needed a break in this case before Friday, or it was likely that the investigation of this man, Gacy, would be greatly hampered, if not completely shut down. In spite of extensive circumstantial evidence linking their prime suspect to the disappearance not only of Rob Piest, but also of other young boys that had each been in some way connected to Gacy, they still had nothing concrete. Nothing that they could point to linking Mr. Gacy to any of those missing boys. As it stood, there were a few kids that had a vague connection to Mr. Gacy in years previous who may or may not be missing. Each of the missing teens could, in fact, simply have run away from home. One thing that was definitely true: no judge would allow the members of a police force to doggedly pursue a suspect in the manner in which they were pursuing Gacy on such flimsy evidence. The placement of a team of investigators on the tail of a citizen of the United States, the constant following of that person in a way that was beginning to affect his business activities and his reputation in the community, was the very definition of police harassment. This would not be allowed absent clear and convincing evidence that this level of surveillance was absolutely warranted. They needed evidence to warrant the continuation of such activities. Hard, conclusive evidence. And what evidence had the investigation actually produced? Other than an indication that Rob Piest was going to ask that contractor guy for a job, or words to that effect, had anyone seen Rob Piest talking to John Gacy? Had anyone seen them together? Was there any evidence whatsoever that Gacy had ever met or spoken to Rob Piest, let alone left the pharmacy with him on the night of December 11th? Clearly, there was not. No actual evidence unearthed, to date, tied John Gacy to Rob Piest in any way. The 1971 Plymouth Satellite that now belonged to Mike Rossi had been legally transferred through the Secretary of State's office from John Cizik to joint ownership between a John Gray and Michael Rossi. On a later date, the transfer from joint ownership to sole ownership in the name of Michael Rossi had been completed, presumably upon full payment for the vehicle. A very common transfer. Not only was the transfer a legal and seemingly proper one, it also had the obvious discrepancy of different VINs. The single digit that separated the two numbers may just as well have been the Grand Canyon. At present, there was no concrete proof that it was even the same vehicle. Sullivan and the members of his team knew exactly what had happened. It was clear to them John Wayne Gacy had killed John Cizik, stolen his car, and fudged a legal transfer by transposing a single digit of the VIN. He also used the name John Gray rather than John Gacy in making the transfer to cover his tracks. Who could question any of that? But wait a second. Hadn't there been sightings of John Cizik reported on dates following the date that he had first been reported missing? Weren't there reports in the Chicago Police Department file that indicated that John Cizik had sold his car because he needed money to leave town? Wasn't it true that the automobile in question, the 1971 Plymouth Satellite bearing the same VIN as the one owned by John Cizik, had been reported as having been involved in a robbery after the date that Mr. Cizik was reported missing? When a transfer of title is made at the office of the Secretary of State, the documents are routinely filled out in pen and ink, sometimes even smudgy pencil. Isn't it possible that the handwritten, perhaps scribbled name John Gacy could have been mistaken by an overworked and underpaid clerk in the Secretary of State's office to read John Gray? Maybe the A and the C looked like an R and an E, and Gacy became Gray in the eyes of that poor, harried clerk. It's a simple enough mistake, isn't it? Couldn't that also explain the transposition of a single digit on the VIN as well? In fact, isn't that a more likely explanation of these discrepancies? Do we as a people automatically assume foul play every time a mistake is made on a form at the Department of Motor Vehicles? One would certainly hope not. And what of Gregory Godzik? What about Charles Mazzara? Well, what about them? Gregory Godzik clearly had once worked for Mr. Gacy, but what did that have to do with the price of tea in China? The parents of Mr. Godzik believed their son was missing, maybe worse. So what? Take a stroll down Hollywood Boulevard, take a walk down Duval Street in Key West, check out the Haight-Ashbury district in San Francisco, go to any strip in any town where teenage runaways gather, and you will see the faces of hundreds of young men and women with whom parents have had no contact. The parents of each and every one of those kids have probably reported them missing, and they pine for their child's return. Such is the heart-wrenching nature of the problem of runaway teens. The mere fact that Gregory Godzik's parents did not know where Gregory was, and Gregory had once worked for John Gacy, meant exactly nothing in the general scheme of things. It was not proof of anything at all. And what of the tragic story of Charles Mazzara? It was true that Charles once worked for John Wayne Gacy. It was also true that, sadly, Charles had been found dead of an apparent drowning in the Des Plaines River some 70 miles from the city of Chicago. Now, the $64,000 question. What did those two facts have to do with each other? The answer is obvious. Absent actual, concrete proof to the contrary, absolutely nothing. Gacy ran a construction company, a non-union shop. Construction is a seasonal profession. Employees come and employees go. That is the nature of the business. That is the nature of the trades. Pick any construction company and track the lives of every person that worked there over a period of years, and you will find that some of those former employees are now deceased. Unfortunate as it may be, some of those deaths will have been tragic. All young deaths are tragic, aren't they? The fact that a former employee of John Gacy was now dead, however tragic, meant absolutely nothing in a courtroom. In a courtroom, there has to be proof. Lastly, there was the frightening story told by Jeffrey Rignall, which actually resulted in charges being filed against Mr. Gacy. That's some cold, hard evidence, right? Let's see, Jeffrey, an admitted homosexual, had voluntarily hopped into an automobile with a total stranger in an area of town frequented by male prostitutes. And then, as a result of this folly, he experiences a horrific, traumatic experience, most of which he tells the police that he doesn't remember. He takes matters into his own hands, rents a car, and scours the neighborhood for a car that he thinks he remembers from that night. Weeks later, he finds such a car and reports the plate number to the police. Months later, a man is arrested for battery. Jeffrey, now a Florida resident, cannot always be in court to testify against the perpetrator due to the distance. The case was on the verge of dismissal for want of prosecution. There are a lot of things that make being a police officer or a prosecutor a tough job. Occasionally, you get shot at. Occasionally, you might have to shoot someone else. Tough things, those, no doubt. But how tough would it be to absolutely know in your soul that some prick is a danger to others, a danger to kids, is probably out there murdering people, and not be able to prove it? Not an enviable position to be in, huh? As Terry Sullivan reviewed his present situation, he knew that if no new evidence were to come to light, but quick, I was likely to win my motion, and the intense, hands-on investigation of Mr. John Wayne Gacy would be over. Search warrants would be much harder to get approved, surveillance would be curtailed or ended. The investigation could be seriously stalled, and Mr. Gacy would then be free to either take steps to cover his tracks or, worse, skedaddle from Chicago for all time. Then, late Tuesday night, the break that the prosecution needed materialized. Kim Byers was a swimmer. She was on the swim team at Maine North High School. And on Tuesday night, December 19th, she was participating in a big swim meet. Following the meet, a couple of members of the investigation team finally caught up with her. She was a busy girl, a very busy girl. A full-time student, an employee at Nissen Pharmacy, and a member of the swim team. She was a typical teen, always running from place to place. This was the first night that there was time to talk with the policeman regarding Rob since that first night. They had some more questions for her. It seemed that on the night of December 11th, Kim Byers was working the cash register when John Wayne Gacy walked in for his appointment with Phil and Larry Torf. The police had asked her many questions before regarding the disappearance of Rob Piest, but tonight they were concentrating on just one single piece of evidence, a receipt for photographs. They showed it to Kim. Yes, that was hers, she admitted. That night, that Monday night, she had turned in some film for developing. She filled out the form with her name and address and ripped off the receipt. She was wearing Rob's coat that evening while she worked the cash register because it was freezing cold up front by the doors. They did not have revolving doors, just a set of double doors, and therefore she would get a huge blast of frigid air every time a customer came in or went out. Rob let her wear his blue nylon parka. He was so nice. She had put the receipt in the pocket of Rob's coat. She remembered this for certain. Why? Because she was an employee, she really didn't need it. When the film came back from developing, she could simply search for her own pictures herself, a little perk of being an employee. She didn't need the receipt like a customer would, but she had put the receipt in Rob's jacket pocket on purpose. She thought Rob was cute. She wanted him to find it. It would give them a reason to talk, you see. It would give them a reason to talk, maybe about the pictures. She remembered putting that receipt in the pocket of Rob's coat because she did it on purpose. It was a conscious decision. She wanted Rob to find it. There was only one way that Kim Byers' receipt for photographs had wound up in John Wayne Gacy's kitchen garbage bag. Rob Piest was in that house. Rob Piest had been in John Wayne Gacy's house. At last, an actual connection. This was a piece of physical evidence. This was the long-sought-after link between young Rob Piest and Mr. Gacy. It was as good as a fingerprint. Chapter 12. 5 days before Christmas Day, 1978. 5 days following the day that John Wayne Gacy first officially retained me as his lawyer. 2 days before the scheduled date for the hearing on our pending petition for a temporary restraining order. December 20th, Wednesday, was an interesting day in my life. A very interesting day. I was at the hospital almost all night and had barely had a wink of sleep. That morning, I had a court date for a damned speeding ticket. My own damned speeding ticket. Downtown at 321 North LaSalle Street, Chicago's traffic court. I headed down to the city to do what Abraham Lincoln had warned against, to represent myself in court. I believe the age-old adage about how a man that represents himself has a fool for a client has been attributed to him. Whoever said it, I was about to do it. The calls from Mr. Gacy started first thing in the morning and continued throughout the day. Every time I called my office to check for messages, there was a new message. Finally, I could avoid it no longer. I called John Gacy. Don't get me wrong, I was happy to be representing him, my one and only client, but he had been calling me 5 to 10 times a day, each and every day. I had a very sick son, a law practice to get up and running, other clients to attract, my own stupid traffic ticket to deal with, a wife that was justifiably concerned about her infant son, a mother that was watching our other son, plus there was never anything new that Gacy had to say. He was starting to sound a little like a broken record. Nevertheless, I called him from my office. John, how are you today? As I spoke, I was staring at a picture of Rob Piest that was in yesterday's Daily Herald, which someone had left on my desk. The story was front page above the fold. I have to come in and see you. Today. I want to talk to both you and Stevens. Gacy sounded urgent. I wondered what new bit of sage advice he had to offer, or what new pressing question he had to ask. John, unless there is something new that you have to tell us, I don't see the necessity of you coming in here today. You know how sick Sammy is. You know that I need to be at the hospital. You were here at the office last Friday for 6 hours. We talked about everything at that time. I do not believe that there have been dramatic changes since that day that warrant another meeting. It's Christmas, John. Are you done with your shopping? Don't you have Christmas shopping to do? I know I do. Give me a break, Sam. These cops are breathing down my goddamn neck. This is not a normal Christmas for me. I have to see you guys. It can be late this evening. That way, you guys can do whatever you have to do first. But it has to be tonight. Welcome to the private practice of law. Your time is truly not your own. Okay, John, I said with some obvious signs of exasperation. Exasperation that Gacy completely ignored, I might add. Come in tonight at 10:30. I'll call Stevens and ask him to be here. I called Stevens and he agreed, after much consternation, to meet me at my office at 10:30 p.m. The appointed time of 10:30 came and went. No Gacy. Stevens and I stared at each other, fuming. I'm Italian. I'm passionate. I believe that I was fuming on a level that far exceeded Mr. Stevens's. I had just about had it with our mutual client. I showed Stevens the article in the Daily Herald. It read, "Son missing. Parents fearing worst. The second son of a close-knit family, Robert Piest was not about to miss his mother's birthday, December 11th. He just wasn't that kind of kid. He was very considerate of our feelings, his mother, Elizabeth, said. So when he failed to return to work where his mother was waiting to pick him up that day, his family started to worry. Later that evening, they called Des Plaines police. That was a week ago. Robert Piest still hasn't come home. His parents are prepared for the worst. Des Plaines police think the youth is dead. Right now we are fearing the worst, said his father Harold. And that way anything else we find out is only a plus. Monday night, Elizabeth, Harold, and their daughter Carrie, 21, sat talking of Rob, as they called him, in the comfortably furnished living room of the Piest's home, 2722 Craig Drive. The time that has passed since her son's disappearance appeared to show in Mrs. Piest's face. A thin woman with dark hair and brown eyes, she smoked several cigarettes within a half hour. The room was softly lit, much of the light coming from a Christmas tree covered with tinsel. Circular mirrors underneath the base of the tree reflected light out toward the room. There were no presents under the tree. Harold, middle-aged and middle height, with thick, short brown hair combed well back, reclined in a plush couch. He didn't seem comfortable. They described their son as a good boy, the kid who was on the school's gymnastics team, had his share of girlfriends, loved to play pinball, and liked studying electronics. Harold, who is an accounting manager for an area packaging firm, said, "We are all very close. We know each other's feelings." Harold has been involved in scouting all his life and was very proud that his son was about to earn the coveted rank of Eagle Scout. The last member of the family to see Robert was his mother. She went to pick him up from work that night at Nisson's Pharmacy, 1920 Touhy Avenue, where Rob worked part-time. Mrs. Piest said she arrived at the drugstore at 9 p.m. to pick up her son. She met him inside. Then, he was going outside to talk to a guy. He said it would only be a few minutes. I didn't pay much attention to it and didn't know if he was going to talk to him outside the store or inside. I just said, "I'll wait for you," and browse around. Mrs. Piest said she knew that Rob was to talk to the man about a summer job, but little more than that. She said she didn't know who the man was. Minutes later, she checked outside to find Rob, but he was gone. Harold called the police at 11 p.m. The family knew something was wrong from the beginning. Mrs. Piest said that the usual routine on work nights was for her to pick up her son at school, usher him to work, and then home. We'd pick him up at 5:45, take him home for a bite to eat, then take him to work. Sometimes I bring him some hot food in the car. We didn't like him walking around at night. The family isn't quite sure of the next step, but it wants to maintain the public's interest in the case. There might have been someone at the drugstore that night who saw something, maybe something that they thought was unimportant, but something that would help in the search. If they read about what happened, they might call in, Mrs. Piest said. She said that 2 persons phoned police with information after seeing one of many missing posters the family circulated for Rob. Police have searched sections of the Des Plaines River and Cook County Forest Preserve since Piest was reported missing. Dogs were used over the weekend and Monday. Stevens looked at me and shook his head. We shared a long, unspoken moment. Who knew what to think? The phone rang. It was Gacy. "I'm running a little late," he said. "I'll be right there. I'm on my way." I rolled my eyes and told Stevens the news. We both shared stories about our client in his absence while we waited. At about 11:30, Gacy finally arrived. He looked trashed, disheveled, frightened. He asked if I had anything to drink around here. He already looked like shit, eyes bloodshot and bleary, face haggard and drawn. He seemed to be coming apart. He obviously knew something I didn't. I wasn't so sure that I should contribute to his condition, but I was pissed that he dragged me out, days before Christmas, away from my sick son. Plus, he arrived late. Now it was damn near the middle of the goddamn night, so what the fuck? It was Christmas time, and an investigator in the 3rd District had given me a bottle of VO in honor of the season. It was out in my car. I looked at him and finally said, "Sure, John, why not? Wait here, I'll go get it." On the way back into my office from my car, I noticed the 2 poor saps saddled with the thankless, mind-numbing job of tailing Gacy and reporting his every move. The temperature had plummeted. It could not have been much more than 0, maybe less. The ground crunched underfoot, and you could see your breath. Everything glistened. I stopped by their beat-up excuse for an unmarked squad car and leaned into the driver's side window. "It looks like we might be here for a while. You guys are welcome to sit in the reception area if you want." I pointed at my office. "At least it's warm." They both lit up. All I saw were chattering teeth. They looked at each other and shrugged as if to say, "Why not?" "Okay, Sam. Thanks, I think we'll take you up on that," Mike Albrecht said. I knew Mike from around the station in Des Plaines. At least, I knew who he was. We all hot-footed it into my office together, shivering and crunching the snow. "You guys can stay out here in the waiting area. Do you want anything?" I raised the bottle and my eyebrows. They both declined. "Okay, make yourselves at home." I locked the glass door that separated the reception area from the rest of the office. Back in my office, Gacy and Stevens had both turned to stone. They didn't seem to be doing much chatting. Stevens was also pissed off that Gacy had dragged us out on such a night. I got the feeling that he was quite ready to wash his hands of this whole matter, of Gacy, of me, of everything. I think he was glad that I was coming into the case. The only glasses that I had on hand were the plastic inserts to those silly brown cup holders for coffee that snapped together. We didn't bother with the holder part. I poured a splash into Gacy's cup, maybe an ounce, and he looked at me and smiled a crooked, strange smile. He waved his other hand in a way that meant he wanted me to keep filling. I filled his cup to the brim. He inhaled it. He waved his hand once more and mumbled, "Again." He guzzled the second cupful as fast as the first. Then he set the cup down on the table. He looked at me. "Okay, John, you've had your drink. You said you had something to tell us. You said it was important. Let's make this ridiculous trip out into the frigid night worthwhile," I said, annoyed, impatient. He started talking, rambling, really. But it was all the same drivel. He was repeating his same old tune. I looked at Stevens and shook my head. "John," I bellowed, "we don't have the time or the patience for this shit. What the fuck are we all doing here tonight? You said you had something new to tell me, something important." I grabbed the copy of the Daily Herald off my desk and slammed it down on the table in front of him. I pointed to the picture of Rob Piest on page 3. I nearly put my finger through the table as I did it. "Do you see this kid? Do you see him? This is a good kid. This is a good kid with good parents. He's missing," I was screaming, pacing now. I left the paper on the table in front of him. "You called me for a reason, John. You said you had something to say to me, that you needed to talk. Now, what the fuck did you want to say? And don't give us any more of your tired, worn-out shit." Gacy looked at me through tired, bloodshot eyes. I could see him surrender. His demons were winning. He looked down at the paper in front of him, shoulders slumped, beaten. He was ready. He picked up the paper and pointed to the picture of Rob Piest. "This boy," he said, gently tapping the picture with his fingertip. "This boy is dead. He's dead. This isn't the boy from the drugstore. But this boy is dead. He is in a river." Time switched to slow motion. I looked at Stevens, and then back at the pathetic, broken lump of a man in front of me. I guess I had some suspicions. If I was honest, they were there, nagging questions, put there by Sullivan and others, the mayor. They were all so sure, but until that moment, I wanted to believe my client. I wanted him to tell me that he had driven Rob to the Greyhound station, or that Rob was staying with Rossi or Cram, and that Gacy had given him a job, and that Rob wanted to leave home. Something else. The gravity of his statement was beginning to register. I looked at Stevens again, puzzled, then back at Gacy. I was shaking my head. Something wasn't right. "What the fuck are you talking about, John? That is Robbie Piest, the Piest kid, the kid from the drugstore, the kid that everybody has been looking for. That's him." Gacy looked at me. His sagging, dead, watery eyes pierced me. "So many," he softly murmured, barely a whisper. He dropped his head again, slowly shaking it from side to side. He looked back up again with a surprising, newfound sureness. He looked at Stevens, then back at me. I was caught in a dead stare. I have been the judge, jury, and executioner of many, many people. Now, I am going to be my own judge, jury, and executioner. I looked at Stevens. He was white, like chalk, mouth agape, eyes bulging. As the words sank in, my heart started to pump harder and harder. The words, many, many people. Those words. What on earth was this guy telling me? Then it hit me. That's what wasn't right. I knew something wasn't right. That was it. This guy sitting right in front of me, my client, this guy had killed so many people, so many kids, that he was confusing Rob Piest with one of the others. One of the many, many others. My heart felt as though it was trying to pump motor oil instead of blood. I slowly sat down in my chair. "What are you trying to say, John? What exactly are you trying to tell us?" John started talking. He talked for hours. We just sat with our mouths open and listened. "You guys have to let me do this my way," he began. "I have to do this my way. I will be my own judge, jury, and executioner, okay? Sam, okay?" His words were slurred, and his eyes were vacant, bleary, dripping. "What are you trying to say, John?" I whispered. "I killed people," he mumbles. "Fucking male prostitutes, greedy fucking liars. I never forced sex on anyone in my fucking life. Never. I never forced it. It was for money, most of the time. Money. It was always these greedy fucking hustlers. And then they would change their tune, say they wanted more money. Fucking liars. Mostly kids. Some men, maybe 30-ish. I don't know. I don't know them all." "Maybe 30 people?" I asked in disbelief. I can't imagine what my face looked like. I know my body was having a field day. It never ceases to amaze me how physical the reaction to some words can be. Like when someone suffers a great loss, there is a physiological response. People sometimes pass out. They cannot catch their breath. They hyperventilate. That was happening to me on a smaller scale. I wasn't sure what to think, what to do. No, 30 years old. But yeah, maybe 30 of them. Maybe 30. I'd say at least 30. That took my breath away. I buried them. I buried them all. Well, no, that's not right. I ran out of room. So, some are in the river. the Des Plaines fucking river, the river. Want to know the first time I killed? I'll tell you about it, but you gotta let me do this my way, my fucking way. You can do that, right, Sam? Right, Leroy? Right? I'm gonna take care of this whole thing. I'll take care of it. I know what I have to do. I ain't coming back from this. This ain't no jail sentence. This is the ball game. The whole fucking ball game, you know? Okay? Want to know about it? Want to? Want to. Hey, I want you guys to know something. I ain't no fag. I hate fucking fags. Nobody hates fags more than I do. Nobody. Got that? Got it? I told you that before, Sam. You already know that. You know that little piece of information. But I am liberal-minded when it comes to sex. Liberal, so I could be considered bisexual. I could. Anyway, what happened was this. It was January 2nd, maybe the 3rd, but I think the 2nd, 'cause I took Carol out for New Year's. We stayed out late. Went to Bruno's and stayed there until at least 3 in the morning. Then we went home to my house. We were not married then. We were dating, and for some reason, my mom wasn't there. I was living at the Summerdale house, and my mom lived with me, but she must have been staying at her sister's. Yeah, 'cause she would not drive with anyone that was drinking. She didn't drive herself, but she didn't want to ride in a car with a drunk person, so she must have been staying with Leona or something like that. She wasn't there, though. The rambling nature of his narrative was hard to follow. He jumped from subject to subject. However, we could not stop listening. We had sex that night, till dawn, me and Carol. In fact, she got pregnant from that night. She got pregnant, but then she had a miscarriage from that night. So then I took her home. I took her home at 7 in the morning. What year are we talking about, John? How long ago was this? I interjected. Oh, sorry. This was 1972? Maybe 74. No, the very first days of 1972. I remember because somebody died. Somebody died in my family. I can't remember who, but it had to have been on my father's side. It had to have been a relative of my dad because the funeral home was Debrecht on Western Avenue. Debrecht was for my dad's family. My dad's side uses that funeral home. I believe I left Carol at 7 in the morning. This is Saturday morning, so Friday was New Year's Eve, right? That's right, I think. So, I go to the funeral, the wake. You always go back to someone's house for dinner. I had to have done that. I would say that I did do that. I don't remember everything, but I am sure that I was drinking at someone's house, some relative's house. They were all playing cards and drinking. Everybody always drinks a lot in that crowd, and they play cards for money. Lots of money. After a while, the arguments start. This is a routine. It happens every time. I don't like to argue. So I say I'm going to go, and I go. I leave my relative's house, and I decide to take a drive. It was 12 or 1 in the morning when I left. I was wandering around, driving around, and I went downtown. I was right in the loop, right downtown. I was driving on Clark Street, and I parked on Clark, down by the Greyhound bus station. I was down by the Greyhound bus station, and I run into this guy, and I'm trying to fill this in, trying to remember. It was a long time ago, and I was drinking that night, but in my head I can remember talking to this guy. I don't know his name. I never did. Never asked. I guess I just said hi to him. Started talking to him? I don't know the conversation verbatim. It's a little foggy, the memory, but I remember that he was saying he had time to kill. He said he had time to kill. He said he had missed a bus and he was stuck in town, or maybe he was laid over. But he had to kill time until noon. That would be noon the next afternoon, so like 10 or 11 hours? And he was just fucking around, nothing to do till then. What did he look like? I asked, for no apparent reason. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. This guy was telling us about his first murder, the first of many. I was, I hate to admit, enthralled. It was like having a book read to you or watching a movie. It didn't seem real. I think about 19 or 20 years old, blonde-headed. He had, I think, Levi's on, and some sort of lumberjack jacket type thing, and large belt buckle on his pants. His jacket or shirt was blue and white checks, or green and white. I can't recall. Blonde hair, short haircut, blue eyes, and like a flannel shirt. It's all kind of foggy, but I remember he said he had time to kill. I said something about how I was just screwing around, and said, if you want to ride, you can ride with me. You can just ride around with me. And he said, that would be cool. So we were just riding around, rode down State Street. There were Christmas decorations, the State Street lights, all beautiful and shit. Just riding, and I started the conversation. I said to him, I asked if he'd like sex or something. If he had ever gotten blown or that, like, had a blowjob. And I talked about sex stuff. I asked if he had ever gotten blown by a guy. He didn't seem to think there was anything wrong with that. He said he was hungry. We went to my house. We went out the Kennedy Expressway towards my house, and we went to my house. I said I'd make him some food. I made him some sausage. We had some drinks. We sat around eating and having a couple of drinks. This was sometime around, I'd say 2 a.m. We went into the back bedroom. This was the one with the green carpeting, the one in the rear, not the present one, not the master bedroom with the red carpeting. This was the one with the green carpet and the twin beds. That was my room at that time. Plus, if my mom ever came home, then we would just hop in different beds. You know, we went back there, and we got into oral sex or whatever. You know, we blew each other, gave each other blowjobs. I had to ask, I don't know why, but I had to ask, John, was this voluntary on both of your parts? He wanted to do this? Fuck yeah. Fuck yes. He wasn't any less into it than I was. He had done it before. Plenty. You can tell. I can tell. Besides, you can't really force someone to suck your dick, can you? Not really. Maybe with a gun or something, but even then, think about it. They could bite your fucking dick off, right? Clean off. In one quick bite like a fucking hot dog. Would you risk that? Who would risk that? You'd have to want a blowjob pretty fucking bad to risk that. I never forced anyone to have sex with me. Why would you? Why? What fun is that, you know? Who wants that shit? No fun. No fun. So, anyway, then we fall asleep, went to sleep. He was in one bed by then and me in the other. Then I wake up and he has a knife. He's coming at me with a knife. Wait a minute. He was coming at you with a knife? This didn't sound like a murder to me. I looked at Stevens. He didn't look like he thought it was a murder either. What happened next? I added. Tried to stab me. He fucking was trying to stab me. Where did he get the knife? I asked. From the kitchen. It was the knife I was cutting the sausage with. My knife, my kitchen knife. It was lying on the counter in the kitchen. He was just wearing his jeans, but no shirt, no socks, nothing else, just pants, and he was coming at me. He was right on top of me, you know, arm raised in the air, knife clutched in his hand, and he was trying to stab me. So I grabbed at him, grabbed his wrist and wrestled him, pushed him off me. I startled him, surprised him, He didn't think I was going to wake up. I was lucky I did, because I'd be dead otherwise. He was some kind of hustler. Probably done that hundreds of times before, Go with a guy in a strange town, go have sex with him, wait for him to fall asleep, kill him. Whatever, I don't know. We didn't fight or anything. We had sex and fell asleep. So this was some kind of thing of his. There was no reason for it. He was some kind of sleazy, greedy hustler. I wrestled him out of that room. I flew out of bed and knocked him off his feet. We fought and wrestled out of the room and all the way into the front bedroom. And, then, I think that's when I got stabbed. 'Cause that's what made me mad. 'Cause that's when I got the knife. Took the knife from him and stabbed the fucker in his chest 4 or 5 times. I was bleeding on him. He was bleeding, and I was worried that he was going to bleed all over my rug. That really made me mad. The son of a bitch was going to get blood all over my rug. And then I realized we had wrestled into the room with the wood floors. So it wasn't so bad. I could clean that. John pushed his sleeve up and showed us a nasty scar on his arm. See this? You see that fucking scar? That's where he stabbed me or cut me or whatever. That's what made me mad. The fucking guy was going to kill me. But then he started, after I got on top of him, I had my knees in his chest and I was struggling to get the knife from him. That's when he started saying that he was sorry. That he really wasn't going to hurt me. That he didn't mean it. Didn't mean it. Didn't fucking mean it? I was bleeding all over the guy from my arm. He said something like, he didn't mean it, or something. Stupid fuck. Dumb and stupid. I just kept stabbing him till he stopped fighting. Then all I could hear was like gurgling blood in his lungs or something. I don't know. There was gurgling, a gurgling sound. So, now I'm scared shitless, right? I didn't know what the hell to do. The first thing I went and did is I went into the bathroom, I think, with the knife. Yeah, because I washed the knife off and was washing my arm off, or was washing my arm and washing the knife. And I went and put the knife in the kitchen. Then I went back by him. I went back by where he was. I didn't know what to do with him. So, what about calling the police, John? That is when you would have wanted to call the police, don't you think? I was dumbfounded at what I was hearing. I don't know, Sam. I was scared, I was scared, because I'd been in trouble before, in prison before. I thought I couldn't call the police because of that whole thing. I don't know. I didn't know what to do. Then, I see that we are right in front of the closet, where the trap door to the basement, the crawl space is. And I just opened the trap door and shoved him. I just threw him down there. John, you acted in self-defense. Why the hell didn't you just call the goddamn cops? Couldn't believe this. Sam, I don't know. I don't fucking know. I was fresh out of prison. I was scared out of my mind. I just threw him down in the crawl space, and then I started, I started collecting all of his stuff, picking up all of his clothes and stuff. His clothes were still in the bedroom, on the floor in the bedroom, and on the dresser, and his coat was in the living room. It was still in the living room. Now I gotta pick up Carol later that day and take her to the wake, Sunday. She was going to go with me, on the second day, the last day of the wake. And then the funeral is on Monday. I can't have this fucking guy in the middle of all this. I want him gone. I just don't want to think about all that, I can't think about it. So I clean up all his stuff, and He was gone. He was in the crawl space. But he was gone, right? I'll worry about that later. You know? So, I leave him down there, and I straighten up and get rid of his clothes. I found a locker key in his pants pocket, like from the Greyhound station. That was in his pocket. Plus, my arm is cut to shit. I didn't know what to do. I really didn't know what to do. So then I do pick up Carol, and she sees this cut on my arm and tells me I might need stitches, and she wants to know how it happened. Fuck, what a mess. So I told everyone I was cutting carpet. And, I slashed it with one of those razor things. Those razor knives. And that I cut it that way. We go to the wake, and then, after, we go to the hospital. The wake was on Western Avenue at Debrecht. I said that, I told you that. So, we just drove down Western to St. Elizabeth Hospital. We went down to the hospital and got the cut looked at. They put a butterfly stitch or a bandage. Then we went back to the wake. Also, my sister Joanne, said I should go to the hospital, and she's a nurse. So, her and Carol were both saying that I should go to the hospital. So we did. And then we came back to the wake. Then, after the wake, we went out with my sister. We were out for dinner or something like that with my sister, and I I wasn't thinking about that fucker in the crawl space. He was out of my mind, So we just went out to dinner with Carol and my sister Joanne. You didn't have any guilt, no remorse? Obviously, this was not a normal person. I remember that as my assessment at the time. This guy needed help. He was not all there. No, it just was completely blocked out. Didn't think nothing of it. Not at all. There was nothing. That was the same with the others, too. I didn't feel nothing. Most of these assholes were hustlers, like that first guy. They killed themselves, anyway. Most of them killed themselves, I'll tell you. But after I got home from dinner with my sister and Carol, I was just tired, you know? So I went to bed, and in the morning, I went down in that crawl and buried the guy. You know? Buried him down there. It wasn't easy, either. No way. 'Cause it's really short down there. It's about 2.5 feet to the bottom of the floor joists. Those big joists that run the length of the house. You have to chop with a spade and kind of dig with your hands or whatnot. But I did it. I got it done. The ground was loose down there, and there was an odor because of the wet clay. There were 4 houses in that area on our block that had to have sump pumps due to the moisture. There was always an odor down there since we moved in. 4 houses in a low spot on that block. We were one of the 4. We never could completely get rid of that odor. I remember that stupid belt buckle, that big belt buckle. He was buried with his pants on and that big belt buckle. I never asked him his name. And if he ever said it, I never got it. I never knew it. Just a greedy, stupid hustler. I put him beyond he was beyond the second supporting post. Going east. I can show you. Guys. I'll show you everything. I know exactly where they all are. We can go over there. That was the last thing in the world that I wanted to do. I looked at Stevens. The look on his face was telling. I changed the subject. So, John, I guess you are saying that Rob Piest is also dead. You said that, right? We were all looking at one another. Casey was not in good shape. You mean the kid in that picture? Yeah. Yeah, he is. He is dead. He is in the river." After he said that, he went somewhere else in his mind. Carol moved in a month later, in February of 1972. She brought her fucking mother with her, the bitch. I didn't like her. Not Carol. I liked Carol. I hated her fucking mother, though. Plus, Carol had 2 kids, 2 little girls. We got married in July of that year, and my mom moved out because she didn't think there should be 2 women running the house. Carol's mother was supposed to move out in August after her divorce. In fact, my mother wanted her to move in with her. My mom wanted Carol's mother and her to move in together. But that never happened. That bitch stayed with us for a year. Well, in June 1973, I had a stroke or something. I almost died. Dr. Levy came out to the house. He was my doctor. He was my doctor all my life. And he was so pissed off because it was 4 a.m. and I was having this attack or whatnot. And Carol's mother never even got up out of bed. She just laid in the bed. Bitch. And that's why I had the goddamn attack in the first place. Carol and I were arguing about her still being in the house. She had to go after that, and I had to kick her out. She had to be evicted, kicked out. But you were talking about that kid in the picture, the boy in that picture? He wanted a job. He wanted to work for me. He wanted to buy a Jeep. I really don't know what happened there. That wasn't like me. Normally I would be out cruising, looking for someone to have sex with, late at night. I don't know. That kid wanted a job. He said that he would do anything for money. He was all hopped up on buying this car, a Jeep or some shit. I thought he was hustling me. We went back to my house. It didn't go well at all. He wasn't a hustler. He was just a kid. He was just a kid. I really don't know what happened there. After that first guy, the guy that I just told you about, the Greyhound guy, I got married. Pretty soon after that, I got married to Carol. She moved in and then we got married. I wasn't with any guys after that for a long time. A long time, I had a wife and 2 little girls and a fucking mother-in-law. It was like Grand fucking Central Station around there. I was working my ass off trying to build up the business and stuff, trying to get jobs and doing jobs, working all over the city. Plus, I was volunteering for everything with the party, the Democratic Party in my neighborhood. And I started having my parties. Like, I would have these yard parties, but they were bigger than that. They were huge parties that politicians and everyone would come to. We would have hundreds of people, sometimes like 400 people. 400 people! And I had my self-made family. I called it self-made family. I had 2 beautiful little daughters, Tammy and April. They were Carol's kids, but I loved them too. They were like my kids too. In 1974, we had the luau party. A party with a luau theme. Grass skirts and shit like that. Hawaiian, People dressed up Hawaiian. In 1975, we had the Western barbecue party, and it was a big one. Hundreds of people came. But by then, Carol and I were fighting all the time. It was becoming clear that we would probably not stay together. Other good stuff was happening, though. The business was good, and my political connections were better. I got on the county board, but I also got divorced. I had been having sex with guys for a pretty long time, and I had learned that it was pretty easy to pick up young boys in the city, like in Boys Town area by Diversey and Broadway, also in Bughouse Square and in Uptown. These areas were good. Uptown had poor kids that needed money real bad, and Bughouse Square was full of hustlers that were there to sell their shit. Sell themselves. Now, that didn't make me no fag, though. I still had sex with Carol. Sometimes. Not that often. But we did till we started fighting all the time. I hated her mom. Plus, I was never home. I worked 10, 12, maybe 15 hours. And then I would go downtown a lot, cruising around in the middle of the night. I drank a lot and smoked pot. Sometimes I would bring those kids back to my garage. My garage was my private place. Carol rarely went out there. After she was gone, I could bring people home as much as I wanted to. Also, Carol was going off to stay with friends a lot. And once she went down to stay with my mom in Arkansas, after Ma broke her hip, so she wasn't there a lot, even before we got divorced. That's when this thing happened. This thing I have to tell you? I had this kid working for me, John Butkovich. Carol knew him, Little John, she called him, because, I was Big John. He was Little John. He was at the house all the time, playing with the kids, over for dinner. Carol liked him. He was with me for about a year or so when we got into an argument over money. Money, the root of all fucking evil. He said I owed him money. He said I owed him back pay, but I didn't. I showed the kid where he owed me money. He owed me money. I didn't owe him money. He had this apartment that his dad got for him, and he bought a rug and some stuff on my account, on the PDM account, so he could get a contractor discount and shit, He was fixing up his place, and he got carpeting. Now, he was paying me back just fine. The bill started at around $600, and he had paid it down to $300. So I was fine. With all this, no problem, as far as I was concerned. But John got it into his head that I owed him a couple of $100 or something. And this was bullshit, I tell you. It's pure bullshit, but he comes over talking shit, brought a couple of buddies with him, yelling and screaming about how I better pay him or there's going to be trouble. Like I'm going to get my ass kicked. I just got everyone high. We smoked some pot, drank some beers. We calmed the whole thing down. No big deal, Next thing I know, he's lying on my floor, dead. I was cruising, driving around. This is the same day, only at night, the middle of the night. Little John, had left my house with those guys, all his buddies. They all left, and they were all drunk and high when they left, and everything was fine, I thought. That's what I thought. Then I see him in Uptown, while I'm driving around. He shows up. He's like in the street, in the middle of the fucking street, waving at me and yelling that he wants to talk to me. We're not through yet about this money thing. He's in the middle of Sheridan Road, and he is ranting about money. So I tell him to get in. Inside the car, he's blocking traffic. We go back to my house to drink, drink some more. Carol's not home, so what the fuck, right? Now we start drinking, and he's hammered. He's real drunk, and I'm feeling no pain at all. I'm drunk too, I guess, And the damn argument starts up again. All over again. So then we start fighting, arguing back and forth. I got a heart condition. Plus, he's a kid, a lot younger than me. So I trick him into a pair of handcuffs that I use for my clown act. I'm a clown, a registered clown. I do parties. You knew that, I think, Leroy. Did you know that, Sam? Did I tell you that? I just shook my head. I didn't want to interrupt, frankly. Continue the story, I was thinking. So, he's in these cuffs. I tricked him, but now he's very pissed off because I'm not taking the cuffs off of him. I don't want to take them off until he sobers up, stops screaming at me about this fucking money, Stops his goddamn yelling. I don't want him hitting me or some kind of shit like that. I don't need any kind of shit like that. Now, this is where it gets a little foggy. I'm not exactly sure how this all happened, but I must have strangled him. With this rope. My client was obviously a bit drunk as he sat there. I had just watched him guzzle about 16 ounces of straight whiskey right in front of me. 2 8-ounce cupfuls. Plus, he was drinking previously that night. But this wasn't just a drunk man on a rant. We were listening to a killer. A true killer. I could never describe properly how offhandedly he said those words. I must have strangled him, with this rope. It was as if he was telling us that he had brushed his teeth that morning, mentioning some kind of inconsequential part of the overall point that he was making. Stevens and I could not believe what we were hearing. We just kept looking at one another, awestruck. Yeah. He was laying on the floor when I woke up. He was blue in the face, like they say. And he had a rope around his neck and the handcuffs. He still had the handcuffs on. I don't remember everything, but I think I tricked him, because that is what I did with a lot of the others. I would use a rope, the rope trick, and I used it kind of like a tourniquet around their necks. That's how I would do it. That's what I did with that kid you were pointing to, that kid in the paper. What's his name? Robbie or something like that? I did the rope trick on him. He was crying, scared. I didn't really mean to scare him. I thought he was something very different. I thought he was a hustler like the others, but really he was just a kid. The kid had his hand on the door to leave. He even said that he was so scared that he thought I was going to kill him. I knew I couldn't let him leave. I knew I couldn't. That would not have been good. That would not have worked out. He was too scared, too fucking scared. I thought he lied to me, but maybe he didn't. Maybe he wasn't lying. Maybe he just wanted a job, These other kids weren't like him. That's for fucking sure. They were hustlers, greedy little liars and hustlers. One was a bigger liar than the next. I used to go down to the park, Washington Park. They called it Bughouse Square, and these kids would offer blowjobs for money, sex for money, and then they would try to hike up the price after they had already told me a certain price. They would try to hike it up, raise the price up. Extortion, plain and simple. Or this was something else. I would take these guys back to my house, and they would see that I was a successful businessman in a nice neighborhood, and they would figure out that I couldn't let everyone know that I was bisexual or shit like that. They could see that I wouldn't want my neighbors to know about these guys. They could see that, and then they would start to threaten to tell the neighbors. Right then, they would say they were going to go right out and tell the neighbors everything. They should have kept their fucking mouths shut. They didn't know who they were dealing with, so they would get the rope trick. I wasn't afraid of the neighbors. Lots of them knew me. They knew what I did. They have eyes. They can see my house from theirs. I just hate fucking liars. Greedy, lying homos. Fucking faggots. I had to get rid of this guy, though. I had to get rid of little John. Then Carol. Before I could do that, Carol came home. I had wrapped him in a tarp and put him in the garage. Then Carol came home. So I couldn't bury that one in the crawl space. So I have to figure something else out. So I buried him out in the garage. There was already a place that I was going to use for drainage out there. So, yeah, he is out there. Well, after I got divorced, there are a lot under the house. Like, out under the bedrooms, down there. I can show you. I'll show you. We did some digging down there. Rossi did a lot. He was down there for 8 hours one day. He was digging trenches all day. I said they were for tiles. I told him tiles, for the smell. We always got that musty smell when it rained. So Rossi dug up the trenches for that. There was this kid with a weird spelling of his name. He spelled it SZYC. But you said it sink. Like a sink, in the kitchen. We were partying, drinking, smoking pot, taking pills, you know. And everyone was running around half naked. See, this guy was a female impersonator and a dancer. I don't know. It's all in a fog, you know? It's not that I don't want to remember. I try, but I can't remember it all. We did a lot of drinking, see? A lot of drinking and a lot of drugs, but we were partying. And I went to bed, and when I woke up, that kid was lying on the floor in the other room. You know? The one with the red carpet? He was on the floor. He was naked on the floor, you know? And Rossi had dug those trenches in the crawl, so he went down there. I threw him down there. Rossi was in the living room, sleeping on the couch. He wanted that kid's car. So we went down. The car was parked on Clark Street. So we just drove down there and got it. We just drove there in the morning and looked for the white Plymouth Satellite with a banged-up fender. It was parked on Clark across from the Newberry Theater, right there on Clark Street, right down there. And Rossi drove it, and I drove my car and brought it back to my house. Now, I said I wanted $300 for that car. Rossi said he didn't have it, but we worked that out. And that became Rossi's car. He drove that car. There was a bunch of stuff in the trunk. There were license plates and women's clothing, weights, the television, and jewelry and stuff, lots of stuff. So we cleaned that all out, all that shit. And Rossi drove that car. So that guy is down in the crawl space. He is down there. I threw him down there and put him in one of those trenches and covered him up. I only dug like 5 of those holes down there. I had those kids dig the rest. They dug them for me. There were trenches dug down there for the drainage. So there are lots of guys down there. They are all in that basement. That crawl space down there under the house, you know. Maybe 20 or 30. Some are in that crawl, but a few are in the river. I put some in the river. 5. You know, it was 5 of them that I took out to the river. There were 5 of them. And that kid that you were asking about is one of the 5. He was the last one. We can go there. I'll show you. That kid was not supposed to happen, you know? But when it did, I had to go out to the bridge. Yeah. When I took him out there, I heard that a Smokey was around, so I had to drive back and forth, you know, go down to the next Cloverleaf and turn around. Then I figured out that it was me, you know? It was my car. Oh, and there was a barge, too. I didn't want to drop the fucker on that. Gacy was starting to slur his words, even more than he did at the beginning of this diatribe. His whole demeanor was beginning to wilt. It was clear to me that the massive amounts of alcohol that he had ingested both in front of us and before he arrived were beginning to beat the shit out of him. He was not going to last much longer. How right I turned out to be. There was this little fucker from Franklin Park, Joe or something, I forget. My memory is for shit. Total shit. I cannot hardly remember anything. Nothing. Sometimes I wake up in the morning and find strangled kids in my house, dead strangled kids, and I have no idea how they got there. No fucking idea what happened. I remember heading down to the park, Washington, you know, Bughouse Square. I told you that. I said that already. I remember going there, but I don't remember coming home. No idea, you know? But how I would get my ass home or what happened while I was out. But I have to get the bodies out of there. They don't belong there, you know? You know? They don't belong there, do they? Sometimes I get little flashes of memory, though. Like watching a movie that isn't a good copy. It keeps coming in and out, you know? It is in bits and pieces. Bits and pieces. Little bits and pieces of life. His rambling was getting scatological, and his tongue was getting thicker as he continued on. I was watching a man becoming unglued, sluggish. His chin was getting closer to his chest, his eyelids heavy, his head bouncing with every word as it happens only with a drunk. The booze was catching up with him in a big way. I wanted him to clarify his rambling monologue, mainly, I suppose, because I couldn't believe it all. I'm sure part of me didn't want to believe it. I looked at him dead in the eye. "John," I said, "are you telling us that you killed 30 people, 30 kids? That is what you are saying, right? You killed all these kids and buried them under your house?" "Well, not all of them. Not all are in the crawl space, you know? Some are in the river, you know? In the river. Like I said, I'll take care of it, though. I'll be my own judge, jury, and executioner. I'll be my own. I'll handle this myself. I'll take care of this. I'll take care of this. I have to handle this my own way." I could feel my own heart beating, sense my own breathing. I looked at Stevens. We were both in a clinical state of shock. He looked back, eyes wide, head slowly moving from side to side. He could have been the bad actor in a worse movie watching the mummy approaching. Finally, the booze won. Gacy's chin hit his chest. He was sound asleep. Chapter 13. The lawyer in me immediately kicked in. I began to think solely in my client's best interest. "He needs immediate psychiatric help," I said. "We had to find him a shrink right now." I looked at my watch. It was 3:30 a.m. Fat chance, I thought. "It's 3:30 in the morning, Sam." Stevens was looking at me like I was as crazy as Gacy. "We gotta try. Hospitals are open all night. I know, I used to work in one a long time ago. This guy is going to kill himself. You heard him, Leroy. He plans to off himself." "I'll be my own judge, jury, and executioner?" "He's going to commit suicide. What else could that mean, right? He is a danger to himself and others. He can be committed. That's the standard." Gacy wasn't going anywhere. He was comatose, snoring, and snorting in a state of complete slumber. Let's be honest, he was passed out, sitting upright but slouched into his chair in such a way as to keep him from falling. We both got on phones. It seemed a little crazy, but what else were we going to do? If he were having a heart attack, he would need a medical doctor. He was having what I would describe as a complete breakdown. He needed a head doctor. We had to at least try. We had to try something. While Gacy snored, while Albrecht and his partner Dave Hackmeister killed time just 30 feet away on the other side of a piece of plate glass, we feverishly called hospital after hospital, begging to speak with anyone in the psych department, getting rebuffed time after time. Phone books were open on the conference table. Cigarette smoke hung in the air. Sleeves were rolled up, and the coffee pot was working overtime. We used whatever clout we could pretend we had, throwing our law degrees around as if they meant something to the poor receptionists who were unlucky enough to have taken the call. Finally, believe it or not, we found a psychiatrist at a hospital on the north side of Chicago, Lewis A. Weiss Memorial Hospital, who said that he would meet with us at 9 a.m. He seemed to understand the urgency. Stevens and I decided to take turns going home to shower and shave, thereby leaving one of us to monitor our client. Neither one of us knew what Gacy would do when he came to, but we had a plan. All we could do was attempt to implement it. Stevens was first to leave. I sat alone with John Gacy, who sounded a little like a walrus in heat. I pulled a few books on commitment of persons into a locked facility off a shelf. I couldn't concentrate on the written word, however, no matter how hard I tried. I thought over and over again about that with which I was going to be faced, about what I had been told. It was a heavy burden. I was trying to play the tape out to its logical end. What was this going to be like? Clearly, my life was about to change. I was defense counsel for a serial killer. John stirred. He snorted and rubbed drool from the corner of his mouth. Then it happened. John suddenly sat up, stiff as a board, perfect posture. He opened his eyes and stared out into nothing. The look in his eyes was unlike any that I had ever seen. He was awake, it seemed, but not exactly. "John?" I stood in front of him, looked at his eyes. They were vacant. No personality behind them, no person. It was as if he didn't see me, although I was standing right in front of him. I waved my hand in front of his face. "John, you okay?" I wasn't yelling, but I was speaking at much higher decibels than normal conversation. He ignored me, totally. He started to stand, and I'll be damned to hell if he didn't put his arms out in front of him, like a terrible movie's attempt to indicate sleepwalking. It was almost funny. It would have been funny if this guy hadn't just admitted to killing 20 or 30 people. He was standing now, like Frankenstein, arms extended, stiff as a board, everything, his whole body rigid. His eyes were rolling around in his head. His eyelids were fluttering rapidly. "John!" This time I yelled. I was waving both arms, palms facing out, in front of his face. Nothing, no response. I had a baseball bat that was a memento from Comiskey Park, my beloved White Sox. I picked it up and gently put it up to his chest. It looked like he was leaning on it, being led by it. He started walking forward. This had to have been a sight. Casey was maybe 5'9". I am 5'2" if I stand up straight. He was walking forward, and I was walking backward, bat extended. We looked like Quasimodo and Phoebus. "John! Can you hear me? John!" I led him to the couch in my office and herded him gently down onto it. He lay down like a 5-year-old, curled up, and went right back to sleep, as though nothing had happened. I was surprised he didn't put his thumb in his mouth. The only time I had seen anything like it before was with little kids that wander in a half-sleep state at the direction of their parents into a bed. This whole damn night was becoming surreal. Absolutely fucking surreal. Well, at least we won't have a problem getting this guy safely behind locked doors in a nice psych ward, I mumbled to myself. I decided that Casey was safe where he was, and that I would check on the Delta boys out front in my lobby. I brought a pot of coffee with me. I figured they deserved it. They had been following this nutcase for days. They probably had a few stories. "How are you guys doing out here?" I asked. "Want some coffee?" He's sound asleep and will likely be that way for a while. When Stevens returned, it was my chance to get a shower and a change of clothes. I told Stevens that I would be back as soon as possible. I told him about the Frankenstein incident and showed him where the bat was. When I got home, I said to my wife, Mary, "This case is going to be big, really big. You remember the Richard Speck case? Well, this case is going to make that case look like a misdemeanor. I cannot tell you much because of the privilege, but get ready. This is going to be a big case, and it is about to break wide open. This shit is about to hit the fan." That actually turned out to be an enormous understatement. When I returned to the office, Gacy was still passed out, and the boys from Des Plaines were still sitting in the outer lobby of my office. Actually, Albrecht was lying down on the floor, trying to catch a nap. It didn't seem to be working because he greeted me with a smile as I came through the doors. Stevens said that all was well. Gacy hadn't moved. We sat there planning how we were going to take our client immediately to Weiss Memorial Hospital, where he would be evaluated and a decision would be made to admit him. That would give us time to breathe. And then on Friday, we would have our hearing. It was a good plan. We were proud. We had somehow succeeded on behalf of our client and had made these arrangements, as unlikely as that seemed, at 3:30 a.m. This was all going to work out. The one variable that we had not planned on was the headstrong Mr. Gacy. When Gacy awoke, he was Lazarus rising from the dead. It took a while for him to get his bearings. He looked around at his strange surroundings, bewildered, like a lost child. "Shit," he groaned. "I slept here all night? What time is it?" "It's a little after 7, John. We have got a big morning ahead. We found a place that will take you. We have to take you to a hospital. You have an appointment at 9 a.m. It's funny. I had this naive belief that Gacy was simply going to accept my advice, that he was going to appreciate all the trouble that Stevens and I had gone through on his behalf. That was a mistake. "What the fuck are you guys talking about? Hospital? I got shit to do today. What in the fuck are you guys talking about?" Gacy looked honestly perplexed, confused. "John, you told us some heavy shit last night. Don't you remember?" "Remember what, Sam? What the fuck is with you two guys this morning?" John wasn't kidding. He had no clue as to what we meant, what we were talking about. "Look, John, there are 2 coppers waiting patiently for you out in our lobby. You came here last night with this urgent, overwhelming need to talk. Are you saying that you don't remember anything about what you told us last night?" Stevens and I just looked at one another, incredulous. I thought last night was surreal. This was beyond surreal, beyond description. We were sitting in a room with a man that had confessed to the murder of 20, maybe 30 people. He had told us that his basement or crawl space or whatever you call it was a fucking graveyard, a gruesome graveyard filled with young bodies. And now, he didn't remember? I could not believe my own ears. I finally knew what people meant when they said that. I honestly could not believe my own ears. That's when I realized just how fucked in the head this guy, my client, actually was. I don't care how drunk or high a person is, for Christ's sakes, you cannot possibly forget that you confessed to murder, can you? That's not possible, is it? I must have looked like some kind of cartoon character, the picture of confusion. I put a hand on each of his shoulders and looked him straight in the eye. "John," I said slowly, deliberately, "you told us everything. You told us about the crawl space." Gacy, again the confused child, kept looking back and forth, first at Stevens, then at me, then back again for a very long minute. Then he said, "Oh, I told you guys about that, huh? I told you about that?" "Yeah, John, you told us everything. You told us about the crawl space, about the river. You talked for hours, John. You told us everything." He just shook his head slowly from side to side while he took it all in. He was a study in befuddlement. Then his face took on a complete change. He became determined or something. It wasn't readable. "Well, I can't think about this right now. I've got things to do today. I've got shit to take care of, work to do, shit to do." With that, John Wayne Gacy stood up, looked around for his coat, picked it up, and started heading for the door. I grabbed his arm. "You need help, John. You need lots of help. We made an appointment for you. You have an appointment with a psychiatrist this morning. You should keep that appointment. We will. Stevens and I will drive you." He looked at me. All he said was, "I can't, Sam. I gotta do this my way. I gotta go. I gotta go." He turned and walked out of the office, with the two members of his tail scrambling to their feet and rushing out behind him. Chapter 14. At the Des Plaines Police Headquarters, Terry Sullivan and members of the investigation team were feverishly putting together a complaint for a new search warrant. A review of the newly existing evidence was bolstering hopes of procuring said warrant and allowing for a further search of Gacy's home. On this Thursday morning, 4 days before Christmas, and just 1 day before the hearing on the petition for a TRO, the mood was much better than in days past, because everyone believed that a warrant was imminent. Now, they had the photo receipt. They also had something else. It seems that during one of the times that Gacy invited members of the surveillance team into his home for dinner and drinks, Officer Robert Schultz, a member of the Deltas, smelled something, an odor that he believed he recognized. This revelation came to Officer Schultz, and to him alone, in spite of the fact that dozens of members of the search team had crawled all over that house during the first search on December 13th, including into the crawl space, and never mentioned anything specific about an odor. In spite of the fact that Lieutenant Kozenzak and Officer Pickle were in the house on the night following Rob Piest's disappearance and never mentioned anything specific about an odor. In spite of the fact that Gacy's house was essentially an open office for his company, where employees were in and out of the home all the time, basically on a daily basis, and no specific odor was ever mentioned. In spite of the fact that Mr. Gacy had yearly parties to which literally hundreds of people came, and during which his house was open to one and all, and nobody ever seemed to complain specifically about an odor. In spite of all of that, Officer Schultz was now willing to swear, under penalty of perjury, that he smelled the odor of putrefied human bodies in that house. This was a gamble on the part of the prosecution because an odor, a bad odor, can be caused by so many different things. It is next to impossible to distinguish between the odor of a dead human body and the odor of the carcass of an animal, a rat, a raccoon, a bat, the list goes on. If every house that had an unusual odor emanating from it was subject to search, almost any house could be searched. That could be the reason that there is a multi-billion-dollar industry in products that claim to rid houses of all the various odors that they all seem to have. Nonetheless, the members of the investigation team wanted into that house, and they wanted into that house before Friday, before the hearing on the TRO. And they were willing to do whatever it took to accomplish that goal. Therefore, they literally drove the complaint for a search warrant over to the home of Judge Marvin J. Peters on Thursday night and had him sign the search warrant at 7:15 p.m. The gamble paid off, by the way. The complaint for search warrant read as follows. Complaint for search warrant. Joseph Kozenzak, officer of the Des Plaines Police Department, complainant now appears before the undersigned judge of the Circuit Court of Cook County and requests the issuance of a search warrant to search the person of John W. Gacy, male, white, 5 foot 9 inches, 195 pounds, brown hair, blue eyes. 8213 West Summerdale, Norridge, Illinois, located in Cook County, and seize the following instruments, articles, and things: the body of Robert Piest and or remains thereof, which have been used in the commission of or which constitute evidence of the offense of murder. Complainant says that he has probable cause to believe, based upon the following facts, that the above listed things to be seized are now located upon the person and premises set forth above. I, Detective Lieutenant Joseph Kozenzak of the Des Plaines Police Department, have been investigating the disappearance of Robert J. Piest, male, white, 15, date of birth, 16th of March, 1963, 5 foot 8 inches tall, brown hair with a slim build. During the course of my investigation, evidence was gathered through a search warrant indicating that the missing boy, Piest, was in the residence belonging to John W. Gacy, located at 8213 West Summerdale, Norridge, Illinois, within 48 hours after he was reported missing from Nissan Drugs at 1900 Touhy Avenue in Des Plaines. The search warrant referred to above was the search warrant executed on 13th of December 1978 at 8213 West Summerdale Avenue, Norridge, Illinois, signed Judge Marvin J. Peters. Recovered during that search was a customer receipt number 36119 from a film developing envelope with the name and address of Nissan's pharmacy stamped on it in ink. Further investigation revealed that this receipt had last been in the possession of Robert Piest prior to the time he had disappeared. On December 21, 1978, I had occasion to speak to Officer Robert Schultz, star number 215 of the Des Plaines Police Department. Officer Schultz has been a Des Plaines police officer for the past 8.5 years. He told me that on Tuesday, December 19, 1978, at 7:30 p.m., he was at the John Gacy residence at 8213 West Summerdale, Norridge, Illinois, on surveillance assignment. At that time, John Gacy approached Officer Schultz's police vehicle and asked him if he would like to enter his residence. Officer Schultz responded in the affirmative and entered the Gacy residence via the kitchen entrance with Mr. Gacy. Once inside, Officer Schultz immediately detected an odor similar to that of a putrefied human body. Officer Schultz further indicated that during his tenure as a Des Plaines police officer, he has smelled the odor of at least 40 putrefied human bodies, and that the odor he detected in the Gacy residence smelled similar to the odor of putrefied bodies he has smelled in the past. Attached hereto and incorporated by reference is the search warrant referred to in paragraph 1, i.e., the search warrant bearing the state's attorney's office number 78-1-003792, which was issued on December 13, 1978. For the above-mentioned reasons, I pray that the court find probable cause and permit this search warrant to issue. Lieutenant Joseph Kozenzak, December 21, 1978. There was a reason for the urgency in obtaining the search warrant of Mr. Gacy's home, other than the impending hearing on Friday morning. A good reason. John Wayne Gacy had been arrested. John Gacy left my office early on Thursday morning, very much against my advice and the advice of Leroy Stevens. He hurried out past Albrecht and Hackmeister and tore off southbound on Prospect Avenue, with an unmarked squad in tow and others on the way. Everyone involved in the case seemed to sense that this day would be different from the past several days, different from any other day of the investigation. Radios were squawking, and plans were being thrown together concerning this particular day. Gacy drove in his inimitable style, speeding through populated areas and school zones like they weren't there, all at a time when the town of Park Ridge was waking up, moving about, people rushing to work, school buses picking up small children. John's first stop was the Shell gas station, where he had his business account. The owner, John Lucas, was a friend and business associate. It was clear from a distance that John was not himself. He was walking around stoop-shouldered and hollow, obviously in some sort of funk. Something was wrong. Albrecht and Hackmeister didn't know what happened during the night in my office, but they were sure it was something significant. "It's over," Gacy said to Lucas. "Those guys are going to kill me." He said this while pointing to the boys from Des Plaines. "What the fuck are you talking about, John? You don't look so good, you know? What's wrong with you?" "My life is over, man. My life is over. Listen, don't take no more charges on my account, unless it's me. You hear me? No more charges." Gacy started popping pills as soon as he left the office. Valiums. And they were starting to kick in. It wasn't enough that he was hungover as hell, that he had been drinking all night long, and that he hadn't fully slept it off. Now, He was gulping down pharmaceuticals like candy. He walked up to Lucas's employee. The kid was pumping his gas, Lance Jacobson. Gacy stuffed a plastic baggie full of joints into Jacobson's pocket, in plain sight of the Deltas. "Take these. I don't need them. Take them, Lance." Jacobson tried to give the baggie back to Gacy more than once, but he wouldn't take it. He, Jacobson, didn't feel like getting busted by one of the obvious cops that went everywhere Gacy went. So he gave the baggie to his boss, hoping his boss would know what to do with it. Lucas, treating the baggie like a hot potato, then gave the baggie to Officer Hackmeister of the Delta Unit. He was shaking his head and repeating, "There's something wrong with Gacy. There is something wrong with Gacy." Dave Hackmeister put the pot in his pocket as he watched Gacy hugging everyone he could and saying very final goodbyes. It looked like Gacy was going on a very long trip, and he was saying bon voyage. Albrecht and Hackmeister were angry with Gacy for blowing through school zones at 60 miles per hour. "I'm gonna bust you on just the principle of it, John. Now you slow the fuck down in areas with kids and pedestrians," Hackmeister was screaming. Gacy was hurt. "You guys have to stop yelling at me. This is the end, and you know it." Gacy, stooped and deflated, mumbled another rather fatalistic statement. "This is my last day. This is it. You guys know that." Albrecht was convinced that Gacy was telling them that he intended to commit suicide. That would not do. This guy was going to face the music. No easy way out for him. Albrecht was going to see to that. He walked over to his car and got on the radio. Other members of the investigation team were on their way. That made him feel a little better. He had no intention of letting the past 8 days of his life be a wasted effort. Gacy's next stop was his house on Summerdale. He didn't stay long. Then he drove to his friend Ron Rhodes' house. There, more farewells took place, complete with tears, hugs, and pats on the back. The members of the surveillance team were watching Gacy completely self-destruct. In some ways, it was sad. This glad-handing, gregarious Pole, Chicago for politician, of a guy had been reduced to a sniffling, sad excuse for a man, trudging about in a Valium-induced haze, acting out fond adieus like the world was coming to an end. This all simply reinforced the idea on the part of several of the Deltas that Gacy was planning something drastic. He looked like a man on a mission whose time was short. Gacy's driving was becoming erratic. He left the road home and traveled to David Cram's apartment, where Mike Rossi was still in the process of quitting his employ with Gacy. On his way there, Gacy could have been arrested for the way he was driving, which was nothing new, of course. However, it was markedly worse than usual. There was some true concern that he would commit suicide by bridge abutment. Rossi was unloading equipment and tools in some sort of futile effort to cut his ties with John. This was a joke. Rossi had quit many times in the past. It never lasted. It didn't this time either. Before long, Rossi was in Cram's house with John. They all seemed to be planning whatever destination Gacy had in mind. The Deltas could see Gacy in tears, animated, acting like a person in great grief. The next stop for this pathetic, sad train, with Gacy leading the way, was DeLeo's restaurant on the northwest side, Gacy's home turf. There, he met Leroy Stevens. Once again, Gacy showed signs of a man that was living his last hours on Earth. He hugged everyone that he knew, often with tears flowing. He said it again and again. "It's over for me. They're going to kill me. This is it for me." He did not seem to be in his right mind. He was not himself. This was clear to Albrecht, Hackmeister, and the others. After all, these were guys that had been with him every minute of every day for the past week and a half. They had eaten with him, drunk with him, partied with him. They could see him coming undone. More and more, the Deltas were convinced that Gacy intended to take his own life. When Gacy left the restaurant, His car was rocketing north on Milwaukee Avenue. Like he was a man possessed. Only now, Rossi was doing the driving for him. "If he's going where I think he is, we may have a problem." It was Albrecht's voice coming over the radio speakers. "His father is buried in that cemetery, Mayhill Cemetery. It is straight ahead on Milwaukee, at about Dempster Avenue. He always said he wanted to be buried there. Maybe he is going there to die, you know? Why else would he be traveling on Milwaukee of all roads? Anyway, that sounds like him, the morbid son of a bitch." The radios crackled with the concern of officers that had put their all, their everything, into an investigation that was now threatening to end without closure. Without Gacy having been brought to justice. If he killed himself, they might never find Rob Piest, or see any kind of conclusion to the other leads that they had unearthed regarding a number of other missing young boys. After hearing the concerns of his men, with the frantic efforts to finish and present the complaint for search warrant ongoing, back at the station, Lieutenant Kozenzak finally gave the order to attempt to arrest Gacy if they saw an opportunity. Any reason would do at this point. However, they needed an actual reason. Sure, any reason would do, but what would that reason be? What did they actually have on him? They could stop him and give him a ticket for his driving, that was sure. But wait, he wasn't even doing the driving. They could give Rossi a ticket. Of course, that would not do. They needed a solid arrest to be able to hold Gacy while the search warrant was executed. These guys were so used to watching Gacy break laws for which they could not arrest him because of the larger nature of their investigation. They were getting rusty. It was Albrecht that suddenly remembered the pot that had exchanged hands at the gas station. Terry Sullivan stood in the makeshift investigations command room at the Des Plaines Police Headquarters, listening to the squelch of many radios and the metallic, anticipation-filled voices of the members of the surveillance team, all of whom had arrived on scene for an event that was the culmination of a great deal of hard work, long hours, and a lot of patience. All four Deltas, Albrecht, Hackmeister, Robinson, and Schultz, together with their boss, Wally Lang, were in hot pursuit of the car driven by Rossi and carrying John Gacy at breakneck speeds through suburban traffic on North Milwaukee Avenue. Terry had a decision to make. The complaint for search warrant was a few short hours from being completed. He had spoken to Judge Marvin Peters, the judge that had signed the first warrant in an effort to smooth the process of getting this new search warrant signed. Terry had actually gone through the draft language of the complaint to ensure that the judge had no problem with it and that a finding of probable cause would be forthcoming. It was further decided that, if necessary, the complaint could be brought to the judge's home that evening and he would sign it there. Once signed, the members of the search team would be free to search Gacy's home, including his crawl space. Sullivan was convinced that such a search would turn up evidence sufficient to charge Gacy with murder or, at a bare minimum, kidnapping. The warrant was drawn up on the basis of murder, however, and everyone involved with the investigation, including Terry Sullivan, just knew that this was going to be the basis of Gacy's eventual arrest. That was the unfortunate truth of the matter. No one believed that Rob Piest was still alive. Sullivan was hearing the excited voices of his men stepping all over one another, speaking at once, and claiming that they were convinced that Gacy was going to off himself before an arrest could be effectuated, and maybe take Mike Rossi with him. He also had the hearing on my petition for TRO up in court the following morning, which could throw a monkey wrench into this whole damn thing, jeopardize the authorization of the warrant, and put the investigation back to square one. Should he give the order to arrest Gacy, or wait until the search warrant was executed and new evidence would undoubtedly be discovered? When he heard that Gacy had transferred marijuana to young Lance Jacobson, and that the said transfer had actually been witnessed by a couple of Deltas, that was quite enough. Delivery of marijuana is a felony, even if no money changes hands. One need not sell marijuana to commit the crime. They need only to deliver it. An arrest on felony charges would allow the police to hold Gacy for a significant period of time while the final steps to procuring the warrant were being taken. "Take him down," Sullivan told Kozenzak. The scene was like the filming of a movie. On a rare, crisp, cloudless, sunlit Thursday in December, 4 days before Christmas 1978, John Wayne Gacy breathed his last breath of free air. At about 12:15 p.m., near the intersection of Milwaukee Avenue and Oakton Street, in the village of Niles, Illinois, it played itself out much like what one that has watched any of the thousands of police dramas produced by Hollywood might imagine. 3 unmarked squads carrying 5 plainclothes policemen, each of whom were men that had given their lives over the past 8 long days and nights to the surveillance, pursuit, and apprehension of this particular man, swooped in, surrounding the car in which John rode shotgun and corralling it to the curb with screeching tires, dipping bumpers, and appropriate flourish, and, with sidearms drawn, approached the passenger side of the vehicle. "Get out of the car, John," Officer Ron Robinson calmly commanded, with his pistol inches from Gacy's ear. "You are under arrest." John was bent over the trunk of his rental car on the busy suburban corner, handcuffed and placed into the back of a police car, in keeping with police procedure and in a way befitting one of fiction's best melodramas. Gawkers stopped their busy last-minute Christmas shopping to take in the scene and point. They were only a few blocks from Mary Hill Cemetery. "Why are you guys doing this?" the confused and broken suspect wondered aloud. "What have I done? I thought we were friends." This time, Mr. Gacy didn't have a key to the cuffs held between his fingertips in the palm of his hand. This time, it was Gacy that was dumb and stupid. A ragtag procession of unmarked squad cars and Gacy's rental car, driven by Rossi, snaked its way back to Des Plaines Police Headquarters through the upscale northwest suburban area of Chicagoland. This was just the very beginning of a saga that would grow exponentially and would soon be splashed across headlines and TV screens worldwide. I didn't know it then, but I was about to have my 15 minutes. I was about to become famous. After Gacy left my office early that morning, and it was clear that he was not going to follow my advice and allow me to get him the psychological help he desperately needed, Stevens and I just shrugged and shook our heads. What could we do? We both said something about how we would see each other tomorrow for the hearing in federal court and went our separate ways. For me, I couldn't remember a time that I felt as tired as I did at that moment. I hadn't had more than an hour's sleep in days. What with Sammy in the hospital and this certifiable nutcase that I now represented. I had pulled countless all-nighters in college and law school during midterms or finals. I had felt pressure before, coupled with a lack of sleep. I had negotiated the gauntlet that was law school. I had studied for the 2-day nightmare that was the bar examination. I had been involved in many trials, many of them serious and high-profile during my years at the public defender's office. But nothing compared to this. Nothing. I was running on pure adrenaline, and only pure adrenaline. My body needed rest. Welcome to the private practice of law, Sam. Alone in my office, I put together the files that I thought I might need before I left to go somewhere. I had no idea where. As the weight of the night's incredible scenario began to descend like a mountain on my shoulders. Did my memory serve me? Had my client really confessed to the murder, the serial killings of many? Was this a fucking dream or what? I had to get some sleep. Then I would be able to sort all this shit out. I had to at least take a nap. My head was spinning. I stopped by my parents' house, where my ma was watching Jimmy, my younger boy. There wasn't much I could say to her. I just thanked her for helping out with Jimmy and said that I had to lie down for a little bit. I fell onto the couch in the living room and was dead to the world in seconds, still wearing my suit and tie. In what seemed like 2 minutes later, but was actually a couple of hours, my mother was standing over me. "Sam! Wake up, Sam! They called from the office. They need you. Your client was arrested. You know that client you have? Casey, what's his name?" I looked at my own mother as though I didn't know her. "What?" I tried to focus. "Your client was arrested, Sam." "For what?" I asked, still struggling to come to. "For pot," she said, the girl at the office. "I don't know what she means. You have to call her." "Pot? Pot? What the fuck?" Chapter 15. "What now? Why are you guys holding him?" I bellowed as I stormed into the Des Plaines police headquarters 40 minutes after my mother woke me. "You guys are asking for problems. You know that, don't you? The hearing on your TRO is tomorrow." I walked up to Terry Sullivan. "Terry, why the hell are you holding him?" "Possession and delivery of marijuana, Sam. A felony, I might add," Terry said. "We also found some pills on him in an unmarked bottle. We think they're Valium. They have to be tested. We probably won't charge him with that unless we have to." I reached into my pocket and pulled out my money clip. Okay, what's his bond? We'll post it." "Not so fast, Sam," Terry said. "We are running his prints, processing him. You know the drill here. We can hold him until his prints clear. Then he has to go in front of a judge. This is a legitimate felony charge." "This is harassment, Terry. Harassment, plain and simple. He has a right to post bond, and you know it. A pot charge? Come on, man, really? Let's get him in front of a judge and have a bond set." "All in due time, Sam. We are processing him as fast as we can, but we are having a small problem with our fax machine. We have to fax his prints to Springfield, you know that. They're looking into it." By now, everyone in the room knew that the marijuana charge was preliminary, a pretext. Everyone knew that there was a greater reason for this circus. It seemed like every police officer on the entire force was in the room. Certainly all the principals involved in the investigation were there, buzzing around, busying themselves with one thing or another. But actually, they were there to be part of the final process of taking Gacy down. Of course, I still had to do my job. I wanted to speak to my client. "Well, give me a room. I want to talk to him," I said. Soon I was pacing back and forth in front of a shell of John Gacy. In a locked interrogation room without windows, drab, industrial color cinder block walls, with a couple of government-issued chairs and a government-issued table where Gacy sat slumped and sullen. "Keep your fucking mouth shut, John. They told you that you could remain silent, right? That is exactly what you do. Remain silent." "Sam, it's over. It's over. My life is over. I just want to get this shit over with, you know? Get it all over with. Clear the air." John's eyes were dripping, bloodshot and sunken due to lack of sleep. He had a 2-day growth of beard and looked like a hobo. He was in the same clothes that he had slept in last night, and he was in a drug and alcohol-induced haze, his head rotating on his neck like it was not connected to his body. "You don't have any idea what you want. You are in no shape to be making decisions of any kind, let alone decisions that are going to affect the rest of your life. You just keep your mouth shut. You had an appointment with a shrink this morning. That's where you should be, right now, not here. You need help, John. Now just take my advice and keep your mouth shut. You are not required to say a word, so don't. Got it?" Gacy then said something that threw me. I was about to find out just how crazy my client really was. "I want to get out of here. Do you want me to fake a heart attack? I can do that. I can." "John, what the hell are you talking about? No, that's the simple answer. What's wrong with you? You cannot fake a heart attack. We have to get you into a facility, a hospital. You need help, John. You are not yourself. You are not making any sense." "I have to do this my way, Sam. I know. That you are just trying to help me, that you are on my side. I know that, but you have to believe me. I have to do this my own way." I shook my head slowly. I was concerned that if given the chance, he would try to commit suicide. He still had his belt and street clothes. If a person were determined to do it, there was always a way to do yourself in. I didn't want him to be left alone. I sat in the other chair in the room and watched my client put his head down in his arms. I stared at him for a very long couple of minutes. "John, just keep your mouth closed," I said. "I will try to get—" I was going to tell him that I intended to get him some help. I never got the chance. John raised his head. His face was an odd mix of ashen gray and vein-popping purple. His eyes were vacant and fixed. It was as if I wasn't in the room. His eyelids began to flutter, much like they had on the previous night in my office, and his eyes rolled back in his head. All I could see was white where his eyes were supposed to be. Believe me, that is a frightening sight. His body began to shudder and shake as he flipped out of his chair and onto the floor. He lay there shaking, flopping around like a fish on a pier. I thought, 20 minutes ago he was talking about faking a heart attack. Now he's fucking having one? I jumped up and ran to the locked door and began pounding on it. "Hey, Gacy's having some kind of seizure," I yelled. "He's on the ground. Hey, open the door. Somebody call an ambulance." Immediately, an officer came to the door. "You okay in there, Sam?" I don't think he knew exactly what to do. "Call 911. Call an ambulance right now." The door flew open, and cops swarmed to the door, gawking. There was yelling beyond that, people screaming to call the paramedics. Gacy kept flopping around on the floor. White, bubbly drool was running out of the corner of his mouth, and his color had gone off the charts. It looked as though his head might just pop like a thermostat cartoon. I loosened his collar and tried to make him comfortable. Police officers gathered around shouting various forms of advice, all of which I ignored. Paramedics burst through the door with a stretcher. They bent down over him and immediately assessed that it was time to go to the hospital. They put an oxygen mask over his mouth and nose and lifted him onto a gurney. Suddenly, my client was being whisked off to Holy Family Hospital with sirens blaring. I suppose it wasn't really a surprise to anybody, not to me, or to any of the investigation team, when we later learned that Gacy was not really having a heart attack. Upon arrival at the hospital, and after a short examination by hospital staff, it was clear that nothing physical was wrong with him. At least not anything life-threatening. When I heard the news, it affected me differently than most, though. Most of the police officers believed that Gacy was just a bullshit artist. That was no surprise to anyone. Half of what he said was either bullshit or an exaggerated version of the truth. A Gacy version of things. And I suppose that I was somewhat on that bandwagon. I had described him as a blowhard and a braggart to others before. However, this time my perspective changed. I saw his face. I saw his eyes roll back into his head. I saw the color of his skin, the involuntary nature of his seizure. I was in that room with him, so I now knew something I didn't know before. My client was not normal. Something was very wrong with him that ran much deeper. More than anyone else, I should have been able to dismiss Gacy's feigned illness as a stunt, a ploy for sympathy, something very typically Gacy. Hell, he had announced to me his intention to fake a heart attack. But that was no fake heart attack in the way that others might expect. He was not simply pretending. Gacy had experienced a physiological event, a physical response to what he perceived as a threat. He was not just acting. The paramedics, trained professionals, determined there to be an emergency. Gacy was in actual physical distress. Suddenly, I knew that his entire medical history, with all its documented seizures, strokes, and maladies, was likely one long, psychological manifestation of a man unlike any other man. A man miswired at the factory, so to speak. A good old-fashioned crazy person. A person that had a lifelong record of known, documented illnesses and hospital admissions. But in spite of the very impressive nature of the charts and notes regarding his health, in spite of the many diagnoses of his condition over his lifetime, I knew that many or most of those problems had originated in this man's head. It wasn't his body that was weak or broken, as the charts and the medical history might indicate. It was his brain that wasn't working right. His problem was in his mind. His brain was profoundly broken. That was the only explanation that I could come up with to account for the things that I had seen and heard over the past 12 hours. During the previous night, I had seen the same reaction in his eyes that I had seen today. That fluttering of the eyelids, that change in personality. I had seen it twice now, and although I am not a doctor, I know what I saw. This was not something as simple as a guy who faked illnesses or medical emergencies. This was something far more significant. Once Gacy was out of my presence, he began to start telling parts of his story to just about anyone that would listen. Frankly, his decision to do so pretty much sealed his fate. He began confessing to many of the members of the Delta unit, guys that he considered his friends, explaining that he had told Stevens and me everything. To their credit, the officers involved in questioning were careful to continually remind John of his right to remain silent so that his statement would be admissible in evidence one day. It was at this point that Gacy began telling others about Jack Hanley, John's idea of an alter ego, another personality within him. Although Gacy had never mentioned this name to me or to Stevens in all of our long and exhausting conversations, the name Jack Hanley would prove to figure heavily in the Gacy story in the days and weeks and months to come. For now, Gacy was on what lawyers like to call a frolic of his own. "My lawyers work for me," he would say. "They cannot tell me what to do, who to talk to, or what I can talk about." In Gacy's mind, Gacy knew best. Unfortunately, nothing could have been farther from the truth. Chapter 16. Chuck Gordon was 19 years old and on his first date with a pretty young girl named Rhonda, whom he had met the week before at a nearby bar. They sat on her grandmother's front porch exchanging stories, shivering against the cold, getting to know each other a little bit better before they finally had to say goodnight. He was fidgeting, contemplating that very first goodnight kiss when the night sky to the west of the little Norwood Park bungalow where his grandmother lived was suddenly lit up. It looked like they had moved Wrigley Field a few miles to the west and they were playing a night game in December, he would later say. I couldn't believe how bright it was. Chuck's memory of that Thursday night, just 4 days before Christmas, was just one of the hundreds of memories recounted by persons that happened to be in the vicinity of 8213 West Summerdale on the evening of December 21st, 1978, the night that the search warrant on John Wayne Gacy's home was executed. Chuck was from suburban Elmhurst, and it was by sheer chance that he was in that neighborhood on that fateful night. I left the Des Plaines police station after they took Gacy away in the ambulance and went home. I had done everything I could as his lawyer, after all. Now, it was up to him to follow my advice and remain silent, keep his damn mouth shut, something John Gacy did not do very well. I would have to wait for the results of the examination from the hospital and, after he was released from care, try to force a bond hearing as soon as it was possible. If Gacy's condition was serious, that might take some time, maybe several days, depending on his condition. Of course, like everything else about this crazy case, that is not what happened. I hadn't been home more than 10 minutes when I got a call from one of Gacy's neighbors. When the surveillance on his home began, Gacy must have bragged that he had hired me to put a stop to it. We were both precinct captains, and people knew I was a lawyer with some clout, some political friends. "There are what looks like 50 police vehicles, trucks, lights, absolute chaos over at John's house," the neighbor screamed into the phone. "You better get over there, Sam. They look like they are planning to tear the place apart. You're his lawyer." I remember thinking that I would have to thank John for giving out my home phone number. Why even have an office if strangers were able to call me at home? Then I remembered that I was still listed in the phone book. Perhaps I should remedy that? I made a mental note, but it turned out to be too late. When I arrived, the street was secured at both ends of the block by squads with flashing lights, and the scene in front of Gacy's house looked like something out of a bad disaster movie. Flashing Mars lights, spotlights, special floodlights constructed on top of evidence vans, and countless uniformed men scurrying everywhere filled my field of vision. There were squad cars from several different jurisdictions parked haphazardly on the street, on lawns, on sidewalks, basically everywhere. It seems that my very first client, my one client, had caused a bit of a stir. I made my way past the initial challenges to my presence by asserting my right to be there, louder and more convincingly than the uniformed officers that were positioned at the perimeters. "I'm his lawyer. That's my client's house. I represent Mr. Gacy," I shouted to one cop after another as I stormed toward the nucleus of the beehive. I pounded on the locked front door of Gacy's house and peered into the diamond-shaped window at eye level. A face appeared that filled the window. It was a face I knew. Greg Bedeau, the seasoned Cook County investigator whom Terry Sullivan had attached to the unit early during the investigation, looked back at me. I will never forget the look on his face as long as I live. It was a look of sheer horror, the look of a man that had seen something gruesome, grotesque, unimaginable. "Get the fuck out of here, Amarante," he screamed at me, pointing. "Hey, Bedeau, fuck you. I want to see a warrant. What the fuck do you guys think you're doing here? You can't do this. Where's your goddamn warrant?" "Fuck you, and fuck your warrant, Sam. I said get the fuck out of here. We have a warrant. Now get the fuck out of here before I have your ass dragged out of here." We were both screaming at the top of our lungs and attracting some attention. I looked around. All I could see were cops. Everywhere. I made a quick assessment. I was not going to win this argument. My home turf was in court. This was their home turf. No question about it. I backed away from the front door. "Welcome to the private practice of law, Sam," I thought once again. I found myself thinking those words quite a lot lately. A couple hours earlier, sometime shortly after 7:15 p.m., which was the time the warrant was signed by Judge Peters, the first of the members of the investigation team arrived at the home of John Wayne Gacy. There was the static of pure anticipation in the air. They would have loved to tear into the place and rip it apart, especially the crawl space. But the men knew their jobs. A meticulous process was being followed. An evidence technician named Daniel Genty had the dubious distinction of being the one chosen to go into the crawl space below Gacy's house. While Genty dressed in coveralls and fireman's waiter boots, some of the others checked out the house. They removed the trapdoor to the crawl space and peered into it. Evidently, someone had unplugged the sump pump. There were several inches of standing water in most of the crawl, making it impossible to do any real investigation down there. The plug for the sump pump was plugged in, and it kicked on. Immediately, the water was being pumped out. While that was happening, the other officers proceeded to search in various other areas of the house. Officers Tovar and Kautz had long suspected that they would find items of property belonging to others in Gacy's house. They had been working that angle. During the first search, various officers noticed a small Motorola television on a dresser in Gacy's bedroom. Officer Kautz was with Officer Adams when they visited and questioned Mrs. Sink, the mother of one of the missing teens, John Sink. Among the items of paperwork that were given to them, which included the car registration for the 1971 Plymouth, was a registration form and warranty certificate for a small Motorola television that belonged to Sink. Tovar and Kautz made a beeline into Gacy's bedroom. They checked the serial number on the TV in Gacy's room. Sure enough, the TV sitting on John Wayne Gacy's dresser once belonged to John Sink. It had the same serial number. They also found a clock radio that was once the property of young John Sink. Chills ran up and down the spines of many officers when they thought about what else might be found in the crawl space in light of this new information. What were believed to be sound theories, speculation really, but informed speculation, about the connection to and the whereabouts of the increasing number of missing teens that were once connected to Gacy were becoming more and more plausible. The time of reckoning had come. After about 10 long minutes of pumping, the sump pump had removed enough water from the crawl to allow for a meaningful search. Officer Genty dropped into the crawl space armed with a bright spotlight and a trenching tool. He had to half crawl to maneuver in the tiny space under the house. The first thing he noticed was the lime spread all around to absorb moisture. Small pools of water still existed in low spots, and it was discolored, brownish. He picked a spot and plunged the blade of the trenching tool into the soft, moist dirt. An odor escaped with only one shovelful of dirt. This was gross, a dirty, horrifying job. The odor was overwhelming. With the next shovelful, Genty stopped. He had hit something solid. He reached into the dirt to see what it was. Although he kind of expected it, what he saw, what he was now holding, stole his breath. Then he turned and yelled over his shoulder, "Charge him!" Genty had found the first of what would later prove to be hundreds and hundreds of human bones. The word spread like wildfire, as they say. Radios crackled and squelched. Jurisdictions were notified. The cries went into the atmosphere. "Charge Gacy with murder. Call the medical examiner. Get me the mayor. Find out about jurisdiction. Let the chief know. Wake him up. See if we can tear this house down. Tell my wife I won't be home for a while. This is going to be big. No, huge. No, monstrous. I have never seen anything like this in my life. I don't know what we're going to do about Christmas, honey." The air seemed to echo with the news. And then, the press arrived. Chapter 17. As everybody knows, the city of Chicago is the third largest city in the United States of America, which, as everybody knows, makes it the third largest media market in the United States. The force and speed at which this story ripped through that media market and was instantly transmitted on to the rest of the world is epic in the annals of print and electronic media lore. Friday morning, December 22nd, 1978. Every television set and every radio in every home and car and business in the entire city was squawking about one thing: John Wayne Gacy. The unusual thing about Gacy was that he was no person in the shadows. This was not an anonymous, workaday guy who one day snaps and goes to work and sprays his postal employee coworkers with a hail of bullets, killing 10 or 20. He was a politician, the guy at the front of the parade, the guy who had the yard parties attended by hundreds, Therefore, this story was a textbook example of exponential growth. 400 people tell 10 friends that they were at a party at Gacy's house, and suddenly 4,000 people are talking about the guy, and so on, without the help of the press. From the highest reaches of Chicago politics, including the mayor and the governor, to his neighbors and business associates, it seemed that no one in the city had more than 1 degree of separation from this man. You could not throw a rock in all of Chicagoland, population 9 million, without hitting someone that had his or her own personal Gacy story. And I was his lawyer. And many of the venerable members of the Fourth Estate were looking for me, it seems, but I was babysitting Gacy in the bowels of the Des Plaines police station. I had returned to the station after having visited Gacy's house. Quite the humbling experience. And I was sitting with him, trying unsuccessfully to remind him of his constitutional right to remain silent. John thought he knew better, though. He thought that he was smarter than people like Washington, Jefferson, Franklin, and Adams. He wasn't. He asked that I notify his sister, Joanne. She immediately came to the station to be with him. He spoke with her and admitted that much of what was being said about him was true. I can't imagine what that must have been like for his sister, but she stoically stayed by her brother's side through the night. By dawn, Gacy had told his story to many of the members of the investigation team. He also said that he would show everyone where he disposed of bodies that were not under the house. A morbid, sad 3-car caravan left Des Plaines, Illinois, as the sun barely showed its first morning light on Friday, December 22nd. John wanted the first stop to be the Mary Hill Cemetery, to pay respects at his father's grave, and he was told that all efforts would be made to grant that privilege by the boys from Des Plaines, provided that he was cooperating with them. Gacy somehow knew that this would be the last chance that he would ever have to stand at his father's grave. His father, the man whose every prediction about his son had finally, ultimately, come true, in spades. The group headed out in 3 squads to the bridge, where Interstate 55 crosses over the Des Plaines River near Joliet, some 50 miles away. Upon arrival, Gacy recounted the story of the night that he drove Rob Piest's body out to that bridge 10 days previous, and, with officers Schultz and Robinson grasping his arms to ensure he didn't fling himself over the rail, pointed to the very spot where Rob was released into the muddy water below. He also explained that it was at this spot that he released 4 other bodies of young men after he had run out of room in his crawl space. Tears streaked his sister's face, and I think it is fair to say that everyone else on that bridge felt chills. I know I did. The somber moment didn't last long, however, because almost immediately, the entire troop saw ABC's Chicago affiliate, WLS-TV newsman Jay Levine running, with camera crew in tow, across the bridge. Gacy was spirited into the back of the squad car and whisked away while Mr. Levine tried futilely to keep up, poking his microphone into the dust from the disappearing Illinois State Police cruiser. As this story exploded in the press, there were people that would rather not have become part of it. Me, I'm a bit of a ham. I always knew that my chosen profession might include some press coverage. Cameras don't intimidate me. But suppose that you just happened to live next door to Gacy, or down the block from him, or that you once worked for him for a summer 3 years ago. You just might not want to see reporters camped out on your front lawn or chasing you through the mall when all you're trying to do is buy a bag of dog food. This was such a huge story, especially in Chicago, that the members of the press were generally tripping over each other to get an angle on the story that had not previously been covered. In the days following his arrest, if you had ever met John Wayne Gacy or had any connection to him whatsoever, chances are that you would have the business end of a microphone shoved in your face, sometimes at the most inopportune times of the day or night, or in the most inopportune places. People had to become creative in their efforts to avoid being accosted by eager beaver reporters on a deadline. My wife, Mary, was among the folks that were uninterested in having their 15 minutes of fame happen right then and there. She preferred her privacy. She had enough on her plate. Her husband had been consumed by the whirlwind surrounding Gacy. Her older son was in the hospital, and her younger son was an infant who needed constant attention, as infants invariably do. So imagine her surprise when she walked by our front window, dressed in a housecoat and pajamas, curlers in her hair, with Jimmy, our infant son, in her arms, and saw one of those big, cumbersome media trucks screeching to a stop in front of our house. Her jaw dropped as she watched John Bulldog Drummond, a truly famous face in Chicago, and a crime beat reporter from CBS News, scurrying up our front walk, trying desperately to untangle power cords that connected him to his camera crew, all of whom were also excitedly scurrying behind him. She had to think fast.
Ma'am, I'm John Drummond, CBS News. Sorry to bother you. Ma'am, but is this the house of Sam Amirante, the lawyer, the one that is representing Mr. Gacy? Are you his wife, ma'am? What a cute baby. Is that Mr. Amirante's son, ma'am? Do you have a moment, ma'am? Can we ask you some questions, ma'am?
A microphone was being waved about precariously close to her face and to the baby, and a 4-inch camera lens was staring at poor Mary. She hadn't signed up for this, but my wife was no slouch. She was fast on her feet.
I'm sorry, who? She asked innocently.
No, I'm just the babysitter. No one is home. The dejected Mr. Drummond dropped the microphone to his side and waved off the camera. The little red light went off, and the camera was suddenly pointed downward.
Do you know where they are, where the Amirantes are, ma'am?
At work, I guess. But this is not the Amirante lawyer's house. I think they are a cousin to the lawyer. A cousin or something. The bulldog turned slowly on his heels, dejected, shaking his head, with his little clipped bulldog tail between his crooked bulldog legs, and trudged back down the walk toward his truck.
Sorry to bother you, ma'am,
he said over his shoulder. Mary had to giggle a little at the sight as she closed the front door, but she was not about to go on TV for the first time ever in a housecoat and curlers. Sorry. After returning from Joliet and the bridge over the Des Plaines River, with Gacy incessantly begging to go to the cemetery, the next stop was Gacy's house. Gacy had admitted that there was at least one body buried on his property that was not in the crawl space, and the prosecution wanted to know exactly where it was. Further, when an accused person points out where the bodies are buried, whether figuratively or actually, it strengthens the state's case. In the event that the defendant later recants and denies his involvement in a crime, the prosecution has evidence that the defendant knew or was aware of information that only the perpetrator could possibly know. I had advised against all of this, of course, but Gacy was on his frolic. No one could convince him that he should stop doing the job that the police are paid to do. Frankly, as crazy as this sounds to you and me, Gacy loved the limelight. He loved the attention. It didn't seem to matter that the reason that he had the limelight trained on him was that the prosecution was building a case for murder. He was in his element. How weird was that? Gacy's entire block had been cordoned off from all except public officials, cops, and those that were unlucky enough to have a house on it. There was a lull in the activity because jurisdictional concerns were being sorted out and new warrants were being obtained to allow a complete and extensive search of the house and excavation of the crawl space. We pulled up, and a brand new flurry of activity was generated throughout the members of the press and others that were hanging around on the fringes of the crime scene. Gacy was brought into his garage. If you've ever wondered what your first concern would be when you were brought back home after being charged with the murder of a missing boy, and you are the prime suspect in the murder of many, many others, well, apparently, if your name is John Wayne Gacy, your first concern would be the fact that the police that had been conducting a search of your home had left some things, some tools, and some other items out of place in your meticulously kept garage. Gacy immediately started bitching about this mundane issue as if he was going to be back in an hour or so, and he was going to have to clean up the mess all by himself. He began picking up items and placing them gingerly into their pre-designated spots on walls and in drawers. If not for the solemn gravity of the situation, which was completely lost on this strange little man, it would have been hilariously funny. What was wrong with this guy? Finally, someone reminded my client that he was not there to clean the garage. There were moments during this time, this experience, that stand out in my memory. It is all an incredible experience, of course, a tornado of activity. My first case as a private criminal defense attorney was becoming quite an interesting ride. But some moments stand out. What Gacy did next caused one of those moments. He took a can of black spray paint and drew a box on the concrete floor of his garage. Then, he drew an X in the middle of the box. "Dig here," he said. It was like he was pointing out the spot where a buried water meter could be found. If the foreman of a crew charged with the responsibility of digging a trench for a water main was totally bored with his job, he couldn't have said it more nonchalantly, more offhandedly. "Do you know who's buried here?" one of the guys asked. "Yeah, Butkovich." John Butkovich had eaten dinner at John Gacy's house. This kid was a particular friend to Gacy's ex-wife, Carol. Little John, she called him. There was Big John and Little John. What a kooky pair, always together. John knew this kid's father. John had helped decorate Little John's new apartment. Little John was a regular visitor, a valued employee, a friend. Now he was under concrete in Gacy's garage. What was wrong with this guy? Chapter 18. After we returned to the Des Plaines Police Headquarters, after I had bitched loudly enough, a bond hearing was scheduled. Gacy was brought to the tiny courtroom that was in the same building as the Des Plaines Police Headquarters. This courtroom's most common use was for the traffic call for the city of Des Plaines. It was small, and it was not secure. Anyone could walk in. So there were uniformed patrolmen at the door checking credentials. The hallways outside the courtroom, together with the minuscule gallery, where a few rows of church-like pews existed, were packed with people, mostly reporters, but other government workers and politically connected observers who would someday brag that they were in that room. Again, Judge Marvin Peters presided. I battled my way past cameras and reporters from all over the world. I saw cameras from Greece, England, Germany, France. Those were the ones I noticed, together with every network from the United States, as represented by their Chicago affiliates. Microphones were poked and shoved at me, and questions were shouted at the top of lungs. I had not been home, except for 10 minutes for a quick shower, that I had taken Thursday morning when I had to return to the office to take my client to his appointment at the Louis A. Weiss Memorial Hospital, or so I thought. I hadn't changed clothes, shaved, or seen water that hadn't been filtered through ground coffee beans since the wee hours on Thursday. I looked more like a defendant than the defendant. Gacy was ushered into the courtroom, surrounded by police officers, amid murmurs, yelling, shouted questions, and popping camera bulbs. He was positioned next to me, and the judge slammed his gavel and called for quiet. The courtroom hushed.
People of the State of Illinois versus John Wayne Gacy, number 78-3-008080.
The clerk called as she passed the file to the judge. If this scene had occurred during centuries past, the throngs of people that were inside and outside of that courtroom would not have been holding cameras. They would not have been holding pens and paper or tape recorders. They would have been holding pitchforks and torches. They would not have been shouting relatively polite questions from behind invisible lines of demarcation. They would have been attacking, pitchforks and torches raised, and calling for Gacy's head. So, to say that my position in that courtroom was unenviable would be a colossal understatement. I was representing the scoundrel, the ne'er-do-well. In the eyes of many, that made me the scoundrel too. Fortunately, I was unaffected by all of that falderall. In fact, I saw myself as riding the white horse in that situation. As far as I was concerned, I was the person in that courtroom with the high moral ground. It's funny. The people that wrap themselves most snugly in the American flag, the ones that scream the loudest about their freedoms and their constitutional rights, are often the very people that lose sight of the meaning of all that wonderful rhetoric as soon as push comes to shove, as soon as the precepts that we as a people so cherish come to be tested. When the very constitutional concepts that they claim to support are challenged by a hard case, an ugly case, such as this one, they run for cover. They run for the comfort of man's basest instincts. It's much easier to hate the bad guy than it is to support the hard reality that if we are to continue to enjoy our freedoms, if our Constitution is to survive, it has to be supported in all circumstances, even when to do so seems hard. So my job was simple. All I had to do was argue in favor of setting a reasonable bond for Mr. Gacy and see if we couldn't get him released after posting it. No problem. It seemed that Judge Peters saw things differently. I argued that a charge of murder could not stand without a body. There was no evidence that the alleged victim of the murder, one Robert J. Piest, was in fact dead. Plus, the state was attempting to proceed on a complaint for preliminary examination. My client had not yet been formally indicted. Under normal circumstances, this would have been a cogent, valid argument and would probably have been sustained by the court. In this case, however, the defendant had pointed out where he had disposed of the body only a couple of hours earlier in front of many police officers and the assistant state's attorney. So, the argument was rejected by the court. Go figure. I was successful in having my client transferred to Cermak Hospital, the hospital that served the Cook County Jail inmate population, rather than into the general population. I strongly believed that Gacy needed psychiatric help, and although Cermak was basically jail hospital and not exactly famous for its compassionate care, it was better than nothing. It was certainly better than the alternative. Having Gacy housed in the general population of Cook County Jail, one of our nation's most notorious and dangerous of jails. Frankly, I don't think he would have survived that. He was not only a sickly, blubbery cream puff of a man, he was also suicidal. He hadn't shut up about how he wanted to do things my way since the all-night session in my office when he spilled his guts. The case was continued for further motions and for assignment to December 29th, 1978, at 9:30 a.m. Chapter 19. Gacy was transferred to Cermak Hospital at the Cook County Jail. Naturally, I was disappointed that we did not win the argument at the bond hearing. Nobody likes to lose. However, there was something to be said for being able to actually have a night's sleep. I thought that with Gacy cooling his heels in county, a full night's sleep might possibly be in my future. That's when the death threats to me and, believe it or not, to my family started at all hours. Apparently, death threats have more gravitas at 2 in the morning than they do in the daytime. Who knew? Those threats, together with endless calls from members of the press, made sleep fleeting. I was young. What did I know? Welcome to the private practice of law, Sam. Never would I have believed how crazy people could get. These were people, I might add, who had absolutely no connection to the case at all. My dad drove a truck for the Chicago Tribune. He delivered newspapers to the people that delivered and sold the newspapers to the public in one of the big box trucks with the logo of the paper plastered on the side. One of the trucks you see in movies when the director wants to tell the audience that the story is spreading far and wide. He worked hard every day, supported his family, saved his money, you know the type, the salt of the earth, never intentionally hurting another living soul. After I graduated from college, my dad saved his money all over again. And slowly, with sacrifice, he finally had enough money saved to go out and buy his dream car, a brand new Lincoln Continental. It was his pride and joy. He babied that car. This is hard to believe, but some asshole, some coward, felt that the appropriate way to express his anger toward me, because I had the audacity to represent one John Wayne Gacy, was to vandalize my father's car. The logic escapes me. On his beautiful car was scratched, "Your son must be a fag. No one but a fag would represent a fag like Gacy." The person or persons that perpetrated the vandalism were not simply misguided idiots with a screwdriver. They were homophobic misguided idiots with a screwdriver. This sad and cowardly act was reported in the paper, in Irv Kupcinet's column, because everything Gacy was reported in the paper. On Sunday, Christmas Eve, 1978, my wife and I had my parents over to the house, as usual, and we were all celebrating the holidays with the kids. Sammy had finally been released from the hospital with a clean bill of health, so this was a special Christmas. I had spent a great deal of time profusely apologizing to my dad for what had happened to his car, as if it was my fault. He knew that I had no power to stop crazy people from acting crazy, but he did use this opportunity to remind me that he advised me to become a doctor. Parents, you gotta love them. We were having a traditional Italian Christmas dinner, lots of pasta and fish, and the mood was festive when the telephone rang. It was John Gacy. "Sam," he said, "I want you to tell your father how sorry I am that his car was vandalized just because you are representing me, because you are my lawyer. I feel kind of responsible, you know? It ain't right." "John, how did you know about that?" I asked. "I read about it in the paper. That ain't right, Sam." "Well, John, I don't have to tell him that you are sorry. I'll let you tell him yourself. He's right here. Hold on." I tapped my dad on the shoulder. He was playing with one of the kids, not really paying attention to what I was doing. The Christmas tree glowed, the decorations twinkled, presents all over the place. "Dad," I said, "someone wants to talk to you." My dad looked at me, a bit surprised. We were at my house, after all. Who would be calling him there? "Who is it?" he asked. "It's Gacy," I said. "He wants to apologize to you for what happened to your car. He wants to tell you he is sorry." My dad's eyes became saucers. Then, He had on a determined look that I had seen all my life. My dad and I are carbon copies of each other, with 20-odd years of aging the only difference. His shoulders and back came up, and he scowled. "No, I don't want to talk to that guy," he growled. "Come on, Dad," I covered the mouthpiece on the phone. "He wants to tell you how sorry he is." I was loving this, laughing inside. My eyes were twinkling. "I don't want to talk to him." My dad's head had sunk between his shoulders. He no longer had a neck. Tiny beads of perspiration popped out on his forehead. He was seething. I was smiling, which, of course, made him even madder. I shoved the phone at him. "Take the phone," I said, laughing under my breath. Now my mother and my wife were also goading him. My dad took the phone. Here's all we heard in my dad's gruff growl. "Yeah." Silence. "All right." Silence. "Okay, yeah, thanks. Chicago style for thanks. Silence, as my father's neck fully disappeared and larger beads of sweat popped out. Okay, fine, thanks. That's okay. Thanks." He hung up the phone and looked at all of us. "Do you know what that asshole said to me?" he asked, incredulous. "What?" we all asked, filled with mirth. He said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Amirante, that some jerks vandalized your car just because your son is my lawyer. But, you know, there are a lot of nuts out there." We all broke into laughter. John Wayne Gacy, the man that was sitting in Cook County Jail on Christmas Eve, charged with the murder of a young boy, suspected of the murder of many, many more, had been dead serious. He did not even see the irony. He was telling my dad that there were a lot of nuts out there. Perhaps he should have looked in the mirror, if they would let him have one. What was wrong with that guy? Christmas 1978 was pretty much a non-event for me. Just another day. I was consumed by this case, and as hard as I tried to take a break from all the mad activity that surrounded it, I just couldn't. I was already planning strategies and seeing scenarios concerning how this was all going to play out. Gacy had limited his options with reference to his defense by talking to any and all Des Plaines coppers that tapped him on the shoulder and asked him what happened. This had become a bit of a pastime around the station. It actually went beyond what would normally be considered questioning or interviewing of a suspect in a professional manner. That is not to say that the members of the investigation team were unprofessional when they questioned Gacy. They weren't. They would always remind him of his constitutional right to remain silent. And they were all actually trying to develop their case. But they were not bringing Gacy into a room and conducting a formal investigation session either. Everyone has seen a dramatic depiction of an interview session on TV or in the movies. One would think that the questions would be asked in an interview room, complete with one-way mirrors, tape recorders, and a cadre of high-ranking officers looking on from behind the glass. While Gacy was in custody in Des Plaines, officers and others would simply stop by his cell to shoot the shit whenever they were bored. On one such occasion, Mike Albrecht and Assistant State's Attorney Larry Finder were talking with Gacy. He was in his cell, and the others were standing outside. The police officer and the prosecutor were curious to find out just how Gacy accomplished his gruesome deeds. After all, Gacy was pretty much a fat wimp. He had always been a sickly, overweight loser, an outcast from the cool kids, with a heart condition and a fear of confrontation. And he was exactly the same as an adult. "I used the rope trick," Gacy said, rather nonchalantly, considering the subject matter. "What's the rope trick?" Larry asked. "Well, do you guys have a rope?" Gacy inquired, looking at Albrecht as if they were all sitting around at the barber shop or the gas station just jawing. I'm not about to give you a rope, John, Albrecht said, looking at Gacy as if he might be out of his mind. What? I'm not going to kill you, Mike. Then Gacy shook his head, disgusted, laughing under his breath. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the rosary that he always carried. He asked for a pen. Larry, stick your arm through the bars and make a fist. Pretend that your wrist is a neck and your fist is a head. Within seconds, Gacy had tied a couple knots into the rosary beads, stuck the pen through some loops, and demonstrated the way the rope trick worked like a tourniquet. How would you get the rope over their heads, Didn't they put up a fight? Didn't they resist? The officer and the prosecutor were both intrigued. They couldn't believe what they were hearing. Many times they would put it over their heads themselves, Gacy said without skipping a beat. It was a trick, like a clown trick. They were waiting for the trick. For me, when I heard this story, I just thought that it was insane on so many levels. Which was crazier? The fact that Gacy always carried a blessed rosary around in his pocket, the holy symbol of the Virgin Mary in the Catholic Church, when he committed his heinous crimes against young boys? Or that he used that holy symbol to demonstrate how he killed those young boys? Or was it crazier still to picture a group of grown men sitting around a jail cell, a prosecutor, a cop, and a killer, offhandedly discussing the whole matter as though they were a bunch of asshole buddies in a locker room sharing secrets about a cheerleader? But that was the dichotomy that was John Wayne Gacy. It was as if Gacy was so happy to be included, to be just one of the guys, that he would say anything that kept the others listening to him. For once, Gacy was actually the center of attention, and it really didn't matter to him why. If a couple of regular guys, men he respected, guys he thought were cool, were interested enough in his stories to stay and listen to him tell them, he would continue jabbering, without regard to how detrimental the telling would someday prove to be. Gacy really had only two friends, his employees Mike Rossi and David Cram, two kids barely out of their teens, and they would have nothing to do with him if he weren't their employer, holding a paycheck every Friday, and a guy that always had drugs and beer and a place to consume them. This was Gacy reaching out, looking for friendship. I'm sorry, but John Wayne Gacy was the epitome of Winston Churchill's famous quote, a riddle, wrapped in a mystery, inside an enigma. Gacy was a psychiatrist's wet dream. What was wrong with this guy? I had been asking that question quite a lot lately. It was a fair question, too, let's face it. The more you got to know Mr. Gacy, the more confused you became. I think that people like to put individuals like him neatly into a box so as to categorize and understand them. The easy thing to do with a person like Gacy would be simply to put him into the evil, crazed killer box and be done with it. That is what most of society does, and did, with John Gacy. And believe me, John Gacy fit in that box quite well. The only problem with that, however, is that when we do this, we don't learn anything further about the guy. We don't look any deeper. And when we fail to look deeper, we might miss some of the important reasons, the lessons, about how an individual like John Gacy becomes a John Gacy. I'm no shrink, but I would like the people that study this sort of thing to learn as much about a guy like Gacy as possible. Only because it might help society to recognize the symptoms or characteristics of a person like him in the future. Maybe even before the next Gacy goes on a killing spree, like the last one did. I could be wrong, but I think that would be a good thing. One thing was sure about Gacy. He fit into many more boxes than just one. The evil, crazed killer box. This was a guy that carried a rosary with him at all times, then used it to demonstrate how he killed teenagers, who became a clown so that he could cheer up sick little kids,
who had a family that loved him and stood by his side in times of unimaginable strife. When you put a squad of hard-bitten, seasoned, professional cops on his tail, they all became sort of half-assed, convoluted version of buddies that ate and drank with him, swapping stories like they were bunkmates in the Army. One minute this guy is pictured with his arm around the First Lady of the United States of America, Rosalind Carter, while she was serving as the First Lady, and the next minute he is pictured as the most prolific serial killer of all time. He is standing at your door, grinning, ear to ear, asking for your vote as your precinct captain by day, and he is cruising Bughouse Square in his shiny new Olds 98 by night. When he is caught and accused of crimes too numerous and incomprehensible to possibly understand, he sits around and chats about those very crimes like he is telling stories from his days at camp. Historians chronicle the lives of our greatest leaders. Biographies abound about people like Washington, Lincoln, Roosevelt, Kennedy. We even write books about our movie stars, rock stars, and sports stars. Every aspect of the lives of those that excel in life are studied and set to print or celluloid so that we might know how they did it, what made them tick, all in an effort to produce more like them, all in an effort to allow some child to learn, to be inspired, to join the ranks of those we honor and call great. Shouldn't we do the same thing when it comes to those persons that repel, disgust, and scare us? All in an effort to avoid having more like them? Every generation has its famous greats and its infamous worst. Shouldn't we study them both? While we are all learning about what to do, shouldn't we spend a little time learning about what not to do? Who the hell knows? Not me. I never smoked pot in college. Chapter 20. The only thing a good lawyer is concerned about at a time like this is that which is in the best interest of the client. That's it. That's the job. We are not social workers or psychologists, policemen or vigilantes. Sometimes we employ such people if it is in our client's interests, but our job is not to moralize or to judge. That is for others to do. When a profusely bleeding patient is brought to the emergency room of a hospital, it really doesn't matter if that patient is the President of the United States or the crazed assassin that just shot the President of the United States. They get the exact same care. A surgeon's calling is to preserve life, to do no harm, irrespective of the patient's station in life, the patient's criminal record, the mistakes that the patient may or may not have made in life prior to his or her arrival in the ER. That is the oath. That is the job. A good doctor lives by that oath and performs that job. Sometimes, it seems to me, that it is hard for certain people to grasp this concept. That is why my dad's car needed a new paint job, and my wife had to pick up the telephone in the middle of the night and listen to some anonymous cretin spit vile, profanity-laced threats into her ear. These people are controlled by their emotions, not their brains, and, believe it or not, I would fight to the death to defend their right to be controlled and to maintain their skewed, uninformed opinions. That is my job. However, I would rather they didn't profess those opinions over the phone at 2 a.m. and involve my wife and my kids. But that's America. You have an inalienable right to be a nut, even an asshole. Generally, people can be divided into two types. 1. Those that would rather see 10 guilty people go free to ensure that not one innocent person is ever wrongfully convicted. And 2. Those that would rather see 10 innocent people convicted to ensure that not one guilty person ever goes free. It's really that simple. And both views have validity. Defense lawyers,
by and large, subscribe to the opinion of the first of these two groups. Prosecutors often subscribe to the opinion of the second group. In order for our system to work properly, society needs both. One thing that I have found to be true, however, and you can take this little nugget of wisdom to the bank, is that no one who has ever been wrongfully accused of a crime, or accused of a crime at all, for that matter, subscribes to the opinion of the second group, no matter what they thought before they were accused, wrongfully or not. In other words, the day that you get your first DUI, you tend to join the ranks of Group 1. It is very easy to speak abstractly in a bar or at a cocktail party about how tough one thinks the law should be. But perhaps one should wait until they have actually been wrongfully accused to fully formulate that opinion. There was a lot to do before December 29th, 1978, Gacy's next court date. I had to file endless motions and challenges if I were to do my job properly. At this stage of the case, the work never stops. I was beginning to feel the weight of the sheer magnitude of the undertaking, together with the steady drumbeat of hatred that was being spewed by the many people, a minority, actually, but a minority among millions can still be quite a large number, that could not wrap their heads around the concept that in this country, everybody, and no matter what they are charged with, no matter how heinous the crime, is entitled, as a matter of law and a matter of right, to a vigorous and proper defense. It's required by our Constitution, by our democracy. I got wind of a planned interview that the medical examiner of Cook County, Dr. Robert J. Stein, was going to give, which was scheduled to air on WMAQ Radio, the NBC affiliate. Dr. Stein was prepared to discuss whether or not a person that murders numerous people could be sane, to give his expert opinion on the subject. I had to try to stop that from happening if I could. There was a great potential for poisoning the jury pool. I was in my office when I received something unusual, a telegram. Gotta say, it's not every day that I receive a telegram. Think about it. Have you ever received a telegram? Probably not, unless you're over 80 years old. So I'm interested. Maybe it's a very creative death threat. Who knows? As it turns out, that telegram happened to be a godsend. The telegram was from an old friend, Bob Motta. Dear Sam, I am sure you have had many offers of assistance. This is another. I offer my assistance to you, no fee, of course, in any capacity for the opportunity to work with you on this case. Please RSVP 383-4529. Best regards, Bob Motta. P.S. Since you are a friend, I did not see any harm in making this offer. 914 North Austin, Oak Park, Illinois, 60301. Robert M. Motta and I had worked together at the Public Defender's Office. Plus, I had worked with Bob's mother years earlier at Resurrection Hospital, so I knew the family. He was an honorable man and a good lawyer. I had received previous calls and votes of confidence from lots of other lawyers I knew, some offering their help, but Bob was the only one who thought to send a telegram to express this. What a great idea, right? All I could think about every night when my head hit the pillow were the 4 assistants that had been assigned to this case by our esteemed state's attorney, Bernard Carey. I thought about the limitless amount of money that would be spent to prosecute such a high-profile case. Then there was the small matter of the endless investigatory resources available to the state of Illinois. Every police officer on every force in every corner of the state would love to have a crack at helping convict the most prolific serial killer of all time. I was just one guy. So I decided to call Bob. Maybe he would really like to get involved in the case. I could certainly use the help. Plus, maybe he could help fend off some of the nice people who had promised to hang me from the highest oak tree in Cook County by my genitals and gouge my eyes out with hot pokers. If you think that sounds scary, you should have heard what they were promising to do to my kids, to my wife. I didn't actually pay much attention to the death threats, as disconcerting as they were. They were being made by misguided cowards with a snoot full of liquid courage who didn't have anything better to do with their time. But I was concerned about the ever-increasing magnitude of work that was beginning to pile up. Someone had to do something about this planned broadcast by Dr. Stein, and it really didn't look like I was going to have the time. "Hi, Bob. How are you doing?" "Fine. Who is this?" I don't think Bob was expecting my call. Sam Amarante." "Hi, Sam. Jesus. How are you?" Mata was pacing now, thinking about a conversation he had had with his young son about this very phone call. It was his son that had said, "Why don't you call him up, Dad?" It was that conversation with his son that had led to the telegram idea. "Fine, tired," I said. "Yeah, I'll bet you are. Christ, this case is unbelievable. How's it going?" Mata could hear his own heart beating. He didn't know what to expect, but he figured that I had called for a reason. I hadn't called just to chat. He knew a request to help out on the case was probably coming. "It's going, you know. I got your telegram. Thanks." "Yeah, well, you're welcome. Do you know Dr. Stein, the medical examiner?" I think I sounded as tired as I felt. I know who he is. Seen him on TV. Why? What about him?" "Well, it seems that Dr. Stein is going to be interviewed on WMAQ radio, and he intends to give an opinion as to whether or not a person who commits these types of alleged crimes, kills this number of kids, can be considered sane. This doctor will certainly be used by the state as one of their chief medical witnesses. I'd like to stop the broadcast. I don't want him to poison the jury pool." "Well, I think you're right, no question. You have to file a motion. But can you abridge the freedom of speech? Wouldn't that constitute a prior restraint?" Mata had crystallized the issue. "I don't know," I said, "but I'd like to try. Hell, I have to try, which, by the way, is why I called Bob. I was wondering, would you like to do it?" Mata's heart stopped. No matter how you slice it, this was a career decision. "Well, I don't know. When?" he stammered. "Monday," I said. We were speaking on Friday, so, yeah, 2 days of prep. "Monday? This coming Monday? Well, can I let you know later? I think I have something else up on Monday. Can I call you later?" "Well, Bob, I would need to know fast, you know? I need to get the research and pleadings done for the TRO by Monday in order to file and ask for an emergency hearing. The broadcast is scheduled for Tuesday. Get back to me as soon as possible, okay? Check your calendar." I hung up. Mata stood there, a bit dumbfounded with a dead telephone in his hand. He slumped into his chair. "Jesus, Jesus, Jesus," he kept silently repeating, shaking his head. He realized that he had just hesitated to be part of what was being referred to as the trial of the century because of some silly little commitment to a misdemeanor case on Monday, which could easily be continued with a telephone call. "What the hell am I doing?" he asked himself aloud in his empty office. He began to pace, stared at the phone, picked it up, set it back down in the cradle, paced some more, mumbling. Then he stopped, stared at the telephone once more, grabbed it, and punched in my number. "Sam, okay, of course I'll do it. I'll do anything I can to help. When would you like to meet?" he said. "Well, that's the thing, Bob. Actually, I'd like you to handle this yourself. I'm tired. I'm swamped. I'm getting overwhelmed with paper over here." "Alone? Okay." Bob was a bit surprised once again. "Okay. How do I get the facts?" "Do you have a pen and legal pad handy? I'll give them to you right now." As I talked, Mata scribbled. This was a load off my mind, I had to admit. I was beginning to breathe a little easier. The best word to describe Bob is irascible. Ornery would be another. That may sound like I'm not being too complimentary, but if you think that, you would be wrong. Those are words that describe a good lawyer, one who cares little about the opinions of others, especially when it comes to their opinions about him. Bob couldn't care less what one person or another thinks about him, his methods, or his ways. He just puts his head down and plows through what he needs to plow through to get the job done. Another word to describe Bob: tenacious. You can't stop him once he sinks his teeth into an issue. For the next 30 hours, Bob was buried in books and research materials, reviewing and learning the fine points of law as it pertains to the First Amendment of our Constitution, and, in particular, as that First Amendment, which guarantees freedom of speech, applies to the press. These are lofty, high-minded issues that lawyers have fought over throughout the history of our republic. Important issues that require a delicate balance to preserve free speech without allowing the press to overstep and do harm. Few areas of the law are more voluminous. Bob knew by late Sunday night that he had little chance of prevailing on this motion. It was an uphill battle, at best. It was almost impossible to stop someone, especially a member of the press or a person being interviewed by a member of the press, from saying something before they say it. This is what is known as prior restraint, and it is frowned upon in a free society. However, a good lawyer does not cower from a fight just because the deck is stacked against him. That is when a good lawyer bares his teeth the brightest, and Bob was a good lawyer. He drafted and personally typed up a complaint for temporary restraining order, and on Monday, armed with a briefcase full of case law and a bushel full of determination, he set forth to the Daily Center to file his emergency motion for TRO in the Chancery Division of the Circuit Court of Cook County. The clerk at the counter who accepted the filing and file-stamped the documents had barely lifted the stamp off the paper, the ink was still drying, when the press, including radio station WMAQ, was alerted to the filing of these documents. The call went out to their lawyer. Don Rubin was probably the most famous attorney in the city of Chicago. Other high-profile attorneys would dispute this, of course, out of jealousy or pride, but Don Rubin represented Fortune 500 corporations, big-name media types, the creme de la creme of the city. If you were in law school or a member of the legal profession, you knew who he was, and most of the population of the city had seen his mug on the news at one time or another, even if they didn't remember his name. When Mr. Rubin walked into the courtroom at precisely 3 p.m., the scheduled time for the emergency hearing, and announced that he would be representing the National Broadcasting Corporation and their affiliate, WMAQ Radio, Bob swallowed hard, but was immediately surprised to see how slight of a man Mr. Rubin actually was. He was such a little guy. Really little. Unfortunately, size doesn't matter in the arena of the courtroom, especially when precedent and case law are on your side. The judge ruled that he could not see a compelling reason to bind the hands of the press or the doctor to air or state an opinion prior to the stating of it. Bob didn't have time to be too dejected, however. As soon as he exited the courtroom, he was besieged by a throng of screaming reporters with microphones and camera lenses recording his every word. Yesterday, Bob was a relatively obscure but happy young lawyer who had recently opened his small office in Oak Park, Illinois. Today, his rugged face, with his trademark bushy mustache, would be plastered across all 3 local network news broadcasts, as each covered the story on the evening news. Bob stopped by my office the following day to debrief and discuss the case. He had done a great job with the motion and with the press. He had really stepped up to the plate on short notice, and without much help from me. Without any help from me, let's face it. I told him that I could use help on the case in its entirety. We talked about how it would likely be an unusual ride with an unpredictable ending. I mentioned the steady flow of death threats and criticism that had been leveled at me and would now be leveled also at him. I explained to him that John Gacy was a lot of things, and one of those things was pure crazy. Bob was not intimidated or concerned. I made a formal offer to him to become co-counsel on the case, pending approval by the client, and we shook hands. From that moment on, we were partners on the case titled People of the State of Illinois versus John Wayne Gacy, and we never looked back. The handshake was enough for us. Now, we just had to hold on tight because the ride was starting.